Hey, SBG solution-based gang, like, share, subscribe. Say no to rim, brothers, mothers, fear and sell no good suckers. Hype him up, hype him up. Shouts out Sharoon, Bracy, and the Wildest. Wake up morning show, salute, big dog, shout out to the Lord. PH, Diva, salute, Brownsville, SBG solution-based gang.
Let's go. Good day, everyone. How are we doing today? It's a beautiful day. It's starting to get a little bit better with the weather. It's crazy over here in New York. We done got somebody else president over there in Brooklyn. Yeah. They done captured the man. They brought him to Brooklyn. Shit. Wow. It's crazy. Interesting. What is your thoughts? You know, I should do a poll about it, goddammit. I should do a poll about, do you think America, Donald Trump, this administration, did they do the right thing? That is the question. This current situation between United States and Venezuela didn't appear overnight. And y'all know how I like to start the show. When I say good day to you, make sure you say good day back, because I could feel that great, productive energy. Shout out to Uda on Go. Salute, Sharon. Yeah, in the same jail and court as Diddy. I'm going to cover the trial. Shout out to Uda on Go. Good day, Miss J. Boricua, Pariciosa, PR. Good day to you. How are you doing? Man. So interesting. Diddy and Maduro is in the same building. Yeah, they're in the same exact jail. They're going to go to the same courthouse. This is going to be, man, this is going to be insane. You going to So Uda said instead of throwing baby oil, well, hey, listen. Maybe you don't have to throw baby oil. Maybe you could just throw regular oil on people. Actually, crude oil on people. It's still about the oil. This oil is just not for babies. That's the only difference, Uda. Uda said he's going to throw cocaine on someone instead of oils. Lord. Oh, Lord. That is crazy. But you can still throw oil on the people, Uda. But this beef with the U.S. and Venezuela did not appear overnight. You know what? Let me get a poll going on. I gotta get a poll. What should the poll be, y'all? Did America do the right thing? Like, how should we word this poll? I want to know how should we word it? Should we? Let me see. How should I don't know. What should I say? I can't even spell should. Should America. Good day, Byron. How should I word the poll? I don't even know how I should word this poll. I don't even know how to word the poll. Y'all gonna have to help me out with that. I don't know how to word it. I don't know. I don't know how to word. Shout out to Shadow, the time out with $2. The F around and find out at his finest. He was antagonizing. Yeah. Shout out to you. Thank you for that beautiful, productive energy. First thing in the AM. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. He did that for round and find out for sure. I gotta figure out what I'm gonna do with the poll. I don't know what I'm gonna say at the poll yet. I got a lot of, because this thing been going on for like 20, 30 years. Don't be asleep. Trump was supposed to be the peace president. What happened? So now the real question is this an attempt on being peaceful? Is this actually an attempt on being peaceful? Yeah. Y'all got to, MJ. MJ, give me if you can, MJ, give me a question I should ask the poll about. Should we have snatched up Maduro? I don't know how to word it properly. I don't know. Bubba said looks like peace to me. Shout out to Time Wild of the Fire. Was the capture Maduro a wise move by US? I like that. Okay. I like that. That might work. Let me also give you the proper introduction. That's $5 or more, so you get
about to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
I like that. Okay, so that's what we're gonna do. Bubba said it looks like peace to him too, which is very interesting. Anytime Bubba say anything, I don't know. When Bubba say it, I don't know. When Bubba say it, it makes me question everything about it. What is going on here? Okay, let me write this on the poll so y'all can answer it. What the hell? All right. Was it a wise move? Right, that's what we're going to go with. All right. We got it. All right. Byron Turner said they're going to be worse off for at least a decade? What? How you mean? Black says, short answer, no. Long answer, welcome to the war machine. I don't know. I don't know how long he's going to be locked up, what's going to be, what he's even going to be accused of. We don't even actually know. I don't know. What I do know is that we have to break this thing down, and this thing did not happen overnight. This was going on for many of years. It's the result of more than 2 decades of political tension, right? Economic conflict and competing national interests. Right? To understand how the recent capture of Venezuela's leader became global news. I don't know what Fight is talking about. I don't know what he's talking about. The title shows the Bracey's mentality. Venezuela, the longest beef ever. Okay. My mentality is that this thing been going on for a very long time, which it has. Some people like Fighter Complex is just weird. Right? And this thing has become global news. And the timeline has it started in the early 2000s, I would say. It's probably the best place to start up. Even though it started before that. It started way back with the original Bush. Goddamn, Black. I was just trying to figure it out. Black Resident Sharon, you got angry man thinking he's very intelligent after y'all conversation yesterday. Player, please do your research. That's what I'm here for. I support you. Damn, sometimes you be pissing me off. Yeah, I tend to yes, I apologize to all my good people. I tend to do that sometimes. I don't mean to piss nobody off. You know, I got nothing but love for you. You know, I be trying to figure things out. I don't be knowing everything. I be trying to understand it because I don't be understanding sometimes. That's all. Like I'm proud. And so this started around in the early 2000s when the relationship between the two countries began to fracture. During the early 2000s, Venezuela emerged as this major global oil power. Like they are major. They have more oil than any other nation. Even Saudi Arabia, they have more oil than them. But the thing is that Venezuelan oil is really thick and rich. It's thick. They actually need oil from other nations so they can actually mine their oil. That's how thick it is. They gotta dilute their oil. They gotta step on it, Uda. They gotta step on it a little bit. That's how thick this oil over in Venezuela is. It's really thick. It's really good. In America, we have a lot of oil as well, but our oil is a little bit thinner. It's a little bit sweeter. You know what I'm saying? It's a little bit, it's not, you don't have to do as much to refine it. So our oil don't get like clogged up. It doesn't clog up pipes the way how over there in Venezuela, they pipes get clogged up because it's so thick. You know, just like how I like my women, and you know, they oil is thick. It's viscous. Davey said only Louisiana and Texas can handle Venezuelan oil. Well, a lot of people that were in charge of mining Venezuela oil, they left Venezuela to go to places like Louisiana and Texas. So I kind of understand where they have the most experience, especially over the type of oil that Venezuela has. Venezuela with the largest proven oil reserve in the world. The country held enormous economic leverage. When Venezuela began nationalizing its oil industry, whoo, that's when things got crazy, right? China ain't taking Taiwan. Okay, I see you, Bubba. What Bubba over here saying? Let me see what Bubba's saying. He's saying China ain't taking Taiwan. China is a joke. Venezuela was a message to China, Russia, and Iran. And any other fools that want to mess with the big dog barker. I got you. I got you, Bubba. So, partially true. So when Venezuela started to nationalize its oil industry, major corporations, including Exxon, right? Because y'all remember that, kid. All right, you're gonna have to do that. You have to wait for. I can't do all that. So you have to give me a second. Wait. Just hold on. I told you to wait. So where was I? So when Venezuela started nationalizing its oil industry, major corporations, including Exxon, right? Who remembers Exxon? Found themselves pushed out of operations they once dominated. This shift created immediate friction with United States, which had long relied on Venezuelan oil and maintained strong ties with the country's previous leadership. Peppa, you need to calm down, leave the kid alone. Stop trying to regulate. Stop. You just woke up. You had a good sleep. You don't need to be regulating Navy. She's always been like that. Who the hell was that? Kids is wilding out. We have our own goddamn territory situation going on over here in the house. Goddamn homeschooling, goddamn it. Shit. So I think for some reason, I don't know, maybe people don't really understand how close Venezuela is to America. They be wilding. They be quiet all in the AM before I start. As soon as I start talking, they start wilding. All of a sudden, they can't work together anymore. It'd be crazy. It'd be crazy, man. I promise you. I don't think some people that's just not into geopolitics like that, I don't think they really understand how close Venezuela is to America. And we cannot, in my opinion, we cannot allow China and Russia to take a military presence in Venezuela. It's not that would not be a good idea. What up, EJ? That would not be a good idea, Black, to allow other nations like Russia and China to just come over there and take over for Venezuela. That ain't smart. I know that. Right. So as Venezuela government moved toward a more nationalist and anti-US posture, that was a problem. That was a problem. So the diplomatic relations deteriorated. Accusations of corruption or oh man. What how I pronounce this word? I need MJ to come there and tell me how to pronounce authoritism. Autocracy is I know how to pronounce that word. God damn it. Those damn multiple. I need some water. That's why I don't got no water. My tongue twisted. God damn it. Autocracy and human rights violations. Y'all know I can't pronounce some of these goddamn words. But you know, Black, he got this is an interesting point, right? Trump said it was about drug trafficking. MJ. That's the word. Thank you, AC Ball One. That's the word I was trying to pronounce. Thank you so much. That word. Authoritarianism. God damn it. All these damn multiple syllable words in America. God damn it. I'm sorry. I got the thoughts. Sometimes I can't express them properly, but I do have the thoughts. God damn it. And so, they try to make it seem like it's about autocracy and human rights violations. Shout out to Shadow the Time Watch. Make sure y'all hitting that like, share button. And if you can be so kind, please, if you have $1 to it, it would be much appreciated. Thank you so much. Shout out to Time Watch for $2. 600,000 asylum seekers from Venezuela. Shit. What is going on over there? That's a lot of people. That's about as many Chinese people Donald Trump is willing to let into America to take our jobs away. But that is a lot. Why are these people running away from Venezuela? What is going on over there? Should we be over there interrupting what is going on? Why are so many people running away from a place that has so much money underneath his feet? What is really going on? Shout out to Miss J. Boricua Preciosa PR with the $2 super sticker. Thank you for all that you do. Thank you so much. She says, let's light it up. God damn it. Yeah, AC Ball One, send it to me. Damn. And so, we understand. So back in 2000s, they started to make it when Venezuela started posturing against the U.S. Right, and we do understand that for a very long time, Venezuela was trying to act like they are anti-U.S. And so the United States responded with sanctions, public criticism, and support for oppositional movements. And over time, this relationship transformed from strained to openly hostile. And throughout the 2010s, Venezuela's internal crisis deepened, economic collapse, hyperinflation, and mass migration, as Shadow the Titan Wobbs just pointed out, 600,000 of them, to name a few. And the U.S. increased sanctions targeting government officials and state-run industries. And several attempts to shift political power inside Venezuela failed, further escalating tensions. Trump said, let me see what he talking about. What would you say? Trump said they stole our oil in Venezuela. Can't tell how they did it. The way how Trump is trying to push it out there is with what I was just it was just the way how this whole thing happened back when Chavez was in power. When Hugo Chavez was in power, the way how they feel like they stole oil because America, Exxon was deeply rooted into Venezuela and getting that oil up out of there. And so when Hugo Chavez, he started ramping up his power. He decided to say, no, we naturalizing our oil, meaning that all of the oil and the money stays in Venezuela. And they also kicked Exxon out, which is a U.S. company. And so since they kind of kicked them out without no warning or anything, this is why America look at it as they stole oil from the U.S. because it's the business move situation. That's what happened. And so since Exxon was the one helping Venezuela get out the oil, but what was also happening is, like we all know, when you allow a business partner to come and take advantage of you, that's exactly what happened. They take advantage. So Exxon was making majority of the money while Venezuela was getting the crumbs left behind. And then when Chavez said, okay, we got to do a flip of this, and they kicked Exxon out without no rhyme or reason. They just broke the contract, said, hey, we're not effing with y'all anymore. This is where people from the American side saying they stole the oil. Because without Exxon, they would not be able to extract the oil from their natural resources in the first place. So it's this catch-22 that you allow them to help you, you also allow them to take advantage of you. I didn't check yet. You know, I got a lot of things going on. Hold on. I'm going to check right now. So that's why they believe that the oil was stolen from America. And even though Exxon had sued Venezuela and won in court of billions of dollars, who is going to force Venezuela to pay Exxon this money? So Exxon ain't never got their billions of dollars. And this is where this whole idea of U.S. getting, oil took it from them. That's where it's coming from. And so, so each time that the U.S. tried to, they failed effort added another layer, right? So every time they went over there, and even when Bush was over there, and they was trying to do all these coups over there, and they kept failing. Right, that is so Black. What I'm saying, that is all in a country, but they needed other places. What do we think is going to happen? Why do you think Russia and China have a interest in Venezuela? You think if if Russia or China go over there, they're going to help them get the oil out of Venezuela without doing anything and taking no profits? Do we believe that we're the only ones that's going to take advantage of Venezuela's inability to not harness their own resources? For Venezuela to get the oil out of their own land, they gotta buy oil from Iran. This is why Iran is an important part of this situation as well. So they have to buy oil from Iran so they could dilute their own oil, so they could actually pull the oil up out of the ground. So if we are we saying that if Russia and China was over there helping Venezuela, that they would not take the oil? Is that what we are saying? I just want to be clear about what we are talking about here. Okay, so nobody answered it. I just want to have an understanding. Because it's been a thing going on for a very long time. This is not a new problem going on. HC Ball 1, I agree with that. I agree. Bush failed, Trump executed. 100%. And so I think I think all these these misunderstandings between Venezuela and U.S. or it created a distrust between the two nations, right? And by the mid 2020s, the situation reached a breaking point, and the U.S. accused Venezuela of the leadership of involvement in criminal activity, including the drug trafficking and corruption. Military increase, right? The military pressure increased because Maduro went over to Russia to get some military help from Russia. We cannot, I ain't gonna lie to you. America cannot allow for Russia to set up a military base over in Venezuela. That don't make no damn sense. If we playing chess, I ain't gonna lie. That don't make sense. We cannot allow that to happen. KT, the libertarian. Sharon, that's their oil, and they didn't need another country to get the oil already there. They do, actually. And it sounds like you are arguing if anyone else takes the oil, if we don't, that's just justification at all. Easy is insane. No, so what I'm saying is that Maduro was doing a lot of moves that was involving Russia and China, and Russia was attempting to sneak military bases over there in Venezuela. So Black Pride said they have the biggest oil reserves in the world. They do. I said that earlier. No, Sharon, no disrespect, but you are sounding like misinformed angry man. Please do more research. I'm not understanding where am I missing on the research. Please let me know what I'm missing on. So I did say that they have the biggest oil reserve. Also, what I'm trying to get you to understand, they are failing. Venezuela is failing at pulling their own resources out of the ground. They pumps keep on breaking. The reason why they pumps keep on breaking is because the oil over there is so thick and rich. It's much thicker than anywhere else. That's why they have the most barrels than anybody else. But they need oil from other countries. They buy oil from Iran today. They buy oil from Iran so they could now so now they could pump the oil from their own reserve because their oil is too thick. It's one of the crudest. That's what I'm saying. And so we cannot allow other nations like Russia, China, and Iran to come over here and set up some bases. Venezuela got goddamn fighter fighters, you know, these airplanes to fight and swing, you know, and be around in Venezuela's air from Russia. That is a no-go. Venezuela is way too close to us for us to allow Russia to give them some military aid. We just can't allow that part at the same time. All right, so what part? So Black and Proud, what part that you think that I'm misinforming? Which part am I misinformed? Did Maduro go over to Russia and ask for military aid? And this is me without the Google situation, right? Even though I see people saying all these crazy things, I see fighter complex saying nonsense. But what have I said that was incorrect? Did Maduro go over to Russia, shake hands, and ask for military aid? Is that a thing? I don't mind being wrong. This is why I have the show, because I want people to have more information to inform me. Absolutely. And with U.S. naval forces, where they get positioned in certain places, right? We understand. In the region and intelligence operations, right? This just keeps intensifying every single day. And Venezuela, they condemn these actions as foreign aggression. We get that, right? Because we was putting battleships all up in their waters. We was flying planes pretty close to their airspace. We get it, right? And while the U.S. framed them as necessary steps to protect national security, we get that. The conflict with all this dramatic military operation that resulted in the capture of the Venezuelan leader. This event, it marked one of the most significant escalations in U.S. and Latin America relations in decades. So KT is asking a question. Are you really arguing Trump is against Russia for Venezuela? Yes, he's against that. Yes. And again, are you saying the U.S. should do stuff instead of allowing Russia and China, even as BS? Yes. Because we cannot allow other nations that is hostile towards us to be in arm's reach of us. We cannot allow that. That's not a smart thing. I'm pretty sure, even though I understand that you believe that Trump is with Russia, but maybe the military powers that is advising Trump is telling him like, hey, listen, it is getting too crazy over there. They are trying to assist Venezuela with military aid. We cannot have a Russian base in Venezuela. The same reason why the whole situation happened over there in Ukraine, when we started positioning ourselves over there in Ukraine, what happened? See, so this is when I'm glad that my people, when I'm glad that we are just giving out information. Maduro asked for significant aid from Russia. And I can't believe Bubba Homeschool saying Sharon is correct. Shout out to Bubba Homeschool. Right, this is way bigger than what we think. It's not just as simple. It's really not that simple, is all I'm saying. It's really not as simple. This is a very complex situation that's been happening for a very long time. Very long. And the supporters of this operation, it was long. This situation was long overdue. Long overdue. And I get it. Critics warned it, set a dangerous precedent. It raised questions about sovereignty. So I do understand it because that's my main issue too. It raises some serious questions about nations' own sovereignty, right? And the risk of destabilizing the whole region. I get that. That's a serious concern. Right, HT Ball 1, right? We said it at the same exact time, right? That destabilization of another country, that is a scary part that, I do not want it to turn into a country that now we're going to have to adopt as keep giving them aid. That is a scary part. I do not want them turning into some welfare of America. Bubba, I never had that in my life. I just speak the truth how I see it. A lot of things I do not agree with Trump. A lot of things. But this one, the way how the information is coming out, I don't think he actually had a choice in the matter. And so, KT, I have to disagree with that. I'm not sure if I could agree with that, KT. In some positions, you have to do something because it's just too close to home. The destabilization of that region is a scary thing. I don't know which Black and Proud. I want to know what part of the misinformation that you think that I'm spreading that is misinformation. I don't think I misinformed anybody or anything yet. I'm actually talking about the timeline of everything of how I understand it. So I'm not trying to spread anything. I'm just telling you the timeline of how I understand this situation. And if I said something wrong, please I always want new information. Just send me the information where I got it wrong at. Shout out to Time Watson to that. But to combat communism. Venezuela wasn't communist. It was more socialist than anything. It was more socialist than anything. So I don't want to spread misinformation. So Black and Proud, if you could just allow me to understand the misinformation part. So okay, and easy, y'all are tripping. Just because I agree on one situation doesn't mean that I support the whole thing. Y'all are crazy. And I see this, and this is why Black and Proud don't want me to say certain things because it make it seem as if now I'm a part of that whole situation, which is insane. I am not. So I'm not. So that's probably what Black and Proud is talking about, which I do understand that part as well. But I do have to just express the way how I see the situation that's happened, and anybody that got better information that I'm seeing the optics wrong, man, I'm going to open up the panel so we could discuss it. Absolutely. I want to have some more understanding because I could have a misunderstanding. And today the world is watching closely, right? The situation has sparked debates about international law, which is, I understand people's problem. Foreign intervention. That is a problem. Economic influence and the future of Venezuela's political landscape. What began as an oil dispute has evolved into a complex geopolitical I need some water, baby. I ain't drinking enough water today. That's why. Political. Is it geopolitical? God damn it. Geopolitical confrontation with global implications. I can't pronounce anything. Huh? You saying I should be a little nastier in the morning? You feel me, AC boy, when I was talking about the political? You know what I'm saying? God damn it. God damn it. I ain't gonna keep on teasing me. Yeah, I ain't gonna keep on teasing me.
You write it. That's what you gotta start Just you're not loud. That's what you need to do. I'm gonna make better girls do that.
Find a complex. I'm speaking Spanish. Work Academics says, I have misinformation. Work Academics, you're going to have to, I need all my people that saying I'm spreading misinformation. I need y'all to explain to me the misinformation. You cannot just say I'm spreading misinformation without actually providing the correct information. That is crazy. Y'all are insane. God damn it. I don't know. I think I don't know. All right. Yeah, that's the shicey bum. I know. Hooked on phonics work for me. Oh, geopolitical, goddammit. Y'all can leave me a hell alone. I know what I meant. All right, today I am attempting to dive into one of the longest, pettiest, most dramatic international beasts of the last 25 years. God damn it. Shout out to Detroit. Detroit says, this was a geopolitical move against the sovereignty of the Venezuelan people. Have you heard anything from the Trump administration about allowing the people vote for their future? Yes, I did hear something about it. He said they will be able to vote in a year. He said we're going to have to remain over there for a whole year, and then when they figure out their situation, they have the voting power of the people, and they have all these things, secured, and then he'll allow them to do it. AC Boy, where you sent it at on Instagram? Where is it that you sent it, or did you send it in my email? We will. Shout out to Bubba Homeschool. That's all send Bubba Homeschool Mama some great productive energy while she is in the hospital. Also pray for Erica Kirk Tapusa. We will also pray for her Tapusa as well. Shout out to Bubba Homeschool. We will absolutely do our best to have a good time to tackle this conversation. We will pray for the Venezuelan people, and we also pray for your mom that's in the hospital. We wish her the best wishes, and also we'll pray for Erica Kirk's Tapusa. Absolutely. All right, I got you, HT. I got you. So for the past 25 years, it's been a real strange situation in the U.S. and Venezuela. This is not a rivalry, so to speak. It is this is like a soap opera, and this is as the oil turns. That's what the name of this goddamn soap opera is. Shiesty Brum, as the oil turns. And to understand how we got to military strikes and warships, indictments, and a president being flown out of his own country, we got to go way back to the early 2000s. We talking about the U.S. and the Bush era, the be the game. This relationship starts getting spicy during the 2000s. Venezuela has the largest oil reserves in the world, bigger than Saudi Arabia. And the U.S., well, the U.S. loves oil, like it's a personality trait. Then comes Hugo Chavez, who basically walks into office like, I'm nationalizing everything. Oil, mine. Money, mine. Exxon, go home. Go home, Roger. And so these relations start tanking bad. It's going downhill. And the U.S. is looking at Venezuela like, hey, we had a good thing going. Why are you changing the locks? They changed the locks on Exxon. They say you got to get up out of here. they try to say Exxon with some homosexuals. They try to say Exxon with some homosexuals. You feel me? As the oil burns. And by 2006, relations are officially poor and sliding downhill fast as the oil burns. And so this drama, Exxon and Venezuela getting into a breakup, right? So Exxon and Venezuela, they break up. And the breakup was so messy. It makes celebrity divorces look peaceful. This whole Tiana Taylor and that gay man, alleged. My bad. All I'm saying is that it makes these celebrity divorces look peaceful, right? That's all I'm saying, right? And so when Venezuela nationalized the oil assets, right, Exxon says, oh, so you just going to take my stuff? And this was the whole idea of that they were stealing. Exxon's like, oh, you just going to take my stuff? And Venezuela said, yes. I don't want half the house. I want the whole house. And that's when the U.S. starts looking at Venezuela like a parent watching a kid hang out with the wrong crowd. And then so now that we have all these failed sanctions and more drama over the next decade, the U.S. tries everything short of sending a you know how people do it. You up? We did our thing, you know what I'm saying? Like they was like, hey Venezuela, you up? You know, they do that text late at night, shicey bub. You know what that means. When your ex hits you up, you up? Hmm? Oh my God. Oh my God. Shicey Bum. Yo, Shicey Bum. That you up text could turn into a whole marriage, a whole baby, a whole life. You know what I'm saying, Shicey Bum? My bad, y'all. My bad. Those you up texts are dangerous. That's all I'm saying. You know. And and you know, so the sanctions was diplomatic, right? It was pressure calling out corruption, right? Supporting the opposition. All right, they was supporting the opposition movements, labeling Venezuelan officials as criminals. By the mid 2010s, the relationships is so bad they're not even pretending to like each other anymore. It's like two neighbors who keep reporting each other to the HOA. And if y'all ever been through that situation, y'all don't understand how petty that is. Urgh. And the U.S. kept tightening sanctions. Venezuela kept saying, we don't need you. We have our own oil. but the oil industry collapses. That is the problem. The economy over there collapses. And this is the part that I think majority of people did not look into, right? The economy collapsed. The currency collapsed. Everything collapsing except the drama. And by 2025, tensions hit a boiling point. The U.S. designates Venezuela officials as a part of a foreign terrorist organization and ramps up military presence in the Caribbean, right? And so airlines stop flying over Venezuela. Interesting. Warships start pulling up like it's spring break. The military, right, sends aircraft carriers, warship strikes, groups, what's they called? What, B-52 bombers flying overhead? That was all part of a plan. Like they doing a goddamn, I don't even know what to call it. And so why is there a bomber above my house? The U.S. says, hey, don't worry about it. We got you. And the next thing you know, boom, shit gets hot, spicy. December 2025, January 2026. On the same day, they captured another known drug lord. Can y'all tell me who else the U.S. has captured on January 3rd, 30-something years ago? Can somebody please tell me what other drug trafficker the U.S. captured on January 3rd, 30 years ago? Look it up. Shout out to Star Child Rising. Salute to you. Glad that you are here. Woo, it's wavy, baby. It's on a Noriega on the same exact day, 30-some years ago. They done captured Noriega on January 3rd. I don't know if January 3rd is a special day. I don't know. Friends on a run eating Noriega. On January 3rd, 30-some years ago, they captured him on the same exact day, January 3rd, for the same exact reasons. And this is after months of accusing Venezuela of drug smuggling operations. The U.S. launches a large-scale strike. And then, the moment nobody thought would actually happen, the U.S. captures Nicolas Maduro and flies him out of the country into Brooklyn. Brooklyn! You don't know who Noriega is, Shicey Bum? That's crazy. Well, Shicey Bum is kind of young, so, it is what it is. And this is the first time in modern history the U.S. literally removed a sitting foreign president and put him on a warship. Like, sir, we have a meeting in New York. They said, hey, listen, we have a meeting in New York. And Maduro says, it was a... It's kind of crazy. We got some people saying that Black is saying that it's called kidnapping. Black, some people would say that you sound like a liberal. You sound like you are leftist now, just because you said that they kidnapped him. That's what some people say. And they caught him. The crazy how y'all seen the picture how he looked. He had a Nike Tech outfit on too. He looked like a real drug dealer. Yo, Shicey, Nicolas Maduro got caught up in a Nike Tech suit, looking like a YN. Yo, nigga, move that dope. They had my boy Maduro in a Nike Tech outfit. That joint was crazy to me. I couldn't believe it. He was looking like Sean Combs. Shicey, I hate you. Oh, he had a whole Nike Tech. I thought we was doing quarter. He didn't get the memo. We doing quarter zips now. So here we are, right? And 20 plus years. And I would be dropping the link. Everybody want to come up and have a conversation with me about it and tell me where I was misinforming the people. Because they keep saying I'm misinformed. Hopefully y'all hitting that like and that share button. That really helps me out tremendously. Ah, man. So let me pin it to the top. Let me pin this to the top. Oh boy. See, we have a lot of people saying that they don't really agree, but so far in the on the poll, they said it was a wise decision. Very interesting. Very interesting. Right? So 20 plus years of oil, of fights, sanctions, accusations, failed coups, failed coups. Right? That's what it's called when you a coup. Hey, shout out to the truth. Good to see you. Happy New Year, my brother. Shout out to you. And all of this buildup, and finally a full-on strike and capture. This is not foreign policy. This is a season finale, and today we are breaking it all down. So hopefully my people will join me and explain to me my misunderstanding of this whole thing. That was my thoughts about it. I think there is a after plan as they want to just make it safe for the. Hey, listen, man. Inflation, the hyperinflation over there was absolutely up about like 1,000%. $1 20-something years ago was one to every like $6 of their money, and today it's like one to every $52. It's absolutely ridiculous. Inflation went up 200%. Like they had to start printing money with higher numbers on it. They had to print $1,000 bills and $500 bills. Aaron says it went up 1,000,000%. So I said, F that. Give me my 99 cents gas. Oh, Shicey ain't ish, goddammit. Detroit said this is not a season finale. It's a plot twist. So, and so we understand that on one hand, I do understand people's concern about just snatching up a goddamn president of another country. At the same time, those people was living in squalor. Over 50% of the people in Venezuela was living in poverty, literally. They had to spend like 2,000 Venezuelan dollars just to buy a slice of bread. What? You finally got a notification? Yes! Yes! Too bad. Hopefully, KT, the libertarian, can get on camera because it makes for a better show. Hopefully, he can do so as we have this conversation. Welcome to the show, KT, the libertarian that will turn on his camera when he has the time. Good day, sir. How you doing?
I probably ain't gonna have the time. That's why I'm trying to get in here so quick. I am doing great. I hope everybody's have a happy new year. Blessings to everybody. First of all, I'm not gonna say why anybody says you're misinformed. I think that just the way you're saying some things, it feels like misinformation. For instance, when you say something like, "Oh, well, Exxon and Venezuela had this marriage." No, no, no. Venezuela was there. They have oil that's already there. Do they need better machinery to process it? For sure. Do they need Exxon? No. And the US forced itself in there. And now you're kind of saying that when they tell the US, well, we're not going to accept your force, that somehow, we're acting like this is a marriage that they agreed to in the first place. This is what's that shit called in the old day? Sanctioned marriage. You know what I'm saying? Where you marry off like your wife and your daughter. I mean, your daughter to like your cousin's, son or some shit. You know what I'm saying? That's more what this is like than anything. Second of all, I don't think this is even about oil. I'm going to say this is Trump is a Nazi regime. He's seeing how much illegal shit he can do. And let's be very clear here. If he can get away with something on an international scale and nobody retaliates, I don't know. The next step now is he's proven that, okay, if I can go out here where I don't even apply to the fucking law and the world doesn't stop me, what's going to happen if he start turning on his own people? I think that'd be the further proof. Like, these are, in my opinion, these are more tests for the next step of this regime, which is seeming to be forcing people to do what they, even if they don't agree.
So let's say you have a natural resource in your house and you do not know how to get up, like you don't know how to get the oil out so you can make a profit from it. And I come up and say, hey, I'm a fund this whole situation to make sure we get the proper equipment, the proper human beings to extract all of this resource from out your house. Should I not get go ahead. What you
that's not the same thing. They did know how to get it out. Now, if your argument is, did America and Exxon maybe, or the oil companies, give them more efficient technology to do it? Well, if you would have left them the fuck alone for 50 years, due to the fact of how it breaks down, like you said, it's a thicker oil. So if they are selling it, even at that thickness point, the other countries that are buying it understand, okay, I can look at it as drugs. Some cocaine is 60% pure. Other is 90% pure. When it's 90% pure, we can step on it more. So we shouldn't question whether or not they would have made the money and been able to get that on their own at time. The thing is, they never allowed that because they said, okay, we see where this is going. We want in. What my man 50 say? Nickelback sold in the park, I want in. You feel me? Like, that's basically what U.S. came and said. We kind of debating on if they would have been able to get the ability to make that on their own. No, but they was extracting it. They didn't need Exxon.
So I think that's where the misunderstanding, that people believe that Venezuela was able to extract the oil on their own. They were not able to extract the oil on their own. Shout out to Aaron, to Lucas with the $2. What's worse than the sanctions or the extraction? It's a great question. That is I don't think most people deal in the importance of those two questions, those two words add on. We got to slowly build up into the understanding of that situation. So majority, what up, Chicago Gorilla? But Venezuela did not have the means or the skill set to extract their own oil from their land. That is the issue that you are missing, I believe. They needed foreign help. So as of right now, even as they kicked Exxon out 20-something years ago, they still need to get oil from Iran, so they could get the oil from up under the ground, because they have to dilute it to get it under the ground. What has happened is that the oil industry that Exxon built is not being maintained. And so a lot of their pumps are breaking down. They do not have the money to actually fix, or the expertise over there to fix the situation so they can keep extracting oil from underneath their feet. And there lies the problem. They cannot for themselves help themselves, because when Exxon was there, they had a GDP of something of $300 in the oil industry, like some $300 billion. After they kicked Exxon out after these 20 something years, it's all the way down to like $110 billion. So it shows that they do not know how to maintain this industry. They do not have the infrastructure to maintain their own industry of the oil that's in there. And there lies the problem. So since they was trying to fight America with this crude oil that they have, the problem started when they started to go to reaching out to places like Iran, Russia, and China. Now we have a goddamn military issue. Go ahead, KT. You on mute, by the way.
Oh, my apologies. Yeah. So no, I was saying that again. You're not saying you. It's how you wording this, Sharon. They were pulling oil without Exxon, correct?
No.
Yes, they were. Like, we can look this up. They were pulling oil before Exxon ever helped. Now, again, what you're arguing is we gave them a more efficient system, right? And I'm not against that. But what you also are leaving out is you just said, once they say, okay, we're not fucking with Exxon, what did America do instantly? Sanction them. What happens when America sanctions you? Our allies don't work with you. So even if you want to talk about how they don't have the money or the infrastructure, we cannot just say because, well, they're not actually equipped. Well, you really can't get any help when you literally chosen. Let's be very clear here. This is the biggest nation, and we have the most, like, quote unquote, powerful allies. So when we say we're not fucking with you, besides Russia, and even Russia it affects, most countries are going to die off, period. Like, that's pretty hard to fight back against. Now, again, they can do this on their own if we gave them time to develop on their own and stop. This is what I'm saying. Even with Trump, right? His whole thing was, we're not the fucking world police. So I'm even with that, right? But if we're not the world police, we have to stop trying to police people. We can't even talk about what would have happened with Venezuela because we don't fucking know. We really just sit here saying like, oh, well, Exxon came, shit got better. That's proof that Exxon was actually helping them. That's literally the same argument that white people make against black people. Like, well, you know, they were heathens in the jungle, then hey, I ain't saying slavery good, but we put them in over here, and now they got Christianity. A lot of them going to heaven. That's
okay,
the same
we're gonna break that down. Shout out to Aaron to Lucas with the $5. Problem is that they were going to sell the oil in a different currency than the dollar, and he signed the deal with China a few weeks ago.
Also facts.
That's also a major problem for America and for America people. 100%. Absolutely. Aaron. And so, welcome to the show, Work Academics. What is your thoughts of what KT said, what I said, so we can keep on building? I want to make sure everybody get their voice in there. Go ahead, Mr. Work.
Yeah, no, KT's cooking. I agree with everything he said. I think I'm aligned 100% with what he said.
So
nothing to add.
Okay, you're good for the meantime. So the problem is Chicago Rella just said it in the chat. They went from 3 million barrels a day to only 700,000 barrels. That is a huge drop. So not only that they was not able to maintain their own infrastructure, 50% of their population is in poverty. Again, they having the biggest migration situation, and they are running away from their own country. They are going to Brazil. They're going to all these other neighboring countries, Colombia, because they cannot make a living over there. They got to pay thousands of dollars just for a loaf of bread. The hyperinflation is ridiculous over there. He is not running the country where it is good for the people of the country. So when do we start saying, hey, this is a human rights issue that you got all these people living in poverty? Because we know, even though it says 50%, it's probably more roughly around like 70%.
Yeah, first of all, I'm not even being funny. That is fucking American European ideology when we're saying these people are poor. How do we save them? That shit don't matter. The fuck are we trying to save Venezuela for? It's not, and that's my point too. Even like we as Americans fall for this proxy shit so much to where we're now starting to like champion the rhetoric like, oh, we're actually helping people. Were we helping Libya when we got rid of Gaddafi? No. We don't actually help people unless we benefit, which means we aren't actually helping people. We're taking advantage of them. It's fucking Venezuela, bro. This shit is I had somebody ask me yesterday on this same topic. Well, the cartels, the drug cartels in Venezuela, aren't they hurting Americans? Bro, aren't we supposed to be the most powerful country in the world? And now you're talking about we're really supposed to be worried about a fucking third world country. Half of the population is poor, and they said we're going to war against America. Come on, bro. I'm not threatened by that. That don't make no sense. And if we want to say they acted with validity, to me that's just crazy. Because no matter what Venezuela's done, they're not a threat to America. Okay, you don't want to use Exxon companies to pump your oil. Nigga, America got oil pumps going in all other countries, many other countries. We literally just agreeing that because America is saying we should have their oil, we can now say, well, actually, they were poor and we're helping them. We're not helping shit, bro. I'm sorry.
Okay, so now when Venezuela goes to our enemy, Russia and China, for help, and they're allowing them to set up shop with military bases over here, you don't see that as a problem for America?
China came up with a deal to do fucking the same thing with Canada. Are we bombing them? Fuck no. And they right next to us. I'd be way more afraid of them.
You said, hold on, you still didn't answer my question. Are you saying that Russia and China sent up a military base?
No.
Here?
No.
Why? Okay, so now why do you think that a military base from Russia or China in Venezuela would not be a danger to America?
Correct me if I'm wrong. Isn't Alaska and Russia in literal eyesight of each other, and they have bombs pointed at each other, right? That's closer than Venezuela. Yes, you're incorrect. They do.
Hold on. That area of Russia is not. They don't have people there.
No, my point is we can literally see that country. I'm not scared. That's a point where they can, and they are looking at us. So why am I supposed to be afraid of Venezuela? I've never seen that shit.
The reason why the reason why is because Venezuela is in a position where they can actually hurt America.
I get what you're talking about. You're kind of arguing like strategic, and I'm getting that to a certain. I'm saying there are bigger threats. Canada has already signed a deal with China to have an embassy there. So when we talk about Venezuela, we're ignoring that Canada, which is way closer than fucking Venezuela, is right there making. And again, when we wanted to sanction them, they ran to that enemy also. So let's not be pick and choosing. If our strategic, if we actually being strategic, well, we need to bomb on everybody who working with the motherfuckers, not the weak ones. Because let's be very frank.
So what I think when you're trying to add Canada into it, I think you misunderstanding all the optics that comes with Canada versus Venezuela. It doesn't just have a military problem, it also have an economic problem as well. So it's two problems that we are facing with Venezuela. Canada cannot really do anything with China that's going to hurt America, that's not going to hurt themselves. So that's the issue that you are missing. That it is a twofold problem when we dealing with Venezuela.
No, you kind of right. I did miss that. Can you explain that again? You said it's nothing China could do to Canada.
Right. It's right. So when if China do something against America, they will be hurting themselves as well.
No.
Canada.
Yeah, Canada.
Yes. Canada. So if China do something with Canada, right, to go against America, Canada will be hurting themselves. This is the problem that we have with Mexico and Canada, that we do still need each other. So we cannot actually violate each other 100%. We cannot go ahead and any three of them cannot just go side with. We are too close to each other to do that.
No, but you're missing that they have. Canada has literally, when we put sanctions
but we're talking about Venezuela, so I just want to make sure we understand. So Venezuela has a different situation when they have, what I'm saying, when they have a oil economic situation where they can harm us, and also they have a military situation where they can harm us. That's
what I'm saying. Listen, Venezuela's poor as fuck. They always been. They're always gonna be way less valued than fucking America. That's it. Point blank. Period. Ain't shit you could do to besides positioning. There's no scare, nothing to be afraid of Venezuela about.
So that's where you're wrong.
Canada on the other end. No, listen.
No, so
Canada on the other end has a really productive fucking economy. They make hella money. And they've already said, fuck America, we will side with China.
No, KT, that's where you're wrong at with Venezuela. They can't hurt America economically. They can.
How's that?
With the oil. If they go with Russia,
the oil we already don't get.
Because they do not have the resources. They do not have the resources themselves to extract the oil. That's why they have a problem why they can't produce as much oil as they have been in the past. But Exxon was there, right? So we both in agreement with that, right?
Yes. So how can you harm us with oil we don't get? Please explain that just right there. How do you harm us with oil we haven't had in over 20 years?
The way how when you go ahead and you side with the other countries that are Russia and China, right? They buy their oil from us. So now if they cut us out of that situation and they go directly put in military bases and funding them, because Venezuela need about like over 50 something billion dollars to produce the right infrastructure to pull the oil up out of their country from underneath their feet. So they need the help to get the oil up out of there. So they go with Russia and China and they start bringing in military base because they're going to start having a lot of money. So once they start bringing in these other foreign nations in there to help, they start taking, he already started taking aircraft, fighter fighters from Russia. They are getting military help from Russia. That's when it becomes a problem with playing chess about the military situation and the economic situation. So it's
but you didn't answer it. How do we get affected by oil we never had? I'm talking about economically. How can they affect us? Now, again, strategically, like I said from the beginning, you make
so no. All right. So you asked the question. So the way how it affects us is that if we allow other nations like Iran, China, and Russia to start buying and accepting oil from them and not buying it from us, that's going to hurt us economically.
They don't buy oil from us. Literally, Russia. No, it doesn't. Russia is sanctioned by us and haven't bought oil from. We haven't been their mass producer in a very long time.
We talking about geopoliticals.
Yeah, most oil is bought out of Saudi Arabia, correct?
These other nations
buy most of our oil from Saudi Arabia, correct?
No,
so you talking about? Yeah,
60% of our oil comes from Canada.
Agreed. But I'm saying we buy a majority of it from not ourselves. That's my point. We're not even producing enough oil to sell. Like, we have the biggest reserves, but we're not. It's not like we're making it to a high point. China don't fuck with us. Russia definitely don't fuck with us. That's all I'm pointing out. The two places you named don't get oil from us like that.
I understand that you are saying that, but they have to buy it from us.
No,
because you have to use the reason, and also you have to use US dollar to buy oil. It's another issue. Right, so now we added that. I wanted to slowly walk this into the U.S. dollar being. This is the whole reason why they took Gaddafi out, right? Because he didn't want to trade oil with U.S. dollar no more. He wanted to trade it with gold, which over there where he was at, they had lots of it.
Nah, he wanted to make one currency for Africa. It really, like, gold was going to be the transition. But now I'm with you on that. If you want to get in the real problem, and we talk about world banking. Because this ain't about a fucking America. That's all I'm saying. When you're making this argument about how it's really defensive Americans and our government, this is really about world banking. Let's be very clear here. They don't want to accept that system. And what we're just the lapdogs of the world banking system. That's and Israel, that's the other half of this. Like, I'm not siding with shit just because you can get up here, not saying you, I'm saying like the news can get up here and act like, oh, we have valid reasoning for this, and they didn't agree with us for the last 20 years. Y'all not even telling us the truth of why y'all going over there, which is the same reason y'all done went everywhere for the last 30, 40 years. When somebody just mysteriously says, we want to do this, and it doesn't involve the World Banking Federation. Then all of a sudden, these people are terrorists.
Okay, so before we get into the World Bank, do you think the people in Venezuela was living good?
Well, they're living bad because we put sanctions on them. So it's part of our fault.
So you believe that they were living good?
From what you said, they had a good economy prior. When we agreed with them, it
No,
had
I did
Exxon
not
there.
say they had a good economy. They got hyperinflation. It went up 1,000,000%. Shout out to Aaron
No,
to
afterwards.
Locust with the $2. You can buy or sell the oil as long as it's in the US dollar. That's what they was beefing with Gaddafi about. And this is the problem that we are seeing, that y'all just looking over with the situation with Venezuela, that we gotta maintain our currency so we can be good over here. We can allow some place that is so close to us put harm on our whole nation, military wise and economically wise. We cannot allow that.
Well, Sharon, can I say something? Because
Yes.
if that's your argument, Brazil is more of a bigger threat than Venezuela is, because they're actually working with a couple different countries to stop using the dollar as the world reserve trade currency. I think it's called BRICS, the BRICS nations, and Brazil also has their economy, I think, is like ninth or something in the world. It's a very wealthy country. So why aren't we giving smoke to Brazil then?
Brazil is getting smoked. However, Brazil itself is not as big as a threat as Venezuela is at this
No,
moment.
they're bigger. They're bigger.
They're not. I know it seems like it seems like they are, but if Venezuela was able, if we able to work with Venezuela properly, and we was to work with them, it's a much bigger economy with Venezuela than with Brazil. Brazil is very good with the farming part of everything, like, so they have a big agriculture situation in Brazil. But that oil is different, and we all know that oil is different in this world. And also, Venezuela cannot sustain itself. They attempted to use natural resources to fund Venezuela, but they failed at that as well. So when they are going to places, what I'm trying to get y'all to understand, when they go to places like Russia and China and they say, hey, let me get some military aid, you have to change your strategy. You have to change it. Because now you put on America as itself. They are literally, like, I don't think y'all understand how the geopolitical realm is actually working to, it's always on the brink of a war. It's always, every single day. One thing can happen and it's a fucking problem. It's lit.
No, that's cool, but you're not making sense in terms of saying, and this is what you're admitting, Sharon. This is an economy that cannot sustain itself, and because they've reached out to enemies, we should be worried about them more than the ninth most propped up, even the BRICS, like he was saying, all of the BRICS members. These are well-placed economies that are already in position. I'm not worried about no offense. You cannot take care of yourself. You're asking for help to take care of yourself. But we got, like you said, Brazil's right there. They can take care of themselves. And they still aligning with people who are against our interests. Like I said, all I can say is if we're going to bully, have that same smoke for everybody. Like, let's not act like the threat is really
but it's not the same.
Maduro and them been here selling drugs for 20 years, bro.
So the problem is it's not the same smoke for everybody because everybody's not as valuable. So we cannot act like everything is going to be exactly the same.
Venezuela is not valuable.
So everybody going to have their position on why you can run in there and why you cannot. So it's a very delicate battle. So this geopolitical situation is very delicate. Let me also bring in Kulu. Let me see what side of the argument that he is on, as well as we monitor. I think this is a great conversation. Shout out to all my brothers that is here today and everybody that's in the chat. Salute to y'all. Make sure y'all hit that like and a share. Welcome to the show, Kulu.
Yo, what's up, Sharon? What's up, panel? I'm kind of, to be honest, I'm kind of on the fence, man, because at one point I do agree with you, Sharon. Strategic, as an American myself, for our long-term future, this does benefit us, having control over those oil reserves, because if I'm not mistaken, it's top 3 or if not number 1 in the world.
Number one.
Yeah. So like as an American who has children here, who plan on being here for hundreds of years, that is good for us. You know what I mean? Because that's going to help us like continue to go. But I think we opened Pandora's box by doing it the way that we did it, because who's to say China doesn't go into let's say like Taiwan and capture their president or prime minister. or any country that they view, is an issue for their, country as well. So it's like, um, I definitely think we open Pandora's box with this, and I think that other countries are going to follow suit. And then it's like, with just like I'm torn, man, because I spoke about this years ago. Us as America, like we have a certain finite resources here in America that we could tap into and use, but strategically, it's better if we take around us the resources versus use our own here, like in our own continent first. Like let's say, for example, like in America, like we have 500 years worth of oil that's within our continent, right? It'd be foolish to start pumping that right now, and then 500 years from now, now we have to go across the world and get oil versus us getting oil, from like reserves that are around us. And then 1,000 years from now, if we have to, then start reuse, start like using our reserves. So I'm torn, man. But as an American, I'm glad that this helps us. But I just think that is the people in this administration are not gonna look at it from the best interest of the American people, like rather than their pockets. Like that's what I'm kind of worried about, is that they'll use it to make money to help benefit them in the upper 1%, while the rest of us just get the crumbs and the trickle down effect of it. But overall, as an American, I'm glad because it shows our dominance and what we can really do. But we did open Pandora's box because China could go and take Taiwan. China could go and start taking other countries and whatnot if they wanted to, because the U.S. did it. You know what I mean? So it could escalate things to a further thing when it comes to us versus China versus Russia.
So now I like that position because that is a very true. I think that is probably the best argument that we can have, that we don't know what other nations might do. Like, for example, even though I don't believe China is going to do that to Taiwan, it would spark up too much things going on over there. They haven't done it in a very long, I just don't. But I understand that that's a very strong concern. That's my very first concern too. This might start setting up, hey, we could do X, Y, and Z. So I do. That's the only concern that I have as well, to be honest, is that, hey, people might start posturing in a certain type of way.
And the reason I say that just real quick is because, if I'm not mistaken, Xi Jinping like recently came out and said that the unification of Taiwan and China is inevitable. You know what I mean? So it's just a matter of when they decide to do it versus if they decide to do it. And yeah, man, it's gonna heat up that. And then now, like now, if we're okay with us taking, like Maduro, we have to start like thinking about, okay, is Russia versus like Ukraine, like is what he's doing for his country, like the best interest for him and Ukraine, you know what I mean? And Russia, could he go in there and take Zelensky, and will we be okay with that because he's doing what's in the best interest for Russia, you know what I mean? And it's like, who's to say which one is right, so.
And that's when we have to really have a real understanding, right? So we know what's going on in Ukraine. It wasn't warranted. Ukraine been its own thing for a long time, ever since they had the first big blow up when they got rid of the USSR.
Yes, I agree.
You know what I'm saying? So they like, hey, we our own thing, and Russia like, you know what? We don't feel like you your own thing anymore. They just decided when they woke up, said, nah, you keep being buddy with America. Hey, what did they do? They said, all right, so this is how we are going to attack that situation, and they just blowing up the goddamn country. So we have to understand that when it comes to this geopolitics, that you posturing with anybody that is trying to posture close to it's a problem. And so Russia and China trying to push themselves over into Venezuela, it is a huge problem for America when we talk about being the biggest military in the world. We cannot allow somebody to be able to sneak in.
Sure, can I say something? Because KT he addressed the point you made, but you said it wasn't addressed, and that was the whole issue with Venezuela reaching out to Russia and China. The reason Venezuela reached out to Russia or China is because the U.S. has sanctions and an embargo on it. So it's one of those things where they're not allowed to mingle with other foreign actors because the U.S. has political pressure. So they have no choice but to reach out to China or Russia. On top of that, too, when it comes to the whole drug trade, because I know people say Venezuela is pushing a lot of drugs into the United States. Logistically, it doesn't make sense since they're on the east coast of South America, and fentanyl comes from China, which would be on the west coast of South America. But assuming they are doing the drug trade, right, and pushing it, part of the reason they're doing that is because of the sanctions that the U.S. has on them. So they have to find a way to make up for that lack of revenue that they would get trading otherwise, which is why they have to then start pushing drugs, assuming that is true. So basically, the U.S. policy kind of forces Venezuela to have to work with an enemy nation, and then we use that as an excuse to invade them.
Anybody else agrees with this statement? Yes? No? I know KT and Mr. Work. Go ahead, Shadow.
Sorry, I had to answer a call real quick. So look, to say that the drug trade is also because of the embargo doesn't. I mean, I can see where it comes from financially speaking, economically speaking, but most of the illegal drug trade doesn't affect the actual economy of that country.
Right.
Like it's kind of shaky at best. But even outside of all that, like speaking to Venezuelans who have come to America, consistently talk about how bad it is in Venezuela, which is why they had to come to America to begin with, why they came in as a sanctuary, because they needed to get away from it. At the end of the day, having Russia or China decide to put a base in Venezuela, yeah, no, we're gonna have to wipe that off the map. We can't play that game because you can't have one or two of your biggest enemies geopolitically have a base next door to you. That's just not. And regarding like China and Taiwan or Russia and Ukraine, I mean, Russia went into Ukraine and we'll see how that turned out. China can sit here and play with Taiwan, but Taiwan is an ally of America. So if they decide to cross that border, it starts an entire war with the entire union that supports the United States. And China's big, but they're not that big. America's known as the big stick for a reason. Like, I guess I'm very pro-America. So, like, I live on FAFO. So let's get it.
And I was about to say,
and the worst part about it is he came in talking. Oh, yeah, bro was talking mad smack right before he got snatched up. He was like, "Oh yeah, you could come get me. My lighter be on." Nigga, he tried to play Iron Man. He tried to play Iron Man, and he played Tony Stark. Let's go.
No, and listen, as Americans, I feel like sometimes these conversations can't actually really get to where we need to, because I do get it. I'm American too. I have pride in it, but like, we got to stop acting like that. It makes sense because we saying, well, it's in our best interest. Because again, like, I forgot who was saying it earlier, but if other countries are saying, well, this is in our best interest, we literally like, nah, that's wrong. No matter if it's your best interest, we shouldn't act like all of a sudden because we're Americans and this is quote unquote in our which is really not. Let's be very frank here. Like whoever was talking earlier, we're not going to reap the benefits. The Trumps and his friends will. So this doesn't really help us at all. Let's be very clear about that. And we're not even going to really, I 100% doubt we're going to steal the resources at a point where it's going to really help us. Like, listen, well, I don't disagree that letting somebody get position is good for us. But as I'm saying, China is about to set up an embassy, and they literally took a bunch of the trade deals that we have with Canada. China is going through that. Also, when you're saying allies, what allies do America really have? What, the Europeans that we just told, fuck y'all, go serve yourselves? Remember that. Trump just told them that. And guess what they did? Increase their military funding. Because Trump's putting us in a position where we don't have many allies.
Hey, hold on. Do
China
have an embassy in America?
China, I believe China does have an embassy in America.
Yes.
So I don't know why we bring it up embassies in Canada like that is like.
No, because that was your point. You were saying like they're gonna have Russian and China embassies. Okay, again, I
didn't say embassy. Hold on. So okay, now I see where the misconfusion's at. So I said a base. They are accepting military aid from Russia and China. They literally got military planes from Russia, so they can actually secure their skies a little bit better. That is different than a goddamn embassy. They are asking Russia for military aid. If they start putting bases in Venezuela, that is a problem because it's only a hop, skip, and a jump away from America.
It's a military presence.
Yeah, but we
Yeah,
do
But
the
it's
same
just
shit with Ukraine
and we
and
have that
Taiwan.
everywhere near them. That's
Yeah.
all I'm pointing out.
Yeah,
We have
no,
we
you're
already
right.
have that
We
advantage.
Hold
So
on,
y'all, why are we afraid
So
of the
KT, so
one?
what you saying, KT? What you saying?
I said we already have that advantage. That's what I'm saying. When y'all make the
We
argument of,
don't. No,
well,
hold on. We have that advantage where?
we literally have bases surrounding all of
almost
that shit.
everywhere.
Even when we, yeah,
Okay,
we're
so hold
using
on. So
Ukraine even as a
okay, so
pivot
hold on.
point for Russia.
Slow down. Just slow down your argument. So you're saying we have military bases in other countries?
Yes.
Okay, so now what's that? Now what's the argument? We have
So why are we
military
acting like because this one country that we
Yeah.
keep saying economy sucks and is dying because they position one base, both of them. Let's say China and Russia position a base in Venezuela. Does that stop? We already got bases in other areas. Well,
Oh, so okay,
that's
so
what I'm saying.
now,
I'm not seeing the point, the
hold
threat.
on, hold on. So the reason why that is a threat is because places like Russia and China have the technology to actually hurt us, and they have the weaponry to hurt us. They have
Don't
the
we have the weaponry to hurt them?
if they able to position themselves where they can have some strategy where they can hurt a certain positions in America, that is a problem. The reason why America is a very strong nation military wise is because we are insulated by two different oceans. It takes a long time to get over here, and that's why we have one of the strongest navies in the world. Right, so we could protect our water. So, but if we allow them to come to Venezuela, it's going to be a little bit more difficult to protect our waters because now it's just a hop, skip, and a jump away. I mean, they grabbed the man, and he was in Brooklyn within less than 2 hours. That's how
For sure. And I'm just pointing out, but we're already in position where we got bases within 30 minutes of both. So
No,
we
okay,
like that's what I'm saying.
So
hold on.
We're so scared.
Okay, so hold on, KT, but they don't have positions where they could do that to us. And we allow
No,
them to take
agreed.
over Venezuela, then they'll have that position. We do not want another nation that have the capabilities to hurt us to be within 30 minutes of us.
And see, this is why I just bring up this point. I feel like when we become Americans, we forget and go into this Western ideology, white people ideology, where we're now afraid of the boogeyman more than actuality. Because what I'm saying, and I'm gonna point out, if we already in position on both, and they start making that threat with Venezuela, could we not, before they even make the shit, just say, all right, fuck it, we see what y'all doing, we going at it?
No,
we really got that.
here's the
hold on.
no. But here's the reason.
Let's slow down.
Okay.
No, hold on. So no, if they are only a half an hour away, that changes the whole military scope that we are talking about now. They are not in position at the current time to fly a missile where it could hurt us like that. We could intercept it. But if they was at Venezuela, they do have the capability to launch something that could literally hurt us.
No facts. What you're
Ron,
skipping is
that's
I'm saying they
Can
don't have
please
a
let me
base
get
there,
in
right?
after whoever's speaking,
Go ahead,
please.
go ahead.
And big up to Sharon. Matter of fact, I got to say this, Sharon. When you're right, you're right, and today you're right. I gotta acknowledge that. To KT the goat, with all due respect, let these goddamn burritos get cooked, bruh. Let these tacos get cooked, bruh. You feel me? And I was just here last time telling the Black Americans, stop holding the nuts of all these other ethnicities. KT to go, you from Chicago. The Venezuelans
No,
were
I'm
just in
not.
your
It's
city.
okay.
You
You don't
wildin'.
gotta correct it. You don't have to correct. It's okay. Just let him finish this statement. You correct it later.
Brother, you and I both know KT to go. The Venezuelans been in multiple different Black American cities running them up. True or false? True or false, brother?
Pause.
Okay.
So you're delusional. I get it. The point is this, and I say this in closing: Venezuelans have been in the U.S. running amok. There's no problem with the U.S. in Venezuela running amok. Really, simple as that.
KT's on. I think KT kind of sees the
Jesus.
bigger picture because I think the
Yeah, he
immigration
does.
issue. Yeah, I think it's more of a globalist agenda when we see the influx of immigrants to these different countries and stuff. I think it's a globalist agenda. I don't think it's the Venezuelan people per se. But I did want to say something about the Sharon's point about Venezuela or Russia, China needing a base to be able to attack us. every so often we find like nuclear submarines off the coast of the United States. So they could already launch weapons at us without having the base. On top of that, assuming they did build the base, to KT's point, we would see them staffing it with a lot of boats, and we would see that via GPS satellites. So there's no way they can like set up an army in Venezuela without us knowing what's happening.
And brother, do you realize
So
they already sent weapons to the U.S. That weapon was fentanyl, and it's claimed the lives of millions of U.S. citizens, brother. So since we have lost lives, they got to lose lives. And I say this as well.
Bro.
I
so we're
suggest
missing
that
some
the
major
U.S. Well,
points.
let me complete the sentence, brother.
Yeah.
Let me complete the sentence. I suggest that the U.S. acquire Venezuela and turn Venezuela into a U.S. territory comparable to Puerto Rico. Really, that would be a beautiful thing.
Wow.
All right, I see you
All
talking
right.
about
So
hopes
Man,
and dreams.
shout out to
yeah,
Uda on
may
go.
I?
Hold on, I want everybody to get their voice in. So we're gonna go Shadow, Mr. Word, KT, and then Uda's gonna jump in. Let's go.
All right, so here's the deal, guys. Like, let's put this shit in real perspective. If and you know, KT, I get where you're coming from, bro. But the problem is that if yes, we have military presence in most NATO and EU protected areas, but
Mm,
get this: once Russia or China decide to put a base in Venezuela, they're going to have quick access to us. They can hit major energy hubs. They can hit major cities. Yeah, you know, they kind of flex off the coast, but you got to keep in mind, America has the bigger stick. The minute you decide to pull that trigger, everybody around you pulls that same trigger. Then you're outgunned. You can't just play. Even if you think you're like that, you're not gonna. It's the difference between hold the gun and brandishing it. Like,
mm.
yeah, I know it's there, but the minute you actually see it and realize, hey, he's finna pull that trigger, you start rethinking what you're about to do. Venezuela gives them the brandishing, and America isn't gonna let them do that. Just because we're not only do we have the bigger stick, we're gonna keep the bigger stick. We don't care what it costs anybody else because it's America's interest first, and then we'll play big brother to the rest of the world. We'll
Okay.
pay that cost later.
Good place to land it. Go ahead, Mr. Word, KT, then Uda, and we also gonna welcome into the show Chicago Rilla. Go ahead, Mr. Word.
Yeah, so the fentanyl issue, I don't think personally, I don't think Venezuela is the one pushing the fentanyl into the United States. I think most of it comes from
China.
Mexico across the border.
China.
Yeah, China's the one. Yeah, China basically gives it to Mexico, and then the cartels traffic it into the United States. So, and if you think about it logistically, fentanyl comes from China, which is on the west coast. Venezuela's on the east coast. So it makes no sense that basically China's going through, passing Guatemala, El Salvador, Mexico, just to go to Venezuela. That way, Venezuela can try to push drugs into the United States. On top of that, if that was the case, how come there's no drug boats found? Like when Cuba was pushing cocaine, we would find drug boats of cocaine off Florida. We don't see that with Venezuelan drug boats. And with that, I use my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Word. Go ahead, KT to go, and then we got Uda and Chicago Rilla.
First of all, the fentanyl, any drug argument talking about Venezuela kills people, or any country for that matter, saying they kill us because drugs come in from that country. The American fucking government lets it in. It's very simple. As my man Nino Brown said on New Jack City, ain't no fucking poppy fields in Harlem, my nigga. It ain't made over here. So when that shit's coming, that's always our government allow it. Don't be mad at them little poor ass countries who America was bullying and saying, "Oh, we gonna make a proxy war over here supported with drugs." That's our fucking government fault. Let's get to that. Second of all, the positioning of things. Again, I'm just pointing out that it seems that we're afraid of things that could happen rather than what actually will threaten us. Because we're talking about if that's there, that becomes a threat to us. Cool. I'm saying, like, and Work said too, we can see if they were building somewhere, and we would then, because we're already in position in both countries, we should retaliate and be able to say this. We shouldn't be able to say, because this could happen, this is why we did this now. That's it.
Go ahead, Uda. They calling you Uda Samuels out this mug.
I just came from down there by the court though. That shit is a zoo down there. They got
talk about
signs
it.
and all types of.
Oh, what
So
is it looking
but
like
the
out
crowd
there?
started
We got
the
boots on the
zoo.
ground.
They saying free him. Bad people out there saying free him. I'm like, huh? They got signs saying free him out there, and they chanting.
So
some
you was
chants down
actually
there.
there at the courthouse today.
I went down there. It's the same court as Diddy. Same court, bro. He in the same jail as Diddy, and it's the same court that I was at for Diddy trial. Same thing.
Wow.
All
And so right now it has people. Is it people on both sides? Is it one saying that no, America did the right thing, and there's another side that's saying no, free him?
Yeah, but the crowd of people that's out there that's saying free him and they chanting is crazy. And some of these people probably like, I don't know if they Venezuelans and whatever the case may be too. Or some people, I guess they're going against how Trump went about grabbing them up. I guess this is when I was talking to people that was there, because the actual court case starts at 12 o'clock. That's why I end up bouncing to go. I'll probably go back down there because the actual case starts at 12. But the actual 25-page document indictment has been unsealed, and you can find that online right now. So you don't have to go through PACER. Like I got it up right now, and we could read it. And they said that based on I was wondering like how did the U.S. run down on them like that and how they brought him here, you know what I'm saying? But they saying besides everything else that he was doing in Venezuela, they said that they was a part of a cocaine distribution thing within 12 miles off the waters of the U.S. So I guess that's what kind of tied them into this thing right here. How the U.S. I guess they using that. But yeah, it's a zoo down there at the court though. I'm not even
okay. So they saying that he was part of running a drug ring that was 12 miles off the coast of America, and that's the
from 99 to 2025.
Okay, so that's the main thing they trying to put him on trial for. Is it any other? Do they have any other things that they're trying to?
Yeah, we bring up the document. I got the document right here. I'll show you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Let's bring up the document.
Some bars. So this is great.
You could bring up the document. I mean, I'll show you right here where they talking about the 12 miles off the coast. Boom. Oh, let me screen share this to y'all real quick. Boom.
Hey, homie, you said it's on PACER, right?
No, but when I looked for it on PACER, I wasn't finding it. That's the funniest thing, right? But then I just straight Googled it, and the Google brought up the 12-page joint. You know what I'm saying? Because usually that's why I want to go.
So it's a 12-page indictment.
No. It's a 25-page. It's a 25-page actually indictment. But what I was saying, because like when I was down at the trial, like I got the court reporter that was down there, and she was giving me the transcripts of the trial each day. Remember, it don't go on PACER until everything is done. So each day while you there, you got to get it from the court reporter. That's how come people was selling the Diddy transcripts and all that. I had them. I was getting them for free. So I'm trying to get back down there so I could get the transcripts. So once I got the transcripts, I don't got to be down there. I could just, we got everyday transcripts of the trial, and they're gonna be sending it to us, and we can read it all, boom, 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 as the trial's going on. We can read the day.
Sharon, for the record, I concede all my time to Uda.
Shout out
I just want to go down there because I really don't know. I'm like, what the hell? I understand Venezuela and all that a little bit, but you know what I mean? A lot of us don't be that political savvy, you know what I'm saying? So we can step all our games up in that sense. But
as soon as you get that MJ number, let me know.
Oh, that's a fact.
I'll put it back.
Oh, that's
look,
I got it right. I was trying to screen share to Sharon right now. This is this the 25-page document, which is show us, boom. So this basically explains the whole thing. Because remember, this was a sealed indictment. This was from this all goes back to 99 and all that, but I think it was from 2020 or so. So they just released the document. They just unsealed it. You know what I mean?
Awesome. That is some great.
A lot of times on PACER, they be having
I think a lot of people don't realize how deep this situation goes and how far back it goes. It goes way back before Maduro even had power in the nation of Venezuela. It goes a little bit further than that. Also, let me shout out to Aaron Tulucas with the $5. KT, if you up 50-0, you gonna let the other team score? Or will you try to get another pick six and run up the score?
Big sizzies.
Boy, y'all fucking niggas is lying because literally if we are 50-0, guess who out there? The third string niggas who don't never get no burn. Yeah, I'm not gonna tell the third string niggas, hey, don't play defense because we are 5-0. But y'all know, come on,
but KT, can I ask you this, brother?
By them scoring.
All right, hold on. Before we break down that analogy, hold on. We're gonna break down analogy, Pen. I'm gonna bring you in it. All right, so this is the actual 25-page documents that we're reading. Okay, you want to start reading it off?
This list the people. This lists all the defendants that's in the case. Boom. You know what I'm saying? So it starts right here. For they said, for over 25 years, the leaders of Venezuela have abused their positions of public trust and corrupted once legitimate institutions to import tons of cocaine into the United States. Nicolas Maduro, the defendant, is at the forefront of this corruption and has partnered with his co-conspirators to use his illegally obtained authority and the institutions that he corroded to transport thousands of tons of yay to the United States. Now, since his early days in the Venezuelan government, Maduro has tarnished every public office that he has held. As a member of Venezuela's National Assembly, Maduro's moved loads of yay under the protection of Venezuelan law enforcement. As Venezuela's Minister of Foreign Affairs, Maduro's provided Venezuelan diplomatic passports to drug traffickers and facilitated diplomatic cover for planes used by money launderers to repatriate drug proceeds from Mexico to Venezuela. As Venezuelan's president and now de facto ruler Maduro allows fueled corruption to flourish for his own benefit, for the benefit of the members of his ruling regime, and for the benefit of his family. Now, Nicholas.
Wow. So that's very important, right? Off the rip, is that so? Because one of the arguments earlier was that he was doing it to make up for the money that they're not creating with the oil situation. But the way how this is presented, I know he wasn't doing it to benefit Venezuela. He was doing it to only benefit his own pockets and his own family, and his wife was in on it as well. That's why they snatched her ass up too.
Also, they military though, because they using that bread to build the military, to build all of that stuff too. Remember, nothing move like D-Rug money, and that's that money.
Yeah,
they're using that to build.
Was that the Kingpin statue at the bottom of that paragraph?
Oh, but you know that's going to be what, 848?
Oh yeah.
Oh, you know they 848 it up. You know
yeah, you know me, bro. Stop.
You already know them type of vibes.
Can I say something there? Because I think that.
So hold on, I'm next. Respectfully.
Be on the pause anyway.
Mr. Work guy, he got patience. Go ahead, Pan, and then Mr. Work. Go ahead.
Yeah. So now this will be very brief. This is to Chicago Rilla and the brother KT. Especially Chicago Rilla, the Venezuelans was in your city. They shipped cocaine and fentanyl to members of your own community, your own ethnicity, were killed by this fentanyl and cocaine that Venezuelans sent to your city. They even did violence in Chicago against Black Americans. They caused the death of Black Americans. Why are you booty clapping for the Venezuelans? Why are you on their twerk team?
Them niggas in New York wilding too. Them niggas need to bounce.
Why do you call being sensible?
Bounce, bro.
Let him answer though. Let him answer.
You gotta stop calling being sensible booty clapping, because this is really what you doing. But let's stop this.
But did you hear the question, though, brother?
Hold on.
Listen.
So hold on. This is what we're gonna do. Pan, ask the question one more time, and please allow KT to answer the way how he want to.
And it'll be so brief. And KT in Chicago, Rilla, please don't deflect. It's a direct question.
It's okay.
Oh, he ran? All right. KT the GOAT, with all due respect. These same Venezuelans literally ship fentanyl and cocaine to the U.S., which has killed members of your own ethnicity. They have used violence in the U.S. and killed members of your own ethnicity. Why are you today booty clapping for the Venezuelan twerk team, with all due respect?
Okay, now let him answer without interruption. No matter what he say, do not jump in. Go ahead, KT.
Yes. You just booty clapping for the American government. You're literally saying, no matter the facts, fuck that, it's Venezuela's fault. Because what I'm pointing out is, did Maduro or did he not work with the American government prior to being locked up? Yes. So when we talking about these drugs came from Venezuela, well, who told them they could bring the shit from Venezuela? They just said he's taking it from Venezuela to the Mexico. Like the cartels. Like the cartels that the U.S. government helped create. Yeah, this is all coming from our government. So I'm not going to point the finger at the poor man, the fucking middleman, and say it's your fault. Let's talk about the plug. You stop booty clapping for the plug.
And KT, you see, I did not interrupt.
Hold on. I don't know if you finished. I was telling him I was trying to say, get us to not curse as much. Try not to.
Yes, without any profanity.
But KT, was you finished?
Yeah, I'll let it go from there. And I apologize. I will curse.
Yeah, you get a chance to respond.
Yes, and watch how brief it is, brother. you evaded the question, or at least you attempted to. The question is, considering what the Venezuelans have done to your own ethnicity, instead of booty clapping for them, why don't you just allow them to suffer their own karma?
Yeah, KT.
Yes. What karma are they suffering due to us being affected? Because you're bringing up things. That's what I'm saying. You're really skipping Venezuela. Did Venezuela just pop out, cross the border by themselves without U.S. sanction? Again, I'm not mad at the middleman. I used to sell dope my fucking self. I'm not mad at the middleman, nigga. You a middleman.
Language.
Allegedly.
I mean, you bet. Allegedly, yeah, you're correct. I apologize. No. I got charges.
Also language.
I've done my time.
I be forgetting my little allegedly, bro.
Yeah, no, I've done my time. I have it on my record. I can't really fault it at this point. But I'm just pointing out, I've done my fair share of dirt. I'm not going to be sitting here trying to point the finger at the middleman, knowing the plug did this. Especially when I know this is a forced middlemanage. Like, I'm not saying Venezuela did nothing to your people. When you talking about fentanyl, that's white people problem. Let's be very frank here. Not saying black people don't have those. I'm saying the overwhelming majority of those are white people problems. When you're talking about something like cocaine, that is a white people drug. When you're talking about crack, we talking about even the lower forms of not fentanyl, but like Percocets, the pill, the prescribed pills that come from doctors.
Not fentanyl.
Well, let him answer because he might have forgot the question.
We can't say
let him
fentanyl is a white people's drug because fentanyl took my man, my homeboy.
Exactly.
My homeboy.
No, because you can point
out.
Listen,
so he might have forgot the question. Let him land his plane so I can remind him of the question.
We can point out
let him land
examples
his
of
plane so I can
anything.
remind him of the
Again,
question.
like I'm saying, that's mostly white. I've already addressed that. It's nothing. Venezuela has not harmed my people more than the American government who allowed them to do the shit. You skip. Did Maduro work with the U.S. government or not? Yes or no?
All right, and
Yes.
I'm glad you said that. That implies that he was complicit in causing harm against your own ethnicity. So the question is, let me complete the sentence, brother. I did not interrupt you. Allow me to complete the sentence with all due respect. Instead of being neutral, staying silent, getting out the way, instead of booty clapping for the Venezuelans, my question is, why don't you just allow the Venezuelans to experience their karma for causing harm against your own ethnicity? Because you omitted the fact that even in the U.S., Venezuelans have used violence against your own ethnicity, killing Black Americans. Venezuelans have trafficked cocaine and fentanyl to the U.S., which has killed Black Americans. I'm asking, instead of booty clapping for the Venezuelans, why not just let them experience their karma? Simple question.
Nobody
hold on.
booty
Before you
clapping
answer,
for nothing.
hold on. Before you answer, let me read the super chat real quick. Conversation with MJ. $5. The Venezuelan government was starving their own people. They've been suffering with super high crime and famines for decades. We cannot look past that neither.
Damn, I didn't know they had the wild famines though.
No, we can though. That's what I'm saying. It's weird to me how we overlook all that in our own country.
Why are you booty clapping for Venezuela?
That's what I'm saying. Why are you giving neck to the American government, nigga?
No, the question is, we criticize.
Listen,
hold on.
All right, go ahead. Let him go. Because I know he's going to be pressing more. And then I'm going to go next.
Hold on, Pan. Let me work it. So we're going to get to your question as well. But KT, we have a thing called Section 8. We have a thing called welfare. So we are actively fighting against famine in our own country.
And it still ain't working.
No.
Still a large majority of kids, what they talking about?
Hold on. So we're not talking about if it's working or not. We're talking about fighting against it. Over there in Venezuela, they're not fighting against it at all. They letting the people starve. They are not helping the people. They are taking away from the people. It's over 50% of them living in poverty. We cannot say the same thing here in America. So that's the difference, that we cannot just act like that is not happening. We cannot overlook that point.
No, we can, because we've led to that. That's what I'm saying. I just don't skip. I don't understand how y'all skip so many things to just say, well, they're bad countries, they can't take care of themselves, and ignore America put them in that position. When we talk about how they're in famines and they're poor, like all y'all skip very eloquently, he's working with the fucking U.S. government.
Okay, so hold on.
May I counter? Wait, may I counter?
I don't understand about this working with the U.S. Government argument. It's people right now that is in the U.S. government that frauded us of $9 billion in Minnesota. So just because that somebody can work with the U.S. government doesn't mean that they don't have nefarious ideas and things against America. So it's not a, you know.
No, my point is that that's happening to us in America, like you just pointed. And my bad, Josh, I'm gonna really let you go. Let me just say this one last thing. Like you just pointed out, the shit that happened in America with the shit in Minnesota. Okay, that's what's happening to us. That's what's happening, and we're supposed to be the first world best, greatest thing in America, in the world. Period. We can't even set the proper example for people, but we so quick to point the finger and say this country. We already saying Venezuela being nothing. We're saying like because they weren't able to maintain basically nothing, that whatever happens, let's just not ignore that they broke. Bro, it's people over here. Again, I'm gonna say this one last time. This is my last thing. This man's wife was pardoned. Yeah, you see how they just brought her up in all this paperwork? She's not in jail. They're going to let that woman go because they were working with the government. They're going to put up a scapegoat. I'm not agreeing with your scapegoat, bro. I want to tackle the real issues. The real issues ain't about, well, this could have affected America. It's really a goal because, like y'all said, this is geopolitics. We not even, this how I know.
Brother, get off that twerk team, brother. Let the next brother.
You get off the American.
Hold on, Pan. Hold on, Pan.
This is the last thing.
Hold on. I want everybody.
Really my last question.
Hold on.
This is my last comment.
Thought out. It's okay if you agree or not. You get a chance to substantiate the opposite argument. Go ahead, Kate. Finish it up.
And this is my last thing, seriously. It's my last words. My only thing is, again, this is why I feel like I know we're brainwashed in that American mindset to where we're starting to say, okay, as long as it's in our interest, we're going to act like this is the best thing, even though our own country isn't in our best interest for most of us, like especially us up here talking. So that's what I'm saying. I'm not going to overlook the things that happen in our own country and point the finger at the next person, and none of us should. If you consider that me booty clapping for Venezuela because I'm saying we're doing fucked up shit to people, whatever. But I guess
you're gonna keep booty clapping. All right, we get your point, bro.
Hold on, Pan. So we're gonna let Uda, you want to jump in on this part of the conversation?
If we're gonna get back to the paperwork, we get back to that work.
Okay. All right. So we're gonna let Joshua wanted to jump in on this, Pan wanted to jump in, and then we're gonna get back to the paperwork because I think that is very important that now that we got some real concrete information on what they actually attempting to charge him on. So this is very good. Go ahead, Joshua.
Can you put me on the list, bro?
Okay, so we got Joshua, Pan, Mr. Work. And we're gonna attempt to get back to the actual paperwork. Let's go.
All right, bet. So, KT, to be fair, I understand what you're aiming at, but there's some things that you're missing. Venezuela has been in its runs since before the U.S. government even tried to become a multinational thing. Venezuela's just been kind of down and out, and people from Venezuela say that all the time. A lot of the people that we notice have been protesting the Venezuela issue right now, most of them aren't Venezuelan. But even outside of all that, regardless of how you see it, at the end of the day, if we're going to protect American interests, that has to happen because we, at the end of the day, are in fact American. We have to protect home before we can look at somebody else's. And outside of all that, right, let's just put the basic math together. If we're going to sit here and fight, and I'm going to actually go against Pan too. He's saying, oh, well, Venezuelans brought the D's in, right? But get this. We could say the Somalians just increased inflation, which is affecting all of the Black community as well. If we're going to make arguments for one, we'll make them for all. But that's not the point at the end of the day. We still have to protect us first.
No, that was a great point. And I actually agree. Personally, I call ICE on Somalians every day. I literally Google Somali-owned businesses, and I call ICE on them. But as far as the brother KT, with all due respect, it's pointless speaking to him because he will continue unapologetically to booty clap for the Venezuelans. But the point is this. KT is an example of the Black American male cuck. He's going to fix a plate for foreigners that have, in response, poisoned his own community, killed members of his own community, and he will continue to twerk for them. This is why Latinos outnumber Black Americans within the U.S. because you have cuck American. Exactly, brother. And I'll say this in closing.
Keep going. You got it.
I'll say this in closing. And much love to the panelists. I'll say this in closing. If Black American men collectively don't stop being cucks and twerking for other ethnicities, in the next 20 years, you won't have any more majority Black American communities because the men that actually have testosterone, they will take over all of your communities. We already see it in Compton. We already see it in Harlem. We already see it in LA, Boston, Miami, etc. So Black American male, either you have testosterone or you are a booty clapping whore like KT. There's no in between, respectfully.
Quick question,
So
Pam.
can
Just
I
let me ask
can I
this
please
because I don't want to
finish?
The
interrupt y'all. Can I?
respectfully
Let me
after
just
those
ask
is
a quick question.
diabolical. The respectfully is
Pam,
diabolical. That's what
let
I'm
me
saying.
just ask one quick
Hold on,
question.
KT and Josh. Hold on, KT and Josh. It was Mr. Work supposed to go after. Make sure y'all maintain your thoughts. Go ahead, Mr. Work.
I had 1 sentence left.
I just wanted to say something to the booty clapper guy left. I just wanted to say it's a very
He did.
tribalist mindset that he's coming from. KT's talking about a bigger globalist agenda here, and from what it sounds like, KT also seems to have isolationist leanings, which I do myself as well. I think we shouldn't be involved in foreign nations. But here's the contradiction in what was said. If KT is advocating for Venezuela to just be left alone to its own demise, how's that booty clapping if people are saying that they're a famine, that they have all these issues over there? Isn't KT like advocating for them to go through that on their own? How's that booty clapping for them? That's what I wanted to ask the booty clapper guy, but he left. And then on top of that,
So the way how it is because they are asking for foreign aid from other countries and they asking for military aid from foreign countries. So that's why we have to pay attention to what they're doing. When Maduro literally goes to Russia and make a military deal with Russia, that becomes a problem. That is not them trying to do it on their own.
I know, but they can't eat the bullets, man. If they're in famine, military aid's not going to be helping the Venezuelan people.
Right, and so now that goes. And so I'm glad that you brought that up. So now that goes into the fact that the reason why they are using what he's been doing over there politically as a way to indict him over here is that he don't actually care about the people. He stole the election because he was elected up out of there. That's number one. So he's not even respecting his own constitution of people voting him out. He was voted out, and he did not.
That's finally somebody said.
He did not transition the power to the new regime. So again, it's a lot of things that we're just leaving out, but hopefully we can get to it as we keep building the conversation. KT, you get a chance to respond. Shadow want to jump in. And
Sharon, I didn't get to finish my point. I just wanted to say something.
Go ahead.
I just wanted to point out the bait and switch that happened, right? Because at first we were all talking about fentanyl this, fentanyl that, Venezuela's doing fentanyl. On the charging documents, it says nothing about fentanyl. It's cocaine. You see how that's a bait and switch?
Yes. That's fine. I noticed that too.
That's fine. You on mute.
Yeah, they were talking about yeah.
Yeah, but also to be fair, we haven't seen the entire document yet. It could actually bring it up later. Because keep in mind, 25 pages, that could be over 20 to 25 to 30 charges. So we don't know what all offenses he's being charged with or what specific conduct is involved in that offense. So sorry to interrupt that, but I want to make sure you understand that just because it's not listed immediately doesn't mean it's not listed.
Well, I don't think fentanyl is the issue, because if it was, then the United States would have a mapped out strategic map of how they're actually importing the fentanyl,
right?
And they don't have.
So what we see, Mr. Work, that the drug of choice that is at hand is the cocaine. It ain't as of right now.
But you know why they did the bait and switch?
So as they was. Whoever tried to represent the argument, they was wrong with the choice of drug, but it's still a drug issue is the problem.
Well, it was purposeful. They went with fentanyl because the reason for that is it's easier to push the propaganda that fentanyl is killing a lot of people. Cocaine isn't. So saying it's fentanyl and then labeling fentanyl as a weapon of mass destruction, it's easier to push that propaganda as to why we needed to do military action. If people were going to say cocaine, people would be like, well,
what I'm trying to say is that America itself is not pushing fentanyl on Maduro. They pushing cocaine on Maduro, not fentanyl. The people that was on the panel, Mr. Pan Mulattoism, he was pushing the fentanyl situation because he's just talking about Venezuelans in Chicago pushing a certain kind of drug, which is causing a problem within a black community. It's what Pan was trying to articulate. He didn't do such a good job, but he talking about when they are here, they had a certain drug of choice in certain neighborhoods that they was pushing, and it wasn't cocaine, is what his argument was. Specifically in Chicago.
Hey,
The
Uda,
Trump
can you post the link?
administration was also pushing fentanyl. They were saying Trump literally said fentanyl is a weapon of mass
Facts.
destruction. They were
Yeah,
pushing
Mhm.
Right,
fentanyl
but
as
that's
a
the
talking
different. But
we
point.
that's
know
but
that.
he wasn't saying that to.
Mulatto
towards
saying
Maduro.
that because
Hold
the
on.
media is saying that.
So we gotta understand. So if we gonna, I don't want to muddy the word, but he wasn't saying that towards Maduro. Maduro has a specific drug that he's talking about.
Yeah.
No, they
Fentanyl
were
is
saying
another.
No, he
Maduro is
said
another.
fentanyl.
Hold on, the fentanyl is another issue that America do have that we cannot just throw to the wayside. It's another problem. It's another issue that we do have, and that issue is just not connected to Maduro at this moment, but it's
No,
connected
but
to
listen,
other
we
things.
pointing out that the reason Penn got up here and is saying cocaine
Okay, I
and
understand that,
Fetty
but
is
he's not
because
here no
no,
more. So I'm
listen,
trying. Hold on.
no.
What
We
I'm
just pointing out why people
hold
like him.
Hold
Come
on.
on,
What I'm trying to do is clarify what is happening, so we don't have to be stuck on the word
No, but
fentanyl.
you no.
Hold on.
Listen, I'm
Hold
not
on.
talking
I need
about
you to
fentanyl,
understand what I'm
please.
attempting to do. I do not want us to be stuck on the word fentanyl because
I'm
we
not.
have to document and we are moving forward to say that it is cocaine is the drug that they are using to indict the man on. Fentanyl is another issue that at this moment has no current ties to Maduro in this current state, is what I'm trying to say.
So I'm just pointing out that we in agreement with that because we've read the documents. But when you see Trump literally talking about Maduro, when you see Fox News and the media talking about Maduro, they are including fentanyl. So we cannot say, well, because we're reading the documents and we see it's just cocaine, they ain't actually. Why? Yes, they are. The second thing I want to say is, again, we seem to be willing to have any effing excuse to justify our BS. But we want to sit there and act like other people have to follow some stuff because, well, it's like they just said in the beginning of this document, everything he was doing to their benefit. If our justification is, well, we're doing these things because America benefit, my point is, who the heck is really wrong here? And like, why are we acting like just because we're supposed to be like, quote unquote, the more powerful one, that we're in the right and they're somehow wrong?
Okay, so all right. So now when we go into that part of it, right, of the discussion, we could clearly see who is the parent and who's the child, right? So somebody going to have to be the parent eventually, right? We cannot keep just saying, oh, everybody just do whatever they want to do, and if it fuck up, it fucks up, and then we here to clean it up, because guess what? When it hit the fan, they're asking who to help them clean it up, the bigger countries, right? So if you are asking for help, then therefore you are in a child position, and so therefore the people with the bigger six, America, China, and Russia, people always run to them first. It is what it is. And so when we have that, when we just have the ability to help other nations, we also going to extract things from that nation as well. It's no just giving without getting. It's just, that's not going to be a thing where we just help somebody become wealthy without helping ourselves as well while we helping you. It's just not a thing.
And that's a sad mind.
And look what they said here, though. But hold up, KT. They said there is no solid public evidence that Maduro personally runs or directs fentanyl trafficking. What is publicly documented is really just the yay. You know what I'm saying?
No, I agree.
Yeah,
but we talking about what people are going to believe because the president
most likely,
this.
Most likely,
people
though.
Listen. We really overcredit people and undercredit ourselves because we understand people on these panels. They try to be at least a little bit educated. Most people do not care about being educated. They will accept what they're being told enough, and that's why Penn got up here and said that same thing. So that's all I'm saying. We know the truth. We're going to read these documents. The media is saying other things, and the majority of people are running with that. We should not throw that out the window.
So KT, but the issue is that we are correcting those on this show today. We are correcting the misinformation in real time. Like, so somebody says something, Uda bringing up the actual document of what he's getting done. So we correcting it in real time. And so we cannot say that we understand that other places are not correcting it in real time, but we're doing our best to get out the proper information, whether if it's on our side of the argument or not. We're just trying to get the information out there as much as we possibly can, because a lot of things we don't know. Huh?
I think AT's making a more general point. Being
yes.
The people that are saying the fentanyl was the issue basically got played by U.S. propaganda. The U.S. positioned it as fentanyl. And then when it was time to put letters to paper, they said cocaine. If they were going to say cocaine,
how it go, bro. Look what they made baby oils.
And the
Correct. And so, all
Secretary of
right. So,
Defense
all right. So,
woman was on the news a
but
couple
KT,
days
but I'm
ago.
saying
She
that
said
we
it
are
was
all.
regime
So, what?
change.
So, I just want to make sure you understand, KT, that we all in agreement that the propaganda was fentanyl, but now the actual indictment is about cocaine and how he was doing it 12 miles off the coast of America is what he's getting. That's what he's in court for.
No, we all in agreement
Okay,
with
so
that. I'm
we in
saying y'all
agreement.
skipping
So I
the
cannot. So
propaganda is
only
most
so the
important.
only
We
thing.
have
So
to stop the
what I'm saying is,
propaganda before we
so
can
know
even get
what
to
I'm
the
saying,
truth.
KT. The only thing I could do is ask for people to push out more of my content that is attempting to get to some kind of truthfulness, rather than just go ahead and watch these other people that are lying to you in your face while we are doing actual documentation of what is actually being said. And this is the problem that we got to start realizing that, just because somebody have a difference of opinion, if he's letting everybody get an opportunity to talk, those are the channels that we need to be pushing out there, because more people are getting the opportunity to communicate more than ever.
Hey, Uda, have you read through the whole indictment yet?
Not yet. We up to page what, like 2 or 3?
I've read it over
Yeah.
once overnight. Not
I'll
all the
just
way in
say,
full though. Not in full.
I'll just say, are you okay with dropping the link? Because I tried to
Yeah,
find
yeah,
it just
I'll
now
drop
and
the
I
link.
couldn't.
Yeah, I'll drop the link.
Yeah, drop it.
I'll drop it in the back.
I don't know. All right, bet. Thank you.
He said he's gonna drop it in the back for you.
Yeah,
Go ahead, Uda. It's your time to shine, my brother. Go ahead. We got
right, cool.
we got
Where we at?
130 people in the building. Make sure y'all hit the like and the share button. Go ahead, Uda, as we read more of this documentation.
We're gonna take it off from right where we left off. They said Nicolas Maduro, the defendant, now sits atop a corrupt, illegitimate government that for decades has leveraged the government's power to protect and promote illegal activity, including drug trafficking. That drug trafficking has enriched and entrenched the Venezuela's political and military elite, including Minister of Interior, Justice, and the Peace, Diosdado, we ain't going to all that. Diosdado, the defendant and former Minister of the Interior and Justice Ramon, the defendant, that massive scale drug trafficking has also concentrated power and wealth in the hands of Maduro's family, including his wife, that purported the purported first lady of Venezuela, Cecilia, the defendant, and Maduro's son, the member of Venezuela's National Assembly, Nicolas Ernesto Maduro, the defendant. This cycle of narcotic-based corruption lines the pockets of Venezuelan officials and their families, while also benefiting violent narco-terrorists who operate with impunity on Venezuelan soil and who help produce, protect, and transport tons of yay to the United States. At various times since, in or about 1999, the Venezuelan officials, including Nicolas Maduro, Diosdado, and all the people that was named just now, the defendants, have partnered with narco terrorists from this place in Colombia, FARC, which is probably their faction. And this is another liberation faction, the ELN, the Sinaloa cartel, and the Zetas, and the Tren de Aragua. These are them people that's running around in our cities. These people. These is the gang, like how the gangs in Chicago is these people. It's Tren de Aragua. But these are the same people that was in New York City that ran down on a kid, I think, as well in New York City. TDA,
absolutely,
including TDA's leader Hector Flores, Nino Guerrero, the defendant, in sum, the Maduro's family, whatever, and his conspirators have for decades partnered with some of the most violent and prolific drug traffickers and narco terrorists in the world, and relied on corrupt officials throughout the region to distribute tons of yay to the United States. Now, Nicolas Maduro, the defendant, a Venezuelan citizen, was previously the president of Venezuela and is now, having remained in power despite losses in recent elections, the de facto but illegitimate ruler of the country. Maduro also previously held a seat in Venezuela's National Assembly between in or about 2000 and in or about 2006, acted as the Venezuelan Minister of Foreign Affairs between in or about 2006 and in or about 2013, and acted as the Vice President of Venezuela in or about 2013. Maduro succeeded the Venezuelan presidency after former presidency Hugo Chavez died in or about 2013. During Maduro's own presidency, he continued to participate in yay trafficking with dealers and narco-terrorist groups. In or about 2018. Maduro's declared victory in a disputed and internationally condemned presidential election in Venezuela in or about 2019. Now, Venezuela's National Assembly invoked the Venezuelan Constitution and declared that Maduro's had usurped the power and was not the legitimate president of Venezuela. Nonetheless, Maduro's continued to exercise the power of the Venezuelan presidency, causing more than 50 countries, including the United States, to refuse and to recognize Maduro as Venezuela's head of state in or about 2024. Now, Venezuela held another presidential election that was again widely criticized by the international community, in which Maduro's declared himself the winner despite widespread condemnation. Now, this Dado Cabello Rondon, the defendant, a Venezuelan citizen, is the Minister of the Interior, Justice, and the Peace, and a member of the Venezuelan Armed Forces, and the Vice President of the ruling United Socialist Party of Venezuela. Now, Rondon is widely recognized as one of the most powerful officials in Venezuela. Rondon previously acted as a chief of staff to Chavez in or about 2001. Now, vice president of Venezuela in or about 2002, the governor of Venezuela's Miranda state between in or about 2004 and in or about 2008, and president of Venezuela's National Assembly between in or about 2012 and in or about 2016. Between in or about 2017 and in or about 2020, Cabello Rondon acted as a member and then the president of the Venezuelan's National Constituent Assembly, following the illegitimate creation of the National Constituent Assembly, which siphoned the constitutional powers of Venezuela's National Assembly and further entrenched Maduro's regime. Now, following the dissolution of the National Constituent, following the dissolution of the National Constituent Assembly in or about 2020, Rondon became a member of Venezuela's National Assembly between in or about 2021 and 2024. Now, Chancin, or whatever his name is, Ramon, the defendant, is a Venezuelan politician and a former member of the armed forces who served as a minister of the Interior and the Justice between 2008 and 2002 and 2008. But in between 2012 and 2016, Rodriguez was the governor of Venezuela's state, this Guarico state. Now, his wife, Celia, her name is not Cecilia, her name is Celia. Celia, the defendant, is the de facto first lady of Venezuela, having married Maduro. The defendant in or about 2013, Flores Maduro, has had a long-standing political career. Now, Flores de Maduro has acted as the president of the National Assembly, starting when Maduro left that role to become the Minister of Foreign Affairs between 2006 and 2011. As the Attorney General of Venezuela between 2012 and 2013, and as the member of the National Constituent Assembly starting in or about 2017. Now, Guerrera, aka the Prince, the defendant is the son of Nicolas Maduro, the defendant and a corrupt Venezuelan politician. Now, he entered into politics after his father, Maduro, became the president of Venezuela in or about 2013. And at that time, Maduro appointed his son as the head of the Corps of Special Inspectors of the Presidency, a position which was created for Maduro in about 2017. Now, Maduro entered Venezuela's National Constituent Assembly in or about 2021. Maduro entered Venezuela's National Assembly, where he continues to hold his office. Now, Hector Guerrero Flores, aka Nino Guerrero, the defendant, has for over a decade served as either the leader or the co-leader of the TDA, during which time the TDA Tren de Agua members, that's the TDA, that's what I mean, and associates have engaged in a wide range of crimes, including extortions, kidnappings, murders, drug trafficking, strap trafficking, tuition, sex trafficking, robberies, bank burglaries, and money laundering in Venezuela, the United States, and elsewhere. Now, this is the narco terrorist organizations that's working in partnership with these defendants now. The FARC, since its founding in 1964, has become one of the largest producers of yay in the world. Now, the FARC has generated significant revenue through the yay trafficking, which it used to fund its operations, including, for example, large-scale weapons purchases and T attacks. The FARC has also directed violent attacks against the U.S. persons and property in foreign jurisdictions, including but not limited to Colombia. For example, at least in or about 2003 to in or about 2008, the FARC leadership ordered the FARC members to kidnap and murder United States citizens and attack the United States.
Say that again?
The FARC leaders ordered the FARC members to kidnap and murder the United States citizens and to attack the United States interests in order to dissuade the United States from continuing its efforts to fumigate and disrupt the FARC's manufacturing and distribution of yay and yay paste. Now, consistent with these activities in or about 1997, the U.S. Department of State, the State Department, designated the FARC as the Foreign T Organization, the FTO, pursuant to Section 219 of the Immigration of Nationality Act, the INA, on November 30th, 2021. Now, the State Department removed the FARC from the FTO list and simultaneously designated two FARC successor organizations as FTOs pursuant to Sections 219 of the INA. Now, the FARC-EP and Segunda Marquetalia, both of which remain so designated as the filing of this superseding indictment. Now, the ELN has operated as a Colombian T group since 1965, dedicated to the violent overthrow of the democratically elected government of Colombia. In furtherance of its anti-government agenda, the ELN has committed kidnappings, bombings, and other violent attacks targeting civilians and Colombian law enforcement. In addition, the ELN exports tons of yay annually to the United States and elsewhere in order to finance its T activities, and has at various times partnered with Colombian guerrilla groups in pursuit of its yay trafficking agenda and violent agenda. Consistent with these activities, in or about 1997, the State Department designated the ELN as an FTO pursuant to Section 219 of the INA. The ELN remains designated as of the filing of this superseding indictment. Now, the Sinaloan, you already know, now, based on the Mexican state of Sinaloa, has its roots in the late 1980s when the so-called Mexican Federation functioned as a council with representatives from the respective drug trafficking organizations of its principal leaders. Now, during the late 1980s and the 1990s, the members of the Mexican Federation partnered with Colombian sources to supply and transport drugs through Mexico and into the United States. And in early 2000, Joaquin, whatever his name is, Guzman Lojera, El Chapo, you already know, and Ismael, El Chapo, and Ismael Garcia, El Mayo, formed a partnership that led to the transformation of the Mexican Federation into the Sinaloa Nacional. Now, which became the largest.
Wait, hold on, that's a lot of information, man. And
let's just get to the bottom of this line. Let's get to this bottom of the line right? That's so we just know we're on the bottom of this page, right? So, partnership that led to the transformation of the Mexican Federation to the Sinaloa Nacional. Now, which became the largest drug trafficking organization in the world. At present, the Sinaloa Nacional is highly organized and active in more than half of all states in Mexico. Now, through the sophisticated and heavily armed security apparatus, the Sinaloa Nacional wields power through fear, threats, and through violence, including by unaliving police, civilians, and members of other criminal groups who encroach on their territory without authorization. I'll stop it right now. Members of the Sinaloa.
Woo. Hey. That is a pretty interesting and
shout out to Reading Rainbow, right? I learned to read from Rainbow. Rainbow, I can do anything. Shout out to LaVon Burton for the Star Trek, bro.
In a book.
I'm never on phonics though, bro. I don't on phonics, man.
Definitely better than I could enunciate any of those words, goddamn, because I'll be effing up those multiple syllable words for sure.
So this is a superseding indictment now, right?
Yeah,
So
and they just released it.
it's past the initial information. The first indictment's done. This is the second one. Do we
Yeah,
know
and they can
which
still add
level of
to it.
superseding indictment is?
And they can still add to this, right? They can still
Okay,
add
so yeah,
things
they can still
on
keep
top.
adding.
You know, they can still drop layers to it.
Yeah, typically in a superseding indictment of this size, I'm assuming it's a RICO indictment because of how detailed it is.
It is.
It's got
Federal
to
RICO.
it's got to be RICO.
It's a federal RICO, and it's in the federal court. And in that court building, you can't have phones in that building. So,
Right,
like where
because
Harvey Weinstein
of the
court
type of
was,
case.
you can have a court. You can have your camera in Harvey Weinstein court. You could go up in his court with your camera. You know what I mean? And go
They
like
did the
this.
same thing with Chapo though.
But when
Before
you
they sent him to
court,
Florence.
like Diddy, you can't bring your phone. You got to check your phone downstairs.
Right.
All right, so
But they did the same.
let me also welcome into the show Detroit. Detroit, Coalition, good day to you. How you doing? What's your thoughts?
Good day, everybody. All the gentlemen in the building, all the gentlemen and women in the chat. Oh yeah, I definitely am pushing back against this whole this whole extradition of Maduro. So yes, I do believe that the Venezuelan government has been, without evidence, I don't want to say corrupt, but it has not been serving the people of Venezuela for the past, 25 to 30 years here. And I think there are reasons why, and I think there are pushes from American interests on why that is as well too. But I just want to go back to just earlier this year. Our intelligence, U.S. intelligence, said they found no widespread organizational corruption or direction of the TDA from the Maduro regime. And here we are now a year later, all of a sudden, and you have FBI that has dissented against even what the intelligence community has said. So how do we square that part? I got more, but I'm just wondering, our U.S. intelligence said there was no ties to that. And now all of a sudden there are this widespread thing that's tied to that. What changed between then and now?
Oil.
Oh.
Oil, bro. We trying to cook, bro. You need some oil in the pot, bro. There's some oil
right.
over there, bro.
Not so much the safety of the country or the hemisphere, right? Right.
Real, bro.
Okay.
It's just some justification.
Right. And it falls into the fears of. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Uda.
You just can't run through. Even in the hood, they come throw something down. Yo, with the freeze. What y'all doing over there? Come on, bro. Yeah, you know what I mean? They gotta make some smoke first and act like it's some fire over there. You know how it go.
Correct. So now you have,
Sorry, a little pushback. Remember when they did that secret strike earlier this year? I forgot what country it was on. They did a secret strike on a military base because there was something important. I pushed it back. It was earlier. Earlier last year, right in Iran, because we're in January of the next year. Whenever they did the earlier attack last year, we kept saying nothing was going on. But in reality, we had a whole blueprint of, hey, this is what's really going down. It just wasn't released as public information to avoid any kind of skepticism from people who are being looked at. That's just, I guess, my devil's advocate moment.
Well, I guess, if you're saying, here's what I know with military actions and even with law enforcement, like when they're doing things, a lot of times they might not disclose the reasons why they're doing this for whatever protection reason for the people that's pulling it off or for future raids or something like that they might be doing later on. But this was an act of insovereignty. I guess that's what you'll say. It wasn't a sovereign act. Going into another country and removing a elected, whether we like the election or believe it was legitimate or not. Go ahead.
Hold on, he was voted out. Detroit.
He was voted out though, but he was voted out and holding down the joint, and he was holding down the spot. They was coming to kick down your door.
Hold on. We was just reading it. Go ahead, Uda. Explain somehow he was voted out, and he did not.
He was voted out though. The whole thing, the craziest thing is that he was voted out, but yet he still remained in power. So he was on some old other thing over there. You see what I'm saying?
Brought up earlier, this the American propaganda.
But maybe
he acting like because America.
Think about this.
Listen. We know how charges work, right? Niggas get railroad every day where they throw a bunch of charges on them. Because the charges are thrown, do that mean they accurate? No, that's what America does.
Hold on, KT, do you believe that he was going to give up his position of power?
I don't know. If you want me to be
Hold
very
on,
frank, I
Hold
know
on.
Xi
So,
Jinping.
okay, hold
Listen,
on.
I know
He said, hold on,
everything he being
KT.
arrested
Hold
for.
on, hold on,
The
KT.
president,
Slow
quote
down,
unquote, of
KT.
China
Hold
has
on,
done.
KT. Slow down. So they had a election. He lost, and he did not give up the power.
Trump tried to
What do
do the
you think
same
of that?
thing now.
We don't know that. Like, first up, that's the first thing. We do
I,
not know that.
Hold
We're
on, hold
accepting
on,
exactly
hold
what
on,
they
hold on,
said.
hold on. KT,
That
how are
happened.
you saying we don't know that where he literally lost the election and he said, no, I'm not going?
He thugged his
I'm
way
saying
through.
we accepting exactly how American and told us it is. We don't have no real information. Let's be very frank. None of
It
us cared
happened
about
in,
Maduro
hold on,
hold
until
time
this
on,
out.
shit
wait a
happened
minute,
last week.
Hold on. This is
So there's
not,
a misstatement.
so
But
hold
did
on.
we
No, we
remove
said
him
that,
because he wouldn't
hold
leave
on.
from office because of that? We
And
So
didn't
this,
hold
remove
on,
him
that's
on that
confirming my
basis,
just,
though.
point.
hold on. Let's
Wait,
just slow it down.
there's
So I
three
just want to make
issues.
sure we're saying the right information. In Venezuela, he lost the election and he did not give up his power as the president. That is not America putting a twist on it. That's what happened.
Well, we
Trump
put
tried
the
to do the
twist
same
on it
thing.
was why we went in here and took him out, because that nobody's
Okay,
talking about. That's not in that indictment,
so
It
there's
is
three
right?
an
things that
indictment.
happened at the same
Hold
time.
on. Let's slow it down. It
I'm
is an
saying
indictment.
that's not a
Hold on.
charge in the indictment. That's not a
No, but
charge in the
the reason,
indictment, is it?
hold on. So the reason why it is a part of the indictment because it showed that he didn't want to give up power so he could maintain his military aspect, so he could continue to push out the cocaine that he was trying to spread.
That
No,
the
I'm
intelligence
bringing this
community
up because
said that he had no involvement with the TDA, though.
And I'm bringing this up because y'all just accepting whatever excuse. Because then everything we talking about, Xi Jinping has done the exact same thing. He's actually refused to step down from his president, and we just were talking about how they bring it in fentanyl and all these fake drugs. So why we ain't doing that to him? He's a way bigger threat than anybody in Venezuela. That's what I'm saying. I'm not with it because I'm American. I'm not going to just accept the excuse and act like, oh yeah, it is valid now. Because people of bigger threats are actually doing that same thing, and they saying fuck us.
I didn't.
I'm
Well,
not.
I'll tackle
Hold
that.
on, but,
I'm gonna
but we
tackle that
having a
as you said.
conversation about Venezuela, so I don't know why we bringing up other nations that was able to get away with like now because another nation is able to get away with it. That makes it okay.
And here's the thing: you're talking dictatorship. What other dictatorship exists on this side of the hemisphere?
And and also
Korea?
hold on, but also China
No,
does
no,
not
no, no,
hold
no, no,
on.
no.
Also, but also you talking about hold on, KJ, you talking about China, by the way?
Yes.
Yes, Xi Jinping.
But China don't have a vote the way how we have a vote. They have a different
No,
system going on over there.
they were
It's
claiming to
not.
change
They don't
over
have
it.
it.
Even
They
now
don't
they're
have it
supposed to
with.
have like a
They don't have it
democracy.
with a. They don't have it where the public is voting for the new leader. It's not the same how Venezuela wrote the constitution that you could vote somebody in. So they voted. They had this situation there. He did not want to transition to power, and also they haven't. Well, they prove it or not. That's a whole different story. But they indicted him saying that 12 miles off our coast that he set up a shot where he is getting cocaine to our nation, and that's what that's what he's gonna have to fight.
I think once you just breach that, I don't even think you got to land. But of course, you landed somewhere in the United States. But you just get up in the waters. That just goes to show you how they working. If you come across the waters, you already in fraction, bro. You're already playing yourself. Once you enter in our waters, man, we on you.
Right. Once again, these are accusations because even bringing up evidence.
Let me just introduce Omni, etc. into the conversation. Let me see where his position is at on this topic, and we're gonna get right back into the open forum. Go ahead, Omni, etc.
What's happening? So yeah, it's weird that everybody got a problem with a dictator being removed from power. It's kind of weird when we've been like everything that people have been attributing to Trump 47 Orange Boy, however you want to refer to him. Maduro has actually done. So, but if y'all need some help, understand that the Democratic Party wanted this to happen too. That's why at the top of the year, before Biden left office, he actually instituted a $25 million bounty on Maduro's head. They put bread on his head at the top of the year, and Trump got the job done with no casualties. So listen,
So he got some pocket change up out of that. They ain't even spent all that money. Let's keep it real, homie. He got some pocket change up out of that. That was clean. They did that one clean.
Listen. Hold on. I wasn't done. Listen.
He ain't done. He ain't done.
On that note, everybody wants to be like.
Let him finish it up. Go ahead, Ami.
Everybody wants to be like, yo, it's about the oil. It's about money. Yeah, fries come with the meal. So,
that was a good one. I ain't gonna lie. That was a good one. I like
you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, Trump said, at least Trump was honest about it. If it was George Bush Jr., I remember George Bush Jr. presidency. He was like, what oil? What do you mean? We're there for weapons of mass destruction. At least Trump has the balls to be like, yeah, I think we'll keep the boat. For the time being. Yeah, we'll run the country for now. This is what's going to happen. At least he's going to tell you what's going to happen. That's why people appreciate a Trump presidency, because he's not the typical politician. A politician will lie to your face and tell you that, oh yeah, no, it's not at all about the oil. We're not seeking the oil. The oil had nothing to do with it. Trump's like, yeah, the oil was a part of it. Yeah, it was. Yeah, we're there kind of for the oil. We need to get something out of it because we're helping people. Like they lose the dictatorship, and then we gain oil. Seems like a fair trade. So listen, y'all don't like that fries come with the meal. Fries are gonna come with the meal, folks. It's just what it is.
All right, go ahead.
And fries make the meal taste better.
Goddamn.
We help put the dictator in office.
Okay, so hold on. So we got KT. Udo, you wanna have some pushback as okay? So we got KT, Mr. Work, and then Joshua, and then we bring it right back to Ami. Let's go.
And I have to point out, his work keeps saying, y'all, no offense, I feel like y'all real narrow-minded here. Y'all look. Well, Democrats and Republicans, they were going to do. I don't give a fuck. Democrats and Republicans are on the same side. This is why I always say your politics don't matter, because they're the same side of a different coin. They're both going in the same direction. It's neo. I can't remember what it's called but let's be very honest. Obama did the exact same thing Trump is doing. He just did it in a cooler fashion. He just did it with a better walk. You get what I'm saying? So that shit don't matter. We're talking about the facts though, and y'all keep omitting this, because this is the thing. If America isn't in our position, everything y'all saying and trying to justify Maduro has done, well, guess what? If we lose our fucking position, who's going to not come to us and say, well, if China becomes a superpower, would they be wrong to say, well, we could prove from 1970 to fucking 2000 and something, y'all was doing the same thing in other countries. We're right to justifiably get rid of y'all now, to take over y'all country, to install our own government to lead y'all country. Y'all not gonna have the same thoughts and logic if it's not applied to us, but y'all want to make the justification for some. Again, China's done the same thing that man has done over there. Why are we acting like we're supposed to be celebrating in Venezuela, bro? It's a piece of, y'all keep saying it's a piece of trash country. We need to be attacking China. Y'all want to get celebrations on small things, like let's tackle actual enemies, and let's not skip that we put these people in position. They're working with us.
Well, China and Russia had interest in Venezuela.
We learned from Bruce Lee. Leave them niggas
alone. Hold on, y'all, because it was supposed to be Mr. Work next. And shout out to the 170 people watching the show. Make sure y'all hit that like and that share button. We appreciate y'all. Let's keep having these type of conversations where all parts of the opposition and the discussion. It ain't just a one-sided echo chamber. Shout out to y'all. Go ahead, Mr. Work.
Yeah, no, I'm just I think me and KT are just making the nuanced observation that basically what's happening is it's being orchestrated by the globalists or the military-industrial complex, and people are cheering it. And that's the problem. We're saying, hey, you guys shouldn't be cheering this. This is orchestrated. This is what the government is trying to do. And if we cheer this, then it gives green light for the government to continue doing governments in South America, Middle East, getting us into foreign issues. And we will always be in an endless state of war if we keep cheering on the military-industrial complex. That's all we're saying.
Okay. I know we were supposed to go back to Josh. Go ahead, Josh.
Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and be that guy. So, and what's the point? Yeah, guess what? Venezuela fucked around and found out because he sat there and played the game. He sat there and played the game, and then he got on TV bragging about it. And we're like, okay, bet. We did the same thing to Saddam. We did the same thing to Al Qaeda. Like literally, as you go down that list, same reason. Hey, yeah, we got fries with it, but fries also taste really good. So yeah, we like that burger, but those fries are tasty, and we want that. We want that all the way. But here's the thing: y'all are saying, "Oh yeah, it's orchestrated." Fine, let it be orchestrated. But he was an actual dictator. He lost. Not only did he lose, he lost twice, and he still said, "Eat one." Everybody's like, "Well, Trump did the same thing, but Trump left." So we can ignore that whole point.
Trump got dragged. If Trump didn't walk out on his own, he was going to be dragged out. He went to every extent to stay in office, though. But he went to every extent to stay in. Okay, if you want to, the intent has nothing to do with the action, though. He intended on staying.
That's what we're gonna do. We're gonna let Josh finish it up, and Detroit and
did he intend to leave?
Hold on, Detroit. So we're gonna let Josh finish it up, and we're gonna allow you and Omni to answer to Josh. Go ahead, Josh.
And now we're gonna talk about the specific two differences between what Trump did and what Moreno did. Trump left whether he wanted to or not. Moreno stayed and said, "Eat one." So at the end of the day, that's the difference between an implied dictatorship and an actual dictatorship. He did that game. Here's the thing. He was protected by diplomatic immunity while he was actually president. The minute that walked away, so did that immunity. So yeah, those indictments started rolling. And that's why he's like, "Oh yeah, you think you can come get me? Come get me then." They're like, "Bet, we're coming."
On me?
And I land.
Yes, it's on you, Detroit.
Okay, once again, the sovereignty of a president in their country, right? The sovereignty of a country means that you can't go in there and just snatch up their president. So yeah, if I'm a president, according to Geneva Convention laws, yeah, maybe I am going to wolf off, because if you want to come and get me, guess what? You are going against all the international laws that protect not only me as a president of Venezuela, but you as a president of the United States. So it's the walking contradiction that Trump is, that I will play in Trump's face. You want to do this? Guess what? You a walking contradiction. You're proving what we have been saying about you in the first place. Now, if you're talking about like the Venezuelan people, right? They didn't come asking for the United States to come and extradite Maduro out. If I'm seeing something wrong, let me know. So now you're going against the sovereignty of the people of Venezuela, right? For this fuck around and find out moment. And that shit sounds so imperialist. It's sickening when I hear it come from from brothers of color, because the same sentiment could put us in a shitty position just based on the whim of whatever leaders in there at the time.
So Detroit, I understand where you're coming from, but you're missing two major points. The people of Venezuela did vote him out. The people of Venezuela voted him out twice. The Venezuelan people have been literally tortured by this man for almost 30 years. People in America from Venezuela talk about why they came here to get safety, why they came here in order to get that. My brain's not working right now.
It's okay.
Safety.
Did you know that the U.S. intelligence considered the Tren de Aragua to be a threat to Maduro? Did you know that? Like, so when we're talking about he's working with them, it just flipped all of a sudden that he's working with them when the U.S. intelligence was just saying that he was a threat. The Tren de Aragua started in the Venezuelan prisons, right? And then it spread through the rest of Latin America and Mexico and stuff like that. And all these countries that have unrest, guess what? Gangs will come in there and kind of take over and everything, right? But it's like, it's playing both, it's playing both sides. And either way it go, the only people that's going to benefit from this is capitalists and imperialists, because guess who's going to be in power? First off, didn't Trump just ask what companies want to go down here and take over the oil? He did that because the main company that left out of there was Exxon. And Exxon left out of there because
they got kicked out.
They were taking the resources of the people. The people weren't getting the resource. They weren't getting the benefit of the resources of their own country, right? Okay. Sounds just like what's his name in Burkina Faso, right? Where we're gonna get this imperialist out of our nation. Regardless, they run that thing themselves. If they ask for intervention from the international governments and everything like that, then that's different. That is not what happened here. They put drug charges on this man to go get him out of there, said nothing about giving the power back to the people, right? Now, here's where I'm going to land my plane here just a little bit, and I know I'll jump in a little bit later on. If I'm wrong about them wanting to have a democratically led government, if I'm wrong, then Maria Corina Machado will not be the leader of Venezuela. And I believe she is going to be the leader of Venezuela. She was the leader of the opposition party. She just won the Nobel Prize. But keep in mind, she was the same political, she was the same politician that was running for president, I think, back in the 2000s. And the Bush administration backed her. The Bush administration backed her, right? She lost. And like any other politician that's taken help from a foreign government, they banned her from politics in the country of Venezuela. She became a part of like the separatist movement down there in Venezuela, whatever. She was a rebel. I guess you just call it like that and make it simple. But like any other country, if somebody here was getting help from another country to win a political election, you know what I mean, we probably wouldn't help that person then become a politician later on.
Okay, hold on.
So if I'm wrong, we'll see.
Okay, go ahead, Omni. I know Omni wanted to jump in. He's patiently waiting. Go ahead, Omni.
Yeah, so this is my thing, right? The people in Venezuela are celebrating. Let them folks be happy. Let them folks be happy.
That's you're just making shit up, dog.
I'm not.
You are. You making it up.
They are celebrating.
People are celebrating.
And it's also a video of people out there protesting that. And it's also people out there protesting in Venezuela about how this happened, right?
Son, there's people celebrating too. There's people celebrating, and that's crazy because you know that America.
Bro, there's people that celebrated lynchings too, but we supposed to say it was all right.
Let's be honest with ourselves, right? Let's be honest with ourselves. Everybody around the country don't really like America, right? As a country, people like America if they want to, but as a country, ain't nobody like America, right? So for them people there to be happy and cheering in the streets, knowing that America about to take over the thing and run it and do what the hell ever they about to do, you know they was in a bad situation over there, bro. It's a bad situation that they was in, son. Sure.
Oda, that's U.S. propaganda. They make it seem like they're celebrating. That way, it validates what happened. It's not real that all of them are celebrating.
True too.
Okay, that's it. That's an interesting point. Let me also Joey Mackey, 45 with the $2. Trump is the man. Is what I believe he was trying to say. Shout out to Joey Mackey. Trump is the man. I appreciate it. And make sure y'all be just like Joey. If you support good dialogue, hey, send $1 or $2. It's much appreciated. Hit the like button. That's much appreciated as well. Hit the share button. It's much appreciated.
I thought you was gonna say if you support MAGA.
Go too far, bro.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
Too far, bro.
Listen, man, I can feel the teetering. I can feel the teetering on the edge of some of y'all, man.
You're on the edge, man.
We keep calling it propaganda, but at the end of the day, like I talked to Venezuelans from here today. They are happy that he's in jail. Like, I'm sorry. I know it's anecdotal, and I'm in Dallas, Texas, but there's a bunch of people in Dallas, Texas who fled Venezuela who's like, yeah, fuck that dude. I hope he gets life.
Can we agree that there's a mix of anger, confusion? There's a mix of anger, confusion, and joy with this, right?
Just so I can substantiate what I said earlier about the 25 million, so y'all know it ain't cap. It's in the back chat.
Oh no, I saw it. Oh yeah, I looked it up immediately when you said it. Yeah.
Okay. And I also want to have a conversation about the cheering part. So we do understand, like, when we had our civil war, was it people cheering that we freed the slaves?
I mean, yeah, people who were freed slaves were cheering.
And was it some people mad that they lost in the Confederate places? Were they upset?
Oh yeah, absolutely. The Democrats were mad that they couldn't have black people enslaved anymore.
So we have
and usually they were the more violent ones, right?
And
the ones who were against the freedoms were the most violent. That hasn't changed here.
Right. So what I'm saying is that when we have a country that is divided between the dictatorship that he did not want to give up power versus the people that is happy that finally some change is going to happen because they tired of living in poverty and squalor, because over 50% of them live in poverty. They have hyperinflation. I think what somebody put in the chat, that was up to 1,000,000% of inflation.
Jesus.
And they don't have jobs and all these things. Even when inflation went down, it went down to like 200%, which is still absolutely insanity.
But Sharon, going back to when you started,
Sharon, on that note, Sharon, it was their inflation was so bad they were trying to sell pottery and all types of origami ornaments made out of their money.
That's
going back to what you were talking about, Sharon, as far as like what started this. You went back to the early 2000s. It was actually late 90s. You went back to the late 90s. I want you to think about any other country that kicked out imperialists. You know, I put in the chat on the YouTube chat. You guys know about the banana wars in Honduras? You ever heard about that?
I heard about them, but I haven't researched them.
Yeah, so what happened, and I'll just like keep it real simple because I'm not going to remember these names and stuff like that. But the Honduran people voted for their leader. They got elected a leader. First thing he did, well, he actually campaigned on getting the resources back to the people. So all these corporate interests that were down here from, especially from the Americas or from America, to get them out of our country, bring these resources back to the people, right? All this land that these companies came down here and just took up without, you know, any kind of consideration for the people that lived there before, right? So he gets elected, right? The U.S. pulls off a coup to get him out of there because the United Fruit Company was a major player down there in that region or whatever. The United Fruit Company today is what you know of as Chiquita. So because of the banana profits that were going to be like given back basically to the people, the U.S. government went down there and pulled a coup. So tell me the differences between that and this, without the alleged drug stuff that even the U.S. Intelligence Department said there wasn't a thing last year.
The difference is that the situation with Venezuela is going to hurt us economically, and it's going to help us military wise as well. So it's twofold already that is highly important, you know, regardless of all the other implications that they could do. But those two things of positioning our direct opposition to get off the dollar to trade oil is the third problem that we will have. We do not want our dollar, being American, to drop down in value because we say, you know what, let's just ignore that Venezuela is in a position to destroy or help hurt American people. We cannot just ignore the fact that Venezuela is in a prime position for somebody like Russia and China to put military situations there to threaten America. They are also in position to influence Mexico, and then they'll be in influence to influence Canada to go against it. Then now they have a strategic position to go against America economically and military wise, and also to hurt our dollar. We cannot allow that to happen, and we are fortunate that our military was smart enough to understand, like, hey, this is the time to do it because of all the other BS that he involved himself in, as possibly putting drugs 12 miles away from the border, which was a stupid move.
Exactly.
And how has this country, how have we usually handled this? Haven't it been in diplomatic ways where we put diplomatic pressure on different countries where they'll act right?
Not when
we
it comes
sanction
to
certain things. No.
Not when it comes to
even with dictators.
Even
with dictators, we sanction their country. We sanction different things, right?
All right, so but
to me, I feel like this was.
Slow down. So the problem is that we did those sanctions, and clearly it didn't work.
From which under the Trump administration,
it did work.
They've been sanctioning goddamn Venezuela for years. This is one of the longest. This is one of the longest beefs ever with neighboring countries. Like, this is a serious beef, and also they've been trying to go against anything that the U.S. is doing on purpose. They are just being
because they don't want to be. They don't want to be imperialized again, right?
That's
right.
fair.
So
But how do you sanction drugs?
hold on. That it sounds fair, but when we let them go to their own devices, they did worse. They went
Yeah,
from
it's like for-
300. They went from
Bro.
$300 billion in oil to $110 billion, and then now hyperinflation over 50% is in poverty. They have one of the biggest migrations out of all the countries over there. They run into Brazil, Colombia, America, and so on and so. They ain't running to no god.
I know what you're saying.
It's
We
Cuban
have-
Missile Crisis all over again.
It's the
Like,
part
there we
of
go.
it's the part
That right
of
there.
it's the part of USD destabilization. Sorry, it's the part of US destabilization of different countries that we don't want to recognize in this instance for whatever reason. You don't want to admit that we work to destabilize Haiti. You don't want to if you don't want to admit that we work to destabilize Liberia. All these different that's what the U.S. play has been. So you're right. When Exxon left out of Venezuela, yeah, we did all kind of things to destabilize that region. We're not going to help you. You need help from us for this and that. Even if it has to do with democratic norms of trying to protect the people, we're not helping you, right? So why go in there now?
Exxon left.
Hold on, but
But that's not left.
Hold on, but that's not my argument. My argument is that we had to step in on Venezuela because that could economically hurt us as Americans, and also military-wise, it could hurt us as Americans, and also it could.
And I guess
and it also could destabilize our U.S. dollar, which affects us as Americans, as the small Americans. Granted, the oil situation is going to go to big corporations, but if we allow the other nations to take over, it's going to affect us because it's going to weaken the dollar.
And I guess my point is, it's easier to go in here on a military strategy and just make some shit happen. And in the short term, things like appear to be what you want it to be. But in the long term, some kind of diplomatic way of working this, which is a weakness of this administration. They do not know how diplomacy works, or they're not willing to be diplomatic. Like, there are ways to work things around this world and around this planet with the strength of our country, not just military.
Okay, so
what diplomacy usually devolves into? Us sending them our money. That's what it usually.
Go.
United States.
That's your worry and your concern. I mean, that could be a worry and concern, right?
United States' #1 export is USD. At this point, all we do is send other countries our money, and if we're not sending it directly, we're sending it via all these schemes, like what happened with the people in Somalia, the people in was it Missouri?
Somalia.
Minnesota?
No, Somalia.
Well, no, they're here in the U.S. sending money back home, and we
In
know
Missouri
this.
to Somalia.
When I was paying my rent with money orders and whatnot, I'd be at Western Union, MoneyGram, Walmart, all of it, and it's a bunch of foreign people sending money back home. Our primary export is the American dollar because that's how strong it is. So the fact that you're talking about diplomacy, how much money did we send to Ukraine? Billions.
Why did we send money to Ukraine?
What did it do? Fuck all.
Why did we send money to Ukraine? Why did we send money and military aid to Ukraine? Wasn't it because they gave up their because they gave up their nukes and we told them we protect, because we were trying to diplomatically bring down the proliferation of nuclear weapons on the planet?
So therefore,
we sent money to Ukraine because they weren't.
Hold on. So let's go with that premise. So we got that premise that shows that being just diplomatic, it still creates a problem that people want to fight.
But it wasn't the Ukrainians who wanted to fight against Russians. It was the Russians that wanted to fight for Ukrainian land.
Perfect. Right? So now when we correlate that to Venezuela, so if Russia is sending literally military aid and they have a handshake saying that we need your military aid, what do we believe? If history proves it's right, what would Russia do if they had the position of 30-minute flight to America?
Bang bang. Bang bang.
Right. If Russia, I believe that part. I believe that is not. I won't disagree with that. Russia is
not far away, and they have missiles aimed at each other.
Hold on, KT.
But that's okay, KT. What he's saying is, just like the Cuban Missile Crisis, having them that close Like it not only does it put the U.S. in danger, but it puts a lot of U.S. assets in the Gulf of Mexico and the Caribbean in danger as well too. I understand that part, but the thing is, if you know that this country has,
hold on before you go, you know,
ahead.
but hold on, but negates everything you said before it.
Situational.
Oh my goodness. Okay.
I'm just letting you know. So go ahead and build your conversation. However, we cannot just negate that we have to protect our American land
assets first.
Okay,
I got
so
you.
let me ask y'all.
What I'm saying is,
y'all know how many miles Russia is from Alaska? Go, anybody. It's 60 miles away.
It's okay, KT.
Isn't it like 160 or something?
No, it's 60, 55 to be precise. So that's all I keep pointing out. Y'all keep bringing up boogeyman's when it's real things that already exist. That's way more. Venezuela is fucking 55 miles away.
Let me. KT, I think I agree with you, but let me just say this: Alaska is not the same threat as the southern coast of the United States. That would be my.
It's not the same.
It's not even close to an argument. That's number one. Number two, it ain't no people living on that side of Russia.
It's realer than Diddy down there right now, bro. It's crazy, bro. It's realer than the Diddy trial down there right now, bro. It's realer than the Diddy trial.
So what you about to do? You about to go down there and hit the live back? What you gonna do? You gonna be the live correspondent?
I'm chilling right now. It's a zoo down there. It's a zoo. Yo, people is in the park. Across the street in that park is people standing up in the playground, bro. Nah, that's crazy.
Yeah, that is crazy. And so what
and people got signed talking about Trump gotta go. Yo,
and what
because it's just Trump.
With the whole,
no, it's just because it's Trump.
Yeah, but the whole thing that KT is missing with the Russia to Alaska is that people don't live in those parts. That's number one. Number two, we are close enough to where we can attack back, right? So therefore, if Russia was to try to use that 60-mile radius as an attack, we have the power to fight back. But if they are in Venezuela, well, we do not have that same position and power to hurt Russia. We have a position to hurt Venezuela, but they already would do a tremendous amount of damage without taking any damage. And that would be the issue with Venezuela. We're allowing someone that has the capabilities of Russia to have a military base in Venezuela. That would be a huge military problem.
I'm from the South. I got big pride in the South. California is far more important to the American economy than any city we can point out in southern part of America. If Venezuela attacks us, they're going to land in the southern part of America. If you literally shoot an hour or past Alaska, past that 55 miles, you're literally in California.
1201, he bought into the prison in a blue shirt. Hold up.
Orange undershirt.
Orange undershirt.
Celia Flores dressed the same.
His wife was dressed the same. Hold up. They both got their own lawyers.
Still in jail. Yeah, his wife's still there.
They both got their own lawyers, him and his wife.
Wow. Breaking news, baby.
She's finna 63 him.
They both got lawyers already. They lawyered up all of that individual lawyers. Okay, we're gonna go with the updates. We're gonna update as we go. Y'all get it though.
So it ain't no.
She's finna go 63 him.
Ain't no problem.
She's finna go 63 him.
So what I think is that y'all not paying attention to that in Alaska, we have military bases there to affect Russia directly. So if they was to try to play some shit over in Alaska, we have forces over there to fight back. If they was to do something from Venezuela, we have no forces to fight back to Russia. We only have.
We literally got bases in Cuba. What are we doing here?
Okay, so you're not understanding. If Russia was to attack from Venezuela, we could only attack Venezuela. Russia would not give a fuck if we was to blow up Venezuela.
So the place in Alaska now doesn't exist. That's what I'm saying. Y'all be making these arguments to really justify y'all actions.
Okay, hold on, slow down.
Alaska is not a huge.
Hold on, slow down. So what I'm trying to get
to the country.
I'm trying to get you to understand. Hold on, KT. Alaska has military bases there to fight back.
Yes.
Okay.
So the South doesn't. Is that what you're saying?
What I'm trying to get you to understand, they have.
Cuba, right?
I need you to understand what I'm saying. Alaska could literally fight back against Russia. They blow a piece of Alaska off, Alaska could blow a piece of Russia off. But for Venezuela, it ain't the same. We do not have that capability to. If they was to shoot off Florida, if they blow up Florida from Venezuela, we cannot attack anything in Russia from where we at without it being.
That's what I'm saying. We literally can. The Alaska base still exists, and we literally have bases in the southern part of America.
Again, hold on.
And
So hold on. So this is where,
hold on.
This is where you get confused at. Hold on. This is where you getting confused at. If we was attacked from Alaska, Russia already have defenses there, so it would be a fight. So again, it's more difficult. So that means, hold on, you're not understanding. Just listen to what I'm saying.
You're not making sense, bro.
Just please understand what I'm saying. So therefore, we will have to attack from the Florida side, and also we have to attack from the Alaska side. So we have to run a big military operation. Is what you're not understanding.
That's what war is. What are you talking about? I'm confused. Like that's what I'm saying.
This is the thing. This is the thing.
Because we have bases in. Correct me if I'm wrong. We have bases like Puerto Rico and shit.
KT, hold on. This is what we're gonna do. Detroit, somebody that's on your side. Can you please explain to him how he's wrong about the military aspect of the situation? Because I think you agree with the military aspect. Go ahead. Detroit, try to get him to understand because you're on his side and he knows that you are not trying to make him look foolish, right? So go ahead, Detroit.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah. So from a military standpoint, well, to me, and I can't, substantiate all this stuff. I believe it's more so the assets that you have down there in the southern part of in the Gulf of Mexico and the Caribbean. It's the assets more than anything that you're protecting. So if you have a Russian military base down right now, you have a Russian military base on the outskirts of Russia, right? Mm-hmm. And they do all kind of stuff in the that's the Pacific, in the Pacific Ocean. They have freighters that deliver their goods and they get goods and everything like that, right? So now you would have to have Russian everything down in the Caribbean, right? So if you have a Russian base down there, you're going to have Russian subs coming through there. Russian subs are all around anyway, right? We find them all the time, all around our oceans. But now they have a legitimate reason for being there. And, if we like try to militarily take some kind of stance or whatever with them, now, you're right. It would be an all-out war down there, but it would be a reason for them to incite war. Once again, going back to diplomacy, certain things we do and don't do because we're trying to do it in a diplomatic way, not to incite military actions out of country. That's a part of defense as well too, not just having the biggest stick. It's about how to choose which fight to actually fight in too.
I agree with all that. I'm just asking, and correct me if I'm wrong. We have bases by Venezuela. We have bases by Russia. Whether or not you want to talk about where Russia attacked us from, if they would attack us from actual Russia, like Alaska way, or if they make a base in Venezuela, we already have places that's close to Venezuela. Why are you saying this?
Hold on. I just want to finish this.
Hold on.
I agree with you. I don't think.
Hold on. You keep saying the same thing. We do not trade through Alaska. We trade through the Venezuelan waters, right? So we have cargo that goes through there, right? This is the reason why we had the whole situation queued. So it's literally a canal. Like it's a lot of shipments that is important to America that will be shipping through there. So they could literally stop food from getting to us. So it is more than just them putting a bomb or shooting somebody. It is way bigger of a military position for Russia to be in Venezuela, especially after Maduro went over to Russia, shook his hand, and asked for military aid. So you could understand it's more than just them striking us. They could strike our supplies. You start striking our supplies again. You start to put us in a way where we're not getting food the way how we did. You're striking us economically, so we're not be able to make money as we did. You're also going to change the world from trading oil in dollars to whatever new currency that they are trying to do, like gold. So again, now that's going to bring the value of the dollar down. Again, these are multiple things that will affect our whole nation. It's going to affect you directly as a human being being from America. It's more than just this little situation that you're trying to make it.
No,
out to big.
it's not no little situation. I'm
But
only
going off
bringing
of
this
what
up
you're saying,
because
Sharon, it's
I'm
less
asking.
military and more economic.
That's what I'm saying. That's all I keep pointing out. Y'all not listen. Y'all keep. All I'm saying is, first of all, for Russia to get in the position to make a whole base, or China to make a whole base in Venezuela, America watch them niggas do it and ain't do shit. So if we don't bomb on them niggas, when we saying that Russia's gonna be to our detriment to have places there, it would be stupid as fuck for us to say, well, this why we doing it because that won't happen, and then also act like, oh, well, these are because the other possibilities are still Russia doesn't have to have a base in fucking Venezuela.
It's because you're not considering the distance
Okay,
of
hold on.
defense.
So no, this is what he's not considering. If Russia was to go to
You got
Venezuela
the
right
breakdown.
Hold on. If Russia was to be in Venezuela right now, posturing they warships, we could actually have a reason to fight. But if Venezuela invite them in, say we have a military base here, and then now they're about 20 miles off of the coast, they are able to position themselves without us saying that it's an act of war because they have the right to be there. That is the positioning that you are not understanding.
No, I'm saying because y'all like Detroit said, y'all making a military argument, which could be any fucking thing. That's my point. Can we talk about actuality or we talk about military? Because we can say anything in this universe is a threat. So now we're valid to go to war. We could literally look at Russia taking over places in Africa and say they're gaining too much power. That's an act of war. We totally
but that doesn't put them in striking range of us.
No, we cannot say that.
They are not in striking range of us, though. That's what I'm telling y'all, right?
Hold on, no. This is what I don't understand why this is.
According to Venezuela, are they in striking range of us?
Hold on, no. So
yes, if they were in Venezuela, they would be.
Okay,
if they were in Venezuela, they would be in striking.
Hold on, y'all. Right? Jesus, hold on.
They're not right. That's all I'm pointing out.
We got to be able to answer it. Hold on. What are you asking?
Are they in Venezuela?
As of right now,
are
Russia?
These countries? Yes. China, Russia, anything we're saying is a threat to us. Are they actually there?
We stopped it.
No, we didn't. Because the next regime can come in and say we're going to invite Russia. We're not attacking Russia and China because we're saying those are the enemies. We're attacking people who agree to work with them.
Do you not understand the concept of a proxy war? Do you not understand the concept of a proxy war?
We need a briefer. Let's get the update.
Okay, hold on. Hold on. You want me to add this to the stage, Uda?
Yeah, add this to the stage. Let's just get the update. We're going to get back. Boom. So this is the update right now. What the hell's going on? Boom. They said 12:01. Nicolas Maduro is brought in by the U.S. Marshals in a blue shirt, orange shirt. Cecilia Flores dressed in the same, each with their own lawyer. All rise. Judge Alvin Hellerstein. You can't see me behind all this equipment. Counsel introduces themselves. AUSA Washiba. The two defense lawyers. The Judge Hellerstein says, I am Alvin Hellerstein. I am U.S. District Judge assigned to this case. It is my job to ensure a fair trial. We'll start out by summarizing the indictment. Judge, Mr. Maduro is charged with narco-terrorism, providing something of pecuniary value to one or more persons involved in terrorist activity. In count 2, Mr. Maduro and Ms. Flores are charged with importation conspiracy. Maduro has, I think he has interpretation headphones on, they say. The judge, count 3 involves firearms, including machines or destructive devices. Finally, in count 4, they are charged with conspiracy to possess machine straps and destructive devices. Judge, are you Nicolas Maduro in Spanish, the inner city press interpretation, okay? I am the president of Venezuela. He's still disillusioned, man. Sad with this man. I consider myself a prisoner of war. I was captured at my home in Caracas. Judge, let me intervene. There will be time for this. Judge, I only want to know, are you Nicolas Maduro Moros? Maduro, yes. Judge, have you been served the indictment? Defense lawyer, we waived public reading. Maduro, I have it in my hands for the first time. I prefer to read it personally. The judge says, anything you say may be used against you. I see you have counsel, Mr. Pollock here. If you cannot afford one, the government will provide a lawyer free of charge. Did you know of these rights? Maduro, I did not know of these rights until now. The judge says, how do you plead? Maduro, I am innocent. I am a decent man. I am president. Defense lawyer, it is a plea of not guilty to all counts. Judge Bridget, his courtroom deputy, she will arraign you. The deputy, have you seen the indictment? Maduro, seen but not read. Deputy, have you discussed it with your lawyer? Maduro, partially. Deputy, how do you plead? Maduro, I am innocent. I am not guilty of anything that is mentioned here. Judge, are you Celia Flores de Maduro? Celia Flores, I am the first lady of the Republic of Venezuela. Judge, you heard about the indictment from me? Celia Flores, yes. You, Judge, you have 2 lawyers with you. Did you discuss it with them? Celia Flores, yes. Judge, how do you plead? Celia, I am complete innocent. Judge, pleas of not guilty will be entered. Mr. Washiba, what was the date and the time of the arrest? AUSA Washiba, they were arrested at 11 p.m. on January 2nd and transferred to the SDNY at 4:31 p.m. on January 3rd.
Damn.
AUSA, I would like to note that the defendants have a right to consular notification, though not mandatory. The judge, thank you. Do you understand, Mr. Maduro? Mr. Maduro, yes, we would like to have consular visit. Celia Flores, yes, I would like for that consular visit as well with the consulates. Okay, Mr. Washiba, will you arrange that? AUSA, we'll look into it. Judge, and inform me. AUSA, the 5F order continued. The judge says, I'll do it, better yet. The government has a duty to produce discovery. I'll enter a written order. Judge, did you understand the interpretation? Maduro, yes, I took notes and I would like to keep them. AUSA, we will work with the marshal on that to make sure that they are kept appropriately. Judge, I have a letter from Mr. Pollock about various procedures on fees. At 92, I guess Hellestein has no. I think that's the last one. Hold on. Is that the last one? Is that the last one? Yeah, my man down here.
Yes, that looks like the end of it right now.
I interviewed this guy too, son. He's a top guy.
Word.
I interviewed him. Trial Renato Stepio, this guy.
It's crazy.
Man. That's
yeah, so we're gonna get the updates, bro. You know what I'm saying? Inner City Press for the updates on Twitter. That's my dude. He's a white dude that was at the trials and stuff. He's always at that building too. So he's gonna be update. So if you need to tap in to get an update, just in case I'm not here, you got to tap in update. And I put something else behind there. If it explains like an AI thing that kind of explains why the U.S. kind of went at Venezuela, it's like an AI kind of video. It's kind of like 11 minutes or so. So you got that back there too. But we still got the documents still too. So still here with the document.
Yeah. And thank you for that play-by-play. That is the update as of right now. They both pleaded not guilty. Then it can't.
Also, you got to remember, this is the initial hearing, and everybody has to plead not guilty at this one. Like, it's mandatory. You cannot plead guilty at this hearing specifically.
And so,
that's just federal rules of criminal
how they talking though? But like I'm complete.
Oh yeah, no, they're going to trial.
Yeah,
they're going to trial.
How they talking? They talk is what I'm saying. You ain't gonna say yeah, I'm innocent. They like nah. What do you mean? I'm the presidente still. He's still just like the president. The man done got. Come on, brother. Man that skipped the election. He's still the president. My man is
crazy. And I think I think a lot of people that's not understanding why this is important to America, right? Even though it was a very delicate situation. Still in all, it would have been a proxy war, and this is the whole reason why Russia decided to invade Ukraine, because we was trying to posture ourselves over in Ukraine, and Russia said they ain't going for it.
It's why one of NATO Russia's requirements for Ukraine was that they could not join NATO. It's for the very same reason.
Yeah.
Yes. Sharon, can I say something? Because I think something we're kind of all missing here is the fact that when we talk about the military-industrial complex, we're kind of shilling for the action they're taking. If you say this is justified, you have to remember that the reason it's quote-unquote justified is because the U.S. government didn't want to work. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Uda.
You got some more, Uda?
Yeah, I think we got the rest of it because I think they said something was adjourned. So hold up. No defense in Colin. Okay, wait, because he said he's going to make a note. How do you plead? I am innocent. I would like to make a note. Okay, cool. I think we got it here. Boom. Bring it back up. Let me see. Did I share it back? Hold up. I think I got to share it back too. Hold up. That's the other page. Let me share this page back too. Boom. I think this is the complete thing now. All right, cool. She said she complete innocent. The rest on transfer. Okay, cool. Transfer to SDNY 431. They said was the date and the time of arrest. Let's make sure we discuss it with them. Yes. Okay. So we was right here when we left off. All right, cool. I would like to take note that the defendants have a right to consular notification, though not mandatory. We went through that. Hold up. Did you understand the interpretation? He did. We'll confer on that. The application for bail. See, we didn't see that. So letter from Mr. Oh, procedures and fees. Okay, cool. This is where we're at here then. Bang. AUSA will confer on that. The judge, is there an application for bail? Mr. Pollard, Mr. Maduro is not seeking bail at this time.
Wow.
Without prejudice to applying it later later. The judge, you can make that application later and I'll hear it. Celia Flores also consents to detention. Ooh, they said just lock us up on some political prisoner type shit.
Man.
Nah, they're going crazy. Judge, the next Rule 16 discovery, AUSA, we have conferred and will write to the court and come back to the court in approximately 60 days. We have discussed March 17th. Are all available? I'm there. Okay. Judge, satisfactory date. Pollock, I expect a substantial motion practice. Okay. Pollock, Mr. Maduro is a sitting head of state. There are also questions about his capture by military. We are willing to waive a Speedy Trial Act rights to March 17th and set a motion schedule at this time. And we move to exclude the Speedy out. They move to exclude the Speedy Trial Act. Okay, cool. Pollock, there are some medical issues as to Mr. Maduro. I will fill out the form to make sure that he gets the appropriate treatment. Donnelly, Ms. Flores de Maduro was injured during her abduction and she had bruised ribs. The judge will work it out and let me know. Then they basically adjourned after that. Yeah, that's where the adjournment happened.
Yeah, so something I was saying is that the government, it's not that the issue is of our own making, right? So we basically coup these governments in South America, and it's not like they wouldn't work with us. It's just that we didn't want to work with them unless we were able to exploit them, right? So you have the banana republics, and basically the U.S. Chiquita Banana wanted to have people in Honduras essentially working for free because they were only getting paid with company currency. They weren't actually getting paid with real money. So it was one of those things where they wanted to exploit them. Something with Cuba, for instance, and here's where I kind of land my plane is before JFK got assassinated, it was, well, after he got assassinated, Fidel Castro was quoted as saying that they were going to work out an agreement so that way Cuba and the United States could be friendly. But he said pretty much that's all under the water now that JFK got assassinated. Because the military-industrial conflict or industry doesn't want these countries to have diplomacy with the United States. If we can set up some kind of war military action, then it allows them to keep industrializing and spending money on.
Okay. So it seems like sometimes the argument for KT Mr. Work is that y'all could understand, y'all want America to help out, but you don't want them to benefit off of helping out, it seems like.
No,
I
I
would
want you
say
to
I don't
leave
want them
people the
involved
fuck
at all.
alone.
Yeah.
Exactly. Like what? That's what I'm saying. Trump's whole, I don't get it because Trump whole thing of running was like, we gonna stick and worry about even the America First thing. It's about America first. Remember, we stopped fucking with other people and focus on ourselves. So I'm just confused how like when the shit doesn't happen, people are like, well, you know, it's in our benefit because everybody was in agreement we shouldn't do this shit, and now it's like some shit happened. It's really wonky.
Okay, so Paul, so if we help them out, that's going to help us out. Is that still not put America first?
That's exactly what I was about to say.
No, because we listen already so far. What did happen, right? Like they just said, they done blew up boats. They done went over there and made a strike on Venezuela. That cost us money, tax dollars, the American people money, right? What have we gained so far? Tell me.
Oil.
So far. Wait, so
We
far.
haven't.
That's not
we
our
haven't gained
oil.
oil.
That's
We haven't
Exxon.
gained-
That's whoever company is gonna pump it oil.
Exactly. We ain't gained
You
no
don't think
oil.
that oil ain't gonna make it to American soil? You're
Because
crazy.
some of it
Sir,
make it to America.
right.
We supposed to be
You're
like, this is the
crazy.
celebration for us. Because
Yeah,
not
because
just-
it's still going to
American
decrease
company.
our
it's-
overall oil prices.
It's not.
That's-
It's
no,
not
that's
just.
the hope
Hold on.
in
Hold
the
on. It's not
dream.
just quantity. It's not just quantity. It's also the type of oil that it is. It's the real thick, good oil.
Yeah, we've already been through that. I know.
Listen. Listen.
How much did our
I'm
gas
telling you,
prices go down after we
fries
got that
come with the
quote-unquote
meal.
oil? No, I'm cool
Fries
that.
come
I'm
with the
saying-
meal. We sent
Okay.
we sent over $750 billion to Ukraine. What did we get in return?
Nothing. That's a
Nuclear
Okay.
oh God, I can't even say the word. We got less
Proliferation.
nukes on the planet.
Proliferation.
We got less nukes on the planet. That's what we were supposed to be doing in the first place. That was the purpose of us, like militarily supporting Ukraine, was that they would give up their nukes, right? Because we were trying to limit the amount of nukes on the planet as a whole.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what we got from it. You want to say we didn't get nothing from it?
Why didn't Russia want Ukraine as part of NATO?
Because it would have gave them pretty much.
Because it weakens Russia.
Because actually NATO had an agreement with Russia that we wouldn't be on their borders, and
Absolutely.
having Ukraine right next to Russia. See, Zelensky was
Why
trying
did
to double.
Why did Ukraine want to be a part of NATO though?
I'm gonna tell you, Zelensky
because they felt threatened by Russia, because Russia had been threatening them forever.
No, Zelensky was double dipping. Zelensky at the time had business interests with Russia. He had a deal on the table with Russia, and he had a deal on the table with NATO. He wanted both deals, and Russia started to bomb their ass because it's like, what the hell are you doing? You're not supposed to.
What deal was that? What deal are you talking about they had with Russia?
It was for their minerals. Something about their minerals. I didn't get far into it, but
because what I'm talking about, as far as Ukraine getting threatened by Russia, went before Zelensky even got in
mineral that we're
office.
talking about specifically is wheat. That's the main mineral that we was taking. But go ahead.
But the Ukraine trying to be a part of NATO started before Zelensky was even in office, though.
Mm-hmm.
So it's saying that, but that's what I'm saying.
When did the bombing start? When did the bombing start?
When did Russia start bombing Ukraine?
Yeah,
like 2016.
Right, they've been
While
going.
Zelensky was in
No,
office.
this official one was like 20.
Hold on. So the problem is, I don't understand the correlation. Russia been bothering Ukraine for many years. Before Zelensky was president, they was bothering the previous president. So this whole situation of posturing been going on for a very long time. This is another long beef as well, right? This whole Venezuela and America thing, this is a long beef. This is not something that is just brand new and Americans say, you know what, we wake up and we feel like we taking over. No, this has been going on for a very long time, over 2 decades. And so to act as if we are not a part of geopolitics is crazy to me, that we could just leave everybody alone and just mind our own business. We cannot. We're not in a position to mind our own business. The world is a part of our own business.
No,
sovereignty is a part of our business.
That is
sovereignty. Sovereignty of nations is in our best interest because we are supposed to be a democratic country. Now, these actions that we're doing, we're leaning more and more. Go ahead.
Hold on, let's pause right there. Is Venezuela supposed to be written in a constitution, or are they supposed to be a democratic country?
It's on the people, whatever they want to be.
Okay, so
they voted in another president.
According to them, are they supposed to be democratic according to their constitution?
No, they're sovereign. It's not about democratic.
Hold on, you misunderstand you misunderstand what sovereign means in this context. Hold on. In Venezuela, do they vote their president in?
Yes.
Okay, so that's part of democracy, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so KT, you understand that?
Yeah, I already understand. I'm saying it doesn't matter
Okay, so
because
I'm
their
trying
sovereignty
to
But
means
wait,
they're
wait, wait,
allowed to
wait.
He
do
Hold
understands
on,
whatever
that.
wait,
they
Go.
want to
I'm
hold
about to
run.
go
on.
with something else,
KT,
Ron.
hold on. I'm just trying to make sure we are on the same page of what we are having a discussion about. So you agree that Venezuela, by their constitution, that they supposed to be a democratic country, correct?
Yeah,
So yes or no?
yes, yes, yes,
Okay.
yes.
Okay.
But can I
When they
add?
all right. So now when they
Sovereignty means you could
hold
change
on.
or do
No,
whatever as long as
hold
your
on.
people.
No,
Go ahead.
hold on. The the sovereign nation thing is a different conversation compared to what we're talking about. This country is running as a democratic situation. When they say they do they vote presidents in, and the people got the opportunity to vote people in and out. That is different.
democracy is part of their sovereignty.
Right, that's a part. Right, that's a part of their sovereignty. They say that we are choosing our own people. That's their sovereign right. So you are confusing sovereignty with democracy, right? Those are two different
No,
things.
I'm not. That's what I'm saying. Y'all, you won't let me
It's
finish,
two
so
different
that's what you'll
things.
say. But I'm saying if they're sovereign, they have the right to say, okay, we currently are under democracy. We don't give a fuck about that no more. Their sovereign right is to change their mind, and even if they want to say we don't want to do that.
Okay,
I'm
so now
saying the
pause.
bigger thing
Hold
is
on,
when you
slow
have
down. Hold
sovereignty,
on,
we
pause,
shouldn't be in New York. Go
pause.
ahead.
The country did not decide that. He decided that. The president decided, not the people. Are we in agreement with that?
Yeah. Now, can
Decided
I ask,
what?
are we?
That he decided that he was going to remain president. He decided that. Not the
Yes,
not the
I can agree
country.
with that.
The country voted against him.
But I'm saying,
So if they
is a
want to,
sovereign
they
state,
can
don't
choose
they
him
have their
themselves.
own right? Listen, is a sovereign state. You could
Twice.
throw a coup. You could do a bunch of
Twice.
things.
Hold
Why do
on,
we
hold
have
on,
to
hold
get
on. So
into it?
again, hold on. I need you to just answer questions so we can have an understanding.
I already did.
No, you're not, because you're moving it, right?
No,
So
I'm not.
again,
I answered your question and said, let me ask
so
you
you can
one.
understand what I'm trying to communicate with you.
I've already answered, Sharon.
You did not.
You did.
Do you
I
believe the people of that sovereign nation voted him out?
Yeah, I said yes. I said now, regardless of whatever's happening over
Okay,
there,
so
we
now
shouldn't be
pause. So
involved in their politics.
hold on,
That's
please.
it.
Please hold on so we can have an understanding. So
I
do
just
you
said
believe
yes, so we
okay,
understand.
okay. So now if the people voted him out, why are you now saying that they have the ability to choose their president?
No,
Because
I
they can
literally
take
said
him
they're
out by
sovereign.
force.
Exactly. I'm saying they're a sovereign state. Let that country deal with the shit of a man saying I'm not going to stand up. If that man's going to say he's not going to take the position, that's on those people to say we're going to throw a
No,
coup. The military.
hold on.
What is
Pause.
our
Wait.
goal?
Hold on. No, you're
Now
wrong.
you're missing
Hold on.
America's role.
Hold
Now you're
on.
missing America's role in the
Hold
world.
on. So
We have
if
always
if
proceeded to
that
protect
president
people's sovereignty.
if that president
No,
has
we
Don't say
haven't.
that shit, Josh.
hold
We
on,
protected
please.
our best interests, as y'all keep saying.
Hold on. So he has the power of that nation's military. How the people going to fight back?
The same way that the fucking cartel is taking over Mexico type stuff. People
I'm
can
asking. Hold on.
stage things that
Don't tell
can
me
fight
about.
the
Hold
government.
on. Don't mention. So again, the
We brought up
cartel.
proxy wars earlier.
Hold on, please. You have to understand what I'm asking you. The
I
cartel
do.
is on the same side as the person that is taking over the country. So who is going to fight back for the
The
regular?
cartels are for Americans taking over the government.
They are
Ain't that who
for the
support the cartel?
Venezuelan president that says, I'm not stepping down. The cartels and the president are in cahoots with each other to take over the whole country.
Well, the U.S. is in cahoots with the
Hold
cartels
on,
too.
but before we
That's
get
what
to
I'm
these
saying.
people, hold on. I don't know why we can't. Let's just walk
They
down.
always got to move it.
Yes,
No,
let's just
y'all
please
can't. Y'all want to
hold
skip it.
on,
I've answered every time.
stop it. I'm just trying to. This is for clarity for other than just you. You think that you know, but other people may not. So let's just walk it down with logic. Is all I'm trying to get you to understand. If you stop trying to posture yourself, we will have a
I'm
real
not
clear
posturing
and
anything. You're
coherent.
interrupting me. I'm
No, because
answering you.
I'm
I'm really not
interrupting you
doing
because
that.
you're not following the logic before you
I
move into your
am.
whole overarching point. I'm trying to
I thought
have
it's
it clear so that people
conversation. You make a
cannot.
statement.
There's
I
no way
respond.
possible
I
that.
can make a
So
statement
hold on.
also.
No, you just. Why are you talking while I'm talking?
Childish point, you literally interrupted me and started talking while I was talking. Yeah, you're saying,
Right,
why are
because
you talking?
so
I'm saying,
are you
yeah.
hold on? So are you saying you trying
Come
to
on,
direct
bro.
my hold on? So you saying you trying to direct my show towards a certain way, or you
No,
just
I
want
said
to
I
talk?
was responding to a
Okay,
question that you
okay,
said,
so
then you
all right, so
interrupted me.
okay, so again, so I'm
So
trying
don't
to
use your
direct. Hold
position as
on,
this your
hold on.
show to say you can
So
do
hold on, I'm
whatever.
trying to hold
Like,
on.
it's
I'm trying
stupid.
to direct the show, and you are trying to just talk. Those are two
No, you're
different things.
trying to direct the conversation, as I've always said. You push a narrative, and then you don't want to let somebody
Okay, so
actually speak.
so you agree that I'm trying to direct the show so that people can have a clear understanding of what
No,
we're
I
talking
agree. You
about.
trying
Correct?
to direct the narrative.
Okay, so yes
I've
or no?
let you
Am I
speak,
trying?
and I'm
Yes or
responding.
no? Okay, so I need you to slow down. I'm trying to direct the show. Correct?
No, I don't know. You're trying to get your point across, I guess. I don't really
me,
know.
so me asking you questions is not me getting my point across.
When you're
I'm
interrupting me,
asking you
yeah.
questions.
No, I'm literally trying to
So
explain the
so
last
just
question. You're interrupting me and saying, well, let me ask this other
all
one.
you gotta do is answer the questions, my brother. That's
I
it.
did. And that's
You
why I
are
keep pointing out.
So
I
now
answered
let's
you
go.
directly
Okay,
as
so now
possible.
stop, please. Stop over talking me, please. So now the cartels and the president are working side by side to go against the people of that nation. Are we in agreement with that? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. So now, how are the people being sovereign of their constitution if they are forced to follow the cartels and this president that they voted out? How is that being sovereign?
Not at all, because the cartel in Maduro was following the U.S. government. So no shit, they're not going to be in the interest of their people. That's what I'm saying. Like y'all, what do
Here,
you mean? What's
I'll
going?
answer this
Can
wrong.
we talk facts or
It's
not?
not
Like y'all
sovereign.
niggas is.
But what makes it's not
Thank
sovereign,
you.
right?
Thank you. Please.
But what makes what makes
that needs
the
to be
actions
hold
of
on. That
Donald?
needs to be
No,
Detroit.
no. You asked the question, right?
It's okay. What I'm saying, that part needs to be clear because he is missing that part. That once Maduro and the cartel decided not to go with the nation, what they decided that it ain't sovereign no more.
Exactly.
Right. So it's kind of like due process, right? As soon as somebody does something that's illegal, right, then due process should be off the table because we should be able to do something illegal to them too. So how is them not being, privy to their sovereignty and us going in and removing their leader in a unsovereign way? What's the benefit there?
Okay, so
I gotta throw in just really quickly.
We get into an actual real conversation. So no, so when the U.S. decided to jump in there and attempt to give the country back to the people, it's going to take time because if your neighbor is fighting, for you to actually help that family out, you cannot just go and say, "Hey, stop fighting," and then walk back to your house. Because soon as you leave, he's going to stop. He's going to look at you. He's going to listen. But as soon as you leave, what he's going to do? He's back whooping her ass. Correct? So we understand that. So now when we are talking about if we are going to actually help these people out, we're going to have to stay there a while until they can have the proper power and the proper transition of power. That's just a part of the problem. We understand. As long as we don't overstay ourselves, that would be different.
That part.
So
that part right there, Sharon.
Can I bring
that
really
part?
Quickly? I'm pointing out
who's
that
the judge if we stay there too long.
With you on that. The overstaying, we're gonna have to see how that unfolds.
We're responsible for that.
Unfolds.
No,
yeah,
what are y'all talking about?
Try and tell some corporations it's time for them to leave.
Right.
Oh, all you gotta do is
just like in Venezuela.
All you gotta do is change the corporate taxes, and they're gonna leave like they left California.
This gives me Iraq vibes all over again, right? Saddam Hussein, mass destruction, all this other stuff. It's all about the petroleum. It's all about the oil. You know what I'm saying? This situation, the number two still in regime. The whole regime's still in place. They just removed Maduro. That tells me that they were in on it too, right? This was more about a power play for petroleum, man, than anything else. And what really kind of gets me is that we're not, refining this here in America. We're taking ships, bringing it back over to America, refining it in our companies. We're giving it to gas companies to refine. So we can't tell how much gas they're pumping, how much money they're making, and where we actually stand at in that situation as the American people. We might have just paid for the next man's wealth. This feels like Halliburton all over again. It really does.
Okay, so gas company. Who else besides the gas companies would refine the oil?
All right.
We have refineries right here in America. We can use our taxpayer funded. In Texas,
we had them until Jared Kushner sold them to the Saudis.
And again, I just want to say, bro, this all I'm pointing out, y'all. If the state Venezuela is supposed to be a sovereign nation, we're literally talking about how Maduro and the cartel stopped their sovereignty when the U.S. government is who stopped their sovereignty. And now we're talking about, well, how long they gonna not be over there? They've been over there for the last 20 plus years. Are we gonna act like Maduro? They're literally pointing out crimes he's done in the 90s. We've known about it. We've allowed it because we were a part of it. That's what I'm saying. It don't make sense to me to say will they get their sovereignty back? They haven't had the shit for about 40 years because we threw a proxy war.
I have to keep stopping you because you're confusing what sovereignty means. Literally in real time.
No, you're. I guess you're confusing. Maybe you're confused because all I'm saying is Venezuela supposed to be a sovereign country or not? Go, yes or no. It's the same way you do me. Okay. So if you're saying Maduro and the cartel stop their sovereignty, right? That's what you're saying, yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. So if the U.S. government is who put these people in position, they already took their sovereignty and we did it. So it's wild to say they have removed him.
Pause there. So the United States government did not put Maduro in
place.
Yes,
that's where we are missing. That's where I guess the connection is at, right? See, this is why it's important for us to just allow the person to question us, all right? So we can just get to an understanding. So now that you understand that the U.S. did not put Maduro or Chavez in position of power. Neither one of them.
They did.
So what?
They did by proxy. So what they do is the government goes down to South America.
Hold on. No. They literally, Chavez and Maduro is literally against United States, literally.
Yeah, so is Fidel Castro, but they put Fidel Castro in power. They had him overthrow Batista in Cuba. Like, this is how this works. Osama bin Laden, they helped him overthrow the Russians, and then he attacked us. It's like they did put him in power by virtue of interfering with the politics down there. They overthrow these governments, and these people get elected.
Hold on. No. This is crazy.
Well, is that not factual? Did the CIA help Fidel Castro overthrow the Cuban government of Batista?
And then what happened?
And then Fidel Castro took power. So we helped Fidel Castro take power. The same thing happens in South America.
Okay, so
It's
now
basically
prove
the
that,
United States.
so now prove that same situation with Maduro.
So Maduro, well, I don't know specifically with Maduro, but the same blue book or what's the playbook has been run in South America.
I can point out straight out because that's why I was looking up while bro was talking. So what they did was when Chavez went down, he won from the beginning. They're saying his presidency wasn't actually true. That's the first thing we got to go over. So America could have been said, "No, we're gonna push him out," but he started cooperating with them. Now, what they're saying, even by their own admission,
by doing what?
Look this up.
By doing what? Huh? He cooperated with America by doing what?
With the U.S. government, yeah.
By doing what?
He was going with what we are asking of him. Like in terms of working with us, doing types of things, don't have involvement with other people.
Okay, so you don't. Okay, it's okay. It's okay for you to say you don't know. So he was working with us by allowing Exxon to help them extract the oil.
I just pointed out like he was doing things that they asked of us. What do you want me to get very specific or something? Or
yes,
are you saying
yes, we have to get very specific, not just talk, right? Because
if you're working, if you're an ally of somebody, you don't have to explain everything that makes you an ally.
I'm trying to give you the grace that I gave you, right? You asked me questions, I was very direct without adding any extra sauce to it, but you cannot do it with me for some strange reason. Right?
You're literally
saying you the grace. I answered yes or no, and we got to a point. And so if you could understand that, and we could just answer each other's questions without you cannot talk over me, my brother.
You said give me something specific. You added the extra sauce here. Please do not insinuate that I did in any shape, fashion, or form.
Okay, so again, if we could just have a conversation and stop thinking that I'm trying to do something to you, we could get to some points of understanding our contentions, and the person could be, and we could just have an understanding. It ain't just you on the panel, me talking to you. So I have to slow you down because you don't realize how fast you are talking. People want more information. So again, the reason why Chavez, are we in agreement that Chavez, he started working with the United States government because he allowed companies like Exxon to help extract the oil. Is that what you're talking about, KT?
Oh no, I was talking about Maruto. Like in 2013, when he came in power, his election was already disputed. I'm saying he didn't get taken out of power because he was working with the American government. He was doing things that we were asking in terms of allowing things to go through their country, even reducing taxes on things going through their countries from our way. So they allowed him to be in power. And if we're being very frank, it seems that once he stopped aligning with our direct, like what they're telling us. Because even now they're saying the vice president is who's the acting president, and he has already admitted he's going to do whatever the U.S. says. So I'm just pointing out these are people that they keep putting in position as long as they agree with the U.S. telling them. Then they don't, and now we make it seem like another Gaddafi situation. Like these people are justified to say like let's fuck them over or something. It's not. That's all I'm pointing out, bro.
I don't know, but you're not pointing out anything. You saying things, but you didn't point out anything.
I just pointed out like letting things go through their country. Not even
Like,
taxed in
okay,
some cases.
What do you,
So
but that's not. Hold on.
Shipping, like what do I have to explain? Nike shipping to you? I mean, like if that's what
Yes,
I'm saying, you're
yes,
no, you
that's
don't.
what. Yes, hold on.
You
Yes,
just
that's
said
what
don't confuse
yes,
it and
that's
add
what
all
I'm
this
trying-
extra
that-
shit,
So
Sharon. We
hold
don't
on.
have to
Yes,
add all
so
that.
yes, that's what I'm trying to get you to understand. So yes, when you're saying that we are working with them, what is it that we are working with them with?
Shipping goods, Sharon.
Like
I don't
what?
really have.
What are we
That's
shipping
what
from
I'm
Venezuela?
saying. You're making it more diluted now. Because I think everybody understands shipping goods just means it's
No, we do
goods,
not.
products going
No.
through.
All
It
right.
doesn't matter what the products are.
Okay.
They were
The reason
having
why
it, okay?
we
We
don't
accept that.
understand because everybody's saying that it is about oil. Now you saying it's about something else other than oil.
No. The administration itself has said it's about 4 things. So we don't know what the fuck this is. They said oil. They said to change
Okay,
the
so
regime.
hold on. So slow
It's
down.
many things that
So
say
you
it,
could
and
say
nobody was
Fries
pinpointing
come
that
with the
one thing.
meal.
hold on. So you could literally just say, I don't know.
What are you talking about? You don't know. None of us know.
No,
What
you
I
don't
do
know.
know for a fact is the people that
Hold
are
on, no,
in
no.
control of all these countries
Hold on,
is
slow
they're in
down.
agreement with
Hold on.
the U.S. They stay in power.
Hold on. I literally put out and substantiate what I am talking about, right? I think it's not about drugs. It is about oil. I think it's about posturing the military. I think it's about having a position to make sure Russia do not have the power to hurt our U.S. dollar. I'm giving you positions on why we are doing X, Y, and Z.
No, it's
You
why
would
you
think
believe, like you
And
said,
there's another
you don't
part that's
hold
know.
gonna
on.
come to
Can
it.
you please? What I'm saying that I am giving you very specifics. I'm giving you specifics. You are not giving specifics. That's what
One thing,
I am saying.
one thing you left out, Sharon, the illegal issue, right? That we have in America, because now we can build ports in
About
Venezuela.
to be a situation. Hey.
Wow.
Hold up. Wait a minute.
Yeah. Happy
Super
New
chat
Year.
stops the live.
God
That's
damn.
crazy.
A random independent with the 500 ball. And he says,
Don't provoke me to anger, or else you'll be in danger.
the king is back. Welcome to the show, a random independent.
Good morning, man. Happy New Year.
Good day to you. Sheesh.
What a great day it is, isn't it?
Absolutely. You ain't playing around.
Put some respect on that name there, brother. Yeah.
What's up? What's up? I see y'all talking about a
All
great
right.
topic again.
Yes, sir. Uh-oh.
No, I didn't say nothing. I just said y'all talking about a great topic. I'm just listening. I see you. I popped on and I see you was already arguing with KT, and I've only been here for like 5 minutes. I don't know how that happens every single time, but it's crazy.
I'm not sure. Let me make sure. Let me make sure. What is your thoughts on the topic at hand? That's number one. Before I bring somebody else up into the show.
What is Where are you guys
What-
at with it? I don't want to like kind of start about something that if you guys are already talking about it, what are you guys talking about specifically about it? And I can kind of just address that or try to.
The Venezuela situation.
Yeah, what is your thoughts on the Venezuela situation? You are for or against?
More for sure. Yeah.
And what's your position on that and why?
Let's see. My position would be that we are. I think I've said it before on here, but if not, I mean, we're at war more or less with China. We're definitely in a cold war. Obviously, not a hot conflict, but we're in a cold war with China. Venezuela has been cozying up with China. They've been with Russia for a minute. We have a lot of countries in our region, our sphere of influence, that would happily try to use their territory for staging purposes and for military purposes for our adversaries and enemies. So I think nip it in the butt before a hot conflict starts, because I do think China makes a move on Taiwan within the next 2 years. And I don't necessarily trust this administration to defend Taiwan, but something else might pop off where a hot conflict starts, and we don't want a hot conflict in our backyard. We kind of want to keep it to the Pacific. So the sooner we get rid of certain things, the better.
An apt analysis.
Okay. Also, welcome to the show. It's me, Rosie. Good day. Welcome to the show. It's me, Rosie.
Hi, panel. How are you?
Good day.
Good afternoon. Good day.
What are your thoughts?
I see that my thoughts. I don't have no thoughts. They let you men fight. Let you men do whatever you want. I could care less. Please, this is all a distraction.
Okay.
I see the $500 tab was paid. The crybaby, it was 1,000. So I see where the negotiations went. Just fair warning. Block me in the chat. I don't see you. You don't see me. Okay? You stay up here, play nice. Okay? And don't say nothing to me. I don't say nothing to you, because I got another $500 for you. Okay? So I don't think you were crying to pay the 1,000, but I got another 5 itching in my pocket for you. Okay? Leave me alone. You go your way.
I don't start nothing. It just happens.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do.
Crazy.
You know, listen.
It's crazy. I didn't even do anything. I just logged in and she already started. Take your medication. Like, this is crazy. She's really a groupie. This is groupie behavior. Let's just be real.
Friends,
I'm gonna put my headset down. Let me know when she's done.
So, cry baby, why you didn't pay the 1,000? Because you will end up paying 1,000. I got and who's that? Joshua? Is Joshua up here?
Joshua? No, he's not up here.
Okay. So anyway, I gotta go. And on my way out, Robin, you were down there. If you listening to this or you on the replay, okay? When I'm in a real wheelchair, you be the first one to know, because I heard you was talking a lot of shit in the chat, and you was putting a battery in this dickhead's back, okay? Because there's nobody here on disability, okay? Because like I said, AR, I have another $500 itching in my pocket for you. You stay in your lane. I stay in mine, since you supported the stream like you supposed to. Okay? But like I said, you stay in your lane, I stay in my lane. Stop following these trolls. Do your homework, because you're going to fuck around and find out again. Trust me. Okay? Just stay up here. Play nice. Just leave me the fuck alone. Stop using these females, you know, like, because you wear your little dress like they do, put on your little makeup, you know, looking like the plastic dummy, because you're a dummy, okay? You looking stupid out here, okay? You think you're the king? You ain't no king. You're a girl. You know what? You need to come out the closet already, okay? You want to be up here with your male friends, making believe you're the man. You're not the man. You're the female in a dress.
Salute, sis. Salute.
Rosie, did I tell you how beautiful you look today?
Yes, I do. Thank you. You're amazing, Detroit. There you go. That's what I'm saying. Like I said.
Yeah, back to the topic, though. We on the topic, though. We most definitely is on the topic.
No, I got it.
The topic is real. The topic is real.
I'm about to leave. Uda, don't do that. Don't do that. I'm about to leave.
Topic is real, baby. Topic is real.
I'm about to leave. I'm going to exit out quietly. Okay? I don't need your help. Okay.
This is crazy.
No, it's not crazy. He played. He think he the man, but he not. I got another 500 itching. Find out.
Oh man.
Y'all don't want to. Hey, listen, people.
No smoke,
already,
man. No
hey,
mas.
listen, people been f around and found it out. All right,
smoke,
you
no
don't
mas.
you don't want to get snatched up like Maduro. All right.
They love.
I don't want no smoke.
Snatched up like Maduro.
Hey man, take me. Just leave my wife alone. That's all. That's what.
Hey.
Yeah, God no.
Yeah. The fight is real.
If I was Maduro, that's exactly what I would have said too in that moment. Take me, leave my wife alone. God dog.
Damn. Her ass going too. Her ass locked up too. Is it do you have a new update, Uda?
See, we still got the old document, but
Okay.
Nah, I
We
think
still got the whole document. So again, I think KT in Detroit is just missing the chess moves that is happening.
Yeah, can you? I'm sorry. Can you just put my headset back on? Could you break down where everybody, just basic where everybody is, where everybody stands, just so I know where.
So Detroit, Mr. Work, and KT the GOAT is on the side of we should not have bothered Venezuela. We should have mind our own business, leave them alone, and do nothing. Is their position on it?
Okay. Okay. Cool. I didn't mean to interrupt while you was about to say.
Yeah, go ahead. So what is your thoughts? That shoot, because on the poll it does say that 57% think that it was wise. It was wise to snatch up Maduro.
That's too low. That's crazy.
I think that a lot of people don't pay attention to geopolitics. I don't know. I just think a lot of people don't pay attention to geopolitics, and a lot of people have I want to say necessarily a hatred for the U.S., but definitely like the U.S. has done this in the past, therefore whatever it gets in the future is what it deserves type of mentality. And they kind of gloss over the fact that the reason that they're able to buy X amount of acres in West Virginia and do all these things is because of the U.S. putting the world order as it is today. Like it all plays a part in it. So I don't know. And it's weird to me to hear someone say, because if something is happening in your backyard and it's working, they're actively working against you. Like these people supply Hezbollah, they supply Russia, they supply China, they supply terrorist organizations. And you guys are just like, well, just let it happen. Don't bother them. But it's like Hezbollah, these terrorist organizations, Iran, that supplies other terrorist organizations, they attack our military members and countries that they are requested to be in. So it's not like our military members are necessarily invading a country and being attacked, but our Jordan, for example, 2 members from they were black, by the way, 2 members from the Georgia National Guard, I think it was Jordan, passed away because of a drone attack by a terrorist organization supplied and funded by Iran. And they're in Jordan where they were requested and approved to be by the King of Jordan. So it's like no matter what the U.S. does, they will find a way to not be on the side of the U.S. And I think that's a problem because these people hate you, whether you know it or not. You're a Christian. You're either a Christian. Nobody on here that I know of is Muslim. And if you are a Muslim and you're not of the right sect, they're going to hate you regardless because you're a heretic. So these people hate you because you're American. They hate you because you're Christian / not Muslim. They're going to hate you because you're atheist. So like this, like kind of coddling them and saying, oh, we shouldn't do certain X, Y, and Z, it's going to come back and bite you in the ass because they do believe, these extremists believe in a caliphate. They believe that the Muslims should rule the world and everybody else should bow down or die. That is literally in the Quran. You have 3 things. You pay a tax, you die, or you convert. That is in the Quran.
Okay.
Yeah, so how did you feel about the WMDs in Iraq?
That was a lie.
Yeah, at least Trump's being honest.
There was no proof presented when we went to war.
But
there was no proof presented before we went into Iraq, right? It was just we just believed it, right?
No, that's not necessary. Well, first of all, WMDs wasn't the only reason we went into Iraq. If you look at the UN charter and whatnot, there was like 16 or 23 points of why we should invade Iraq, and WMDs was obviously the one front and center. But there was other reasons, and this is on top of Saddam gassing the Kurds, gassing Shiites, committing genocide, invading neighboring countries on multiple occasions, Kuwait and Iran. So the WMDs.
So why did that lie have to be but it was something about WMDs that could get the U.S. involved into it, right?
No, the U.S. got involved when they invaded Kuwait. The U.S. Hold on, the U.S. was the U.S. was involved when Iraq and Iran were at war together or with each other. The U.S. was involved. The U.S. was involved when Iraq went into Kuwait. So the U.S. was involved when they issued the no-fly order. So they've been involved in Iraq for decades before we actually set boots into Iraq.
If I can,
right, but in order for us to set boots in Iraq, it had to be the right circumstance, right? The right reason, right?
No,
and that reason was supposed to be WMDs.
We could have went in the first Desert Storm in the 90s.
Could have.
No, you're
I'm
saying that we
the
needed
reason
the right reason.
for after 9/11. The Kuwait War you're talking about when Iraq invaded Kuwait, that was a separate incident, a separate war than what happened after 9/11.
It's connected.
If you want to say it's all connected, but I'm bringing up specifically not after 9/11. You're bringing it back into Kuwait to help you.
I'm in agreement with you that politicians will utilize things to curry or whatever civilian population acceptance or doing whatever to a country for sure. But that's a separate.
And now you keyed in on my point. So when you came in, I just want you to understand where my point has been standing here is that I don't believe, especially when, and I brought this up earlier, was that U.S. intelligence was saying that Maduro didn't have any ties or wasn't running, let's say that, Tren de Aragua. And all of a sudden now he's a drug lord. And that part just don't, especially coming from this administration has already, to me, done things that don't make no sense and have lied blatantly about things. It's coming from the same place.
Well,
they flipped the right switch for us to agree with military action and going here and doing this type of stuff.
I don't know who. I think when you say us, I think you mean just the public at large. I'm assuming.
Yeah.
In a way, yeah, but I think that majority of the public wasn't for it even after all these things, after what they said. And that's a separate discussion of whether I believe we should have went in and whether it was the right thing to do.
Right, those are two different things. And let me welcome in the GOAT into the building. Good day to you, GOAT. What is your thoughts? What side of the coin are you on in this conversation about Venezuela?
Yeah, man, I really think a lot of people just not dealing with this for what it is. It's a lot of that, Trump shit. End of the day, we are talking about a drug lord that was shipping multi-ton kilograms of cocaine. And my understanding of the law is if that person is shipping cocaine into the United States, they can go get that person. So I need to understand why people are defending Venezuelan drug lords. That makes no sense.
Well, the CIA was also helping to move cocaine.
I think exactly, and I think y'all just want to skip the
Don't
real
conflate.
fact that
Don't
all of us
conflate.
kind of bring.
Hold on,
Maduro was leading.
Hold on.
Drug organization.
Hold on. We cannot say just because one person did it, that means that the other person can do it. We got to deal with the fact at hand that as of right now, we are building our case. He's indicted. He's in our jurisdiction. He's in our courtroom, and he's going to have to defend himself to show how he was not 12 miles off our coast pushing cocaine to our shores. Like, that's what we got to talk about. We can't be talking about, well, the CIA did this or 10,000 years ago somebody did this. We're talking about Maduro and
that was working with the CIA currently, right? That's what I'm saying. When y'all
well, let me respond to that point.
Like what be going on?
Let me respond to that.
Let's talk about Maduro.
Can I respond to that? I mean, because at some point it becomes an excuse to just throw the CIA around. The CIA's nickname is the Cocaine Importation Agency. So just you saying the CIA, for me, that means he was doing it. The CIA oversaw it. They recorded him doing all that he was doing, and they finna bank his motherfucking ass with everything they set up. What's your
He
point?
did that to everybody else the same way. So what
my
make it
point?
special?
No. My point is, why are we sitting here getting mad at Venezuela when you agreeing that the U.S. government is helping them get the shit through? I am
But
not
they're
mad
still
at Venezuela.
they're still choosing to do it.
No,
They're
but
still
see,
choosing to
why are
send
we
it.
not just
Hold
as mad?
on,
Y'all talking about having the same animosity.
Okay, hold
Why
on,
we
y'all.
don't have
Let
this
them have the
animosity
quick.
for the government?
Hold on, let them have the quick back and forth real quick. Let them have it. Go ahead. Goat and fake goat. Go ahead.
Yeah, because I don't know what he means, Rex. There's no I don't have no issues with Venezuela per se. I think the issue is you want, because again, it's kind of like I've been asking, what are you saying? Can Maduro sit in Venezuela in his high political office and sell cocaine forever and nobody ever touches him because he's the president and he's in Venezuela? Is he supposed to just be able to sell cocaine forever?
If that's in this country and it's legal, fuck yeah. But we didn't
But
talk
not
about
when
this.
it comes
It's a
to
whole
this
place,
country.
It's a whole place
Wow.
called Cracktown in Mexico. They ain't
Wow.
locking niggas up because of Cracktown.
Oh man.
Yeah, Colombia
Like,
pushes
shit.
more cocaine. How
All right,
come we're not going
hold on,
after
slow down. So hold on, KT.
This is
we
some
talking
Willie
about-
Lynch shit.
Hold
You
on,
get
hold
people
on,
to fear people enough and they'll believe anything
hold
about
on.
another
Exactly.
people.
Well, Willie Lynch was also made up. So, I mean, I'm not surprised you said that too.
Yeah, but that sentiment ain't false. People have done that for years. That sentiment of Willie Lynch ain't false.
Yes.
You know,
All right,
as much as you want to talk about is false.
Hold on. Before we get into Willie Lynch, KT, you saying that it is legal to sell cocaine over here in America?
No, nigga, I'm saying he's in Venezuela. If that's legal, whatever the
Okay,
fuck, like I'm
slow
saying.
down. I don't know why is it such a. So he's selling cocaine over here. Is that is illegal?
No, he's not. Maduro has never been over here selling drugs. Y'all argument is literally the cartel is who
here,
helps.
I'll try to help
is
KT.
the cartel
He's
moving
saying
the drugs here, or is Maduro doing it? Right?
It could be both.
That's
but
crazy
that's what
work.
the argument
Boy.
they're asking you, that if they understand what you're saying, that if cocaine is legal in Venezuela, we shouldn't interfere because it's legal in Venezuela and they're selling cocaine to each other. They're not talking about that. They're saying that if he's pushing the cocaine, if he's backing, funding, etc., providing protection to these organizations that are then taking the drugs and pushing them to the U.S., should we just sit back and let it happen? That's what he's asking.
Yes, because the U.S. government is who's letting them do it. That's what I'm saying. Why are we mad at the cartels in Venezuela? The U.S. put them in their positions.
Let's say the U.S.
No,
government
but they
isn't
are.
helping them. But let's
they
just say
are.
they,
So now you want to lie.
That's what a hypothetical is for.
Bad
Let's just say,
argument.
hypothetically speaking, if they aren't, should we allow that to continue?
No, but they aren't. That's what I'm saying. We don't have to talk about a hypothetical. We're on the actual situation at hand.
The thing is that you believe that they are. Some people believe that they aren't. I don't think that they're
factually,
helping
we know Maduro is working with the U.S. government. We know that for facts. The
Hold on.
cartels, we know for facts were set up by the
Slow down,
U.S. government.
So KT, so if we have somebody that's in the CIA that is allowing him to do it, right? We understand he worked for the U.S. government, but that doesn't mean the government is allowing that U.S. agent to do that criminality. Those are two different things.
No, you're talking about them turning a blind eye. So
No,
you're talking about
wait,
if the
wait,
American
hold up,
government turns a blind eye. So
hold on. I'm very specific about what I'm saying. The issue that we are having is that if Maduro is selling it, you're saying the government, you're saying Donald Trump knows that Maduro is doing it because Donald Trump and the U.S. government is all in cahoots with it, rather than saying that it is somebody that have a position of power within the U.S. government is allowing him to do it. Those are two different things.
Well, Sharon, I think the issue here is that we're talking about the small fish.
Before you try to help KT, to give an example of what Sharon is saying, if I'm not mistaken, during the Iraq and Iran war, the CIA was helping fund Iran while the State Department was backing Iraq, and neither of them knew what was actually happening.
Right.
Bingo.
And even under Reagan, Congress was voting one way and saying one thing while the CIA was doing something behind their back. So the government is not just one entity. Everybody is on the same page. It's much more nuanced than that, and that is what I think Sharon is saying.
No,
that
I think
there might
y'all
be
just
people.
kinda,
all right, dude.
You know that.
I think y'all
It
kind of
shifts,
just
bro. It's
skipping the point I'm
political, bro.
saying.
It shifts.
Which all that stuff was
You know,
illegal.
shit, it depends on what's the current
That's what I'm
state and what
saying.
you could do for me, I could do for you. It's all
Right.
just current. And sometimes people be going past their little breaches of what their agreements be because you know what I mean. It's all it is, bro. It's
Okay,
just
because
shit
like
because-
if we could just make it an understanding that do we believe that the U.S. government, everybody in the government was like, yeah, we're gonna give $9 billion away to these daycares, or did they find people that, or did they find people that was within the government that say, yeah, we're gonna scam out this $9 billion that the government has? Those are two
and that's what I'm saying. Nobody ever made that conversation. The whole government was there. Like I said, I pointed out one specific point, which is the CIA. No, I didn't. I said the CIA, and the presidents and them know about it now. So my point is that they already know they've done fucked up shit. Why would you even keep the thing doing the shit against our interests? That's what y'all arguing.
Again, what you're saying,
my argument is a lot more nuanced than what you can even deal with.
Absolutely.
Let me give you an example. Let's see people saying.
Bro, we already know I was doing you dirty yesterday on this same topic, Taz. Let's not do that.
Well, no. What we're not going to do is just come to another platform and pretend like just because you got a bunch of people in agreement, you doing me dirty. Let's deal with facts, like y'all couldn't do yesterday. So again,
you was there when people was agreeing with KT.
Absolutely not.
He said it happens. He says it happens.
He's absolutely not.
KT was riding the wave of people that agree with him.
Gotcha. Okay, gotcha.
I don't have an issue.
No, he's lying because I was making comments.
Okay, hold on. We're gonna get back to the conversation. It's okay. We're gonna get back to the conversation. Go ahead. Come on, I don't want to talk about. Let's get back to. Yeah, let's just get back to the conversation. Go ahead, go finish substantiating so we can just have the conversation.
So one of the foundational points I was making yesterday was about his wife's nephews, right? Because she is on the indictment. His Maduro's on the indictment, his wife and their son, right? Absolutely. So in 2017, her nephews got caught transporting 800 keys. The U.S. Department of Justice snatches them. They hold them. They go and give a confidential interview in which they tell the DEA that they are running this for Maduro. So that happened in 2017. He gets indicted in 2020 for this. If you acting like it ain't no evidence, you're ignoring the evidence because people have already been caught. They've already told on him. The question is, how would you get him? I'm arguing that's the only way to get him. The indictment was sitting 6 years. The warrant sat 6 years. So when do you get him? Again, I'm just asking. He's going to be got. He's caught. His people telling on him. They snitched on him. So he's got to get caught. When does he get caught? Or does he not get caught?
2017 when they just pulled him over and admitted we doing this for Maduro.
What? But they couldn't go get it. Wait, no. They couldn't go get him back.
Hold on. Let him build this.
No, y'all literally saying the reason he's getting brought over.
Hold on, KT. Hold on, KT. Get back to your original argument. Go ahead.
That's what I'm saying. Y'all saying that he was 12 miles out from the coast, but y'all literally pointing out in 2017, what Tad just pointed out, a nigga in 2017 got caught in America with hella work and said this Maduro shit. So the same basis y'all saying, well, this is why we finally went and got him. That was already established years ago, and that's all I'm pointing out. Because when we talk about the indictments, they bring up the 90s. So they've had evidence since the 90s. All I'm saying is we are knowing and admitting these niggas knew what was going on. They was turning the blind eye for some reason.
Hold on, KT.
When did he lose the presidency?
Hold on. Stop asking questions. Y'all don't understand. Asking questions does not help. You gotta make statements. We ask questions, they just go and they just make up some other bullshit as excuse. Again, so if it's put out in 17 that we are putting an indictment on and there's a warrant on them. Just because it took us 6 years to get him doesn't mean that we was just saying, hey, just do whatever you want to do. He had a whole organization of situations. I mean, he had a government to back up all of his degenerate behavior and his criminal activity. He had an army behind him, literally. He had cartels behind him, literally. So we started blowing up their boats. We started gathering more information. As we gathered more information, we was getting closer to him. We put a bounty on his head now. And then he started to feel like he was bulletproof. He started talking shit, come and get us. And then that's when they was able to get enough intel. They found out exactly where he's at. And then this is why they went in the middle of the night and said, hey, this is the perfect time to get him because everything was perfect. The sky was perfect. It was clear, et cetera. And that's why they got him on the day that they got him.
Okay.
And in 2017, Maduro was still president.
Question, Sharon? I'm a little
confused. Listen. And even beyond that, I got to point this out really quick. 99, he wasn't even the fucking president.
No, he just stayed though.
Hey, hold on. We understand Chavez was. We understand that. We know when he got president. You started to add in all these other things about.
No, I'm saying the
1990.
indictment
It's okay.
points up the 90s,
It's
right?
okay. We don't have to get stuck on exactly when he was president.
We're
The problem is, hold on. The problem is, you got to address what. Hold on. You got to be able to address what the GOAT said. Since 2010, he made a very specific argument. You need to attack that argument, not go away from what he was
It's not
talking about.
attacked. I already addressed it.
You did not.
Y'all are literally saying that he was pulled over because now they found the information. What
Who was
information
pulled-
has
okay, hold on,
changed?
pause, slow down,
I
slow
mean,
down.
they grabbed him
Hold
because the
on, slow
information
down,
was changed. What
slow down,
information
please.
got different?
Slow down, please. Who was pulled over?
I ain't mean to say pulled over, snatched him
We
up.
Who?
Maduro.
No,
it was his nephew.
Hold on. Okay, so this is where the misunderstanding is. So no, Maduro was not the one that was captured.
I know his nephews were.
Hold on. It was no. He said it was the wives' nephews. They are the ones that is captured, and they the ones that started to snitch. They started to give you a record of what's going on. That's why they start finding the boats and such and such. So the people that they caught that is related to his wife started to snitch on him, and so therefore we was able to build a case. So now you go ahead. Now you can understand where we are in the conversation. Now you could talk towards that.
I've already answered that. I literally said when they pulled him. Yes, I did. I said when they pulled him and they started snitching, you have the evidence there. You have hella keys. You have literal evidence already there. You don't need 6 years. And even what you're talking about, where he had a military.
Okay, pause there. Don't move to another point. Don't move to another point. Hold on, please. Hold on. Don't move to another point. Let's just stick on that point, please.
Yeah, because okay, so just with that point alone, the indictment does not come out till 2020. Trump loses the election. Biden becomes president. Now Trump is president again, and he goes and gets him. So if we're speaking in times of his administration, we're talking less than a year before he's executing this warrant in terms of him in his administration, because it came out in 2020 at the end of his administration. And if you add in this administration, then yes, that end of his plus the beginning of this one would give you about a year, and he got him in a year of his time. I don't understand what you're saying.
Basically. And we're ignoring the fact that it just got unsealed.
I gotta let people finish.
But we gotta also create the fact. Remember, we're talking about the 12 nautical miles. 12 nautical miles is U.S. territory from its base. So there is a thing in the clause that ships can pass, but people that are bringing in D-rugs and all of that, it's illegal from in that range. But they are alleging that he successfully transported thousands to America, though. But just once you get in that jurisdiction, that's a crime in itself.
Already. That's what I'm saying. So can I ask, are we when they started Uda, correct me if I'm wrong, they said he's been doing this shit since 99. So
let me respond to that. Yeah, let me respond to that. Please, let me respond to that. So look, what they did, because this is why I'm saying when you make the CIA argument, understand it. What the CIA was doing was literally allowing him to position himself from way back then when he was just the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. They walked him up in the indictment through his positions all of these years from 99, showing he was involved in cocaine all of those years. I'm giving you the CIA argument, but I'm telling you that's why he booked. I'm trying to give you the argument that yes, they let him do it. Yes. So that means they got this motherfucker on tape, on audio, on video, and every other piece of evidence necessary. Why are you defending him?
I'm not defending him. I'm literally saying.
I know they do.
Point out if y'all saying from the beginning,
you want to believe that.
No, listen, y'all
you want to believe it. You have no proof of it. You want to believe it. This administration has lied to you several times, and you keep wanting to believe them over and over again.
So hold on. Are we saying that the government do not allow you to do crime until they got enough evidence of video, audio, and all these other things so they could make sure they could pin you in court? Are we saying the government don't do that?
Yes.
Man, I'm saying the government allows you to be arrested.
Hold on. I just want clarity about what we are saying, please. So
this government will allow you to be arrested without that.
Yes or no? When they are building a case on you, do they allow you to do enough crime so they could pin it on you? Yes or no, Detroit?
Yes.
Oh my God.
The feds. Yes.
They absolutely will in the feds. That's how the feds work.
So now when we are having that understanding, KT, why you keep saying they allowed it when they was allowing him to do it so they can arrest him and have undeniable evidence to lock him up or put him away forever? Go.
Okay, so that's what I'm questioning. Maybe y'all
facilitated.
Exactly, and this is the further thing I'm pointing out is what changed the evidence, y'all. Because typically a federal case don't take 30 years of evidence. If y'all saying in the 90s y'all can prove the nigga already had, y'all ain't getting no more evidence like that. What y'all getting more snitches? Y'all already had snitches. Y'all already had the proof he was in the country doing it. So this is all I'm saying. If they have the proof and admitting they had the proof, even before this man was president.
Hold on. So when we catch snitches and they say Detroit is the leader of the CMB, as soon as that snitch say that, then therefore we can arrest Detroit. Is that what you're saying, KT?
No, but if somebody else
okay,
does,
so pause.
You
okay, so you're saying no. So therefore they have to build up the case to make sure that
no, all you need is 2
Hold
witnesses.
on. So again,
yelling and screaming.
Hold on, right? Because you got to stop cutting me off because I want clarity about what you are trying to argue because it's not clear. So now that somebody snitched on Detroit, are we not going to allow them to keep on operating so we can get the proper hands-on, caught red-handed evidence? Is that a true statement? Yes or no?
No.
Ron, can I please say something?
There's plenty of people just so you telling me people are literally locked up and arrested and they don't even have evidence like that.
And the feds hearsay is admissible.
Feds, bro. We're talking about the federal.
No, even the feds.
We're
Hold
Hold
on. Slow down.
They're gonna take a plea deal.
Okay. It's okay. Go ahead, Mr. Work, and we get back to KT in this nonsense. Go ahead.
I just wanted to say the framing is kind of disingenuous.
This shit's crazy.
They allowed it, but one of the charges against Maduro was drug trafficking, right?
Yes.
Is that accurate? Okay.
Correct.
The DEA literally gave the cartel weapons that they ended up, quote unquote, losing track of, and the cartel was then trafficking those weapons. Like the U.S. government just didn't allow this stuff to happen. It helped them. There's a difference in that. But I wanted to say something because I feel like the disconnect is that now we're back on the fact that it's actually about the drug or drug trafficking. Before we were talking about how it was about the oil. So it's kind of conflicting. Do you think they actually arrested Maduro for drug trafficking? Or do you think it was a geopolitical oil situation?
Okay, so now, this
it was the drugs.
I don't understand why we not understand. So they arrest them for the drugs, but that allows them to go inside the country and take advantage of those situations that they have. So it's a win-win for the country. And so again, undercover, when you ever deal with an undercover, they assist you. They literally assist you to lock yourself up. That's literally their job.
Right.
They would go buy it for you. They would go and fight with you. They would go and shoot guns with you. They would do everything to make you believe that that person is 100% on your side. Until one day, hold on. And then one day, you are with your hands behind your back and saying, you ain't no cop, Reed.
Okay, so you're arguing that this is just a sting operation, like the last 30 years wasn't them working with them when we have proof of them working with Maduro. And that's what I'm saying. I'm just confused about this.
I'm trying to fucking clarify it.
Frank Lucas wasn't working with the government before he got caught.
Can you please
exactly?
This shit's crazy.
So that's what we are saying, that yes, it was all, once we found out what he was doing, we had to build the case, because when you're dealing with somebody that is in the political world, it is not so easy just because somebody said you did it to actually prove in the court of law that you are actually 100% behind it. You have a lot of places to hide behind when you have a whole political country and an army literally behind you.
So that's what I'm saying. So y'all saying this was a sting operation. So if this is the case, I'm just asking, where do we have a 30-year sting operation? Also, where do we have a sting where it's like people in America, right? Drug dealers. I'm gonna give this because this is.
I give it to you. Don't run on. Please, just don't run on. I'll give you that example.
Yes.
So
Chapo.
Do you realize that? No, they was looking for El Chapo in the 90s. They couldn't find him, right? So I mean, but that's another one of them examples. But if you looking back at
Wasn't
somebody
Chapo
like
working with the American
Hold on,
government?
KT. Let him give you the example. Relax.
Wasn't Chapo working with the American
Relax.
government?
Let him
That's all
give
I'm
you the
asking y'all.
example.
Who
Jesus
KT,
wasn't
allow
working
him
with
to
the
give
American?
so I'll address
Go
that
ahead.
point too.
allow
Okay,
him
so
to
look,
give
Brooks,
you
this is
the
what you're doing.
example before y'all just
This
interrupt.
is
Hold
what you're
on.
doing though. You're not looking at your example. Within your example, I can give you a man by the name of Barry Seal. Do you know who that is?
That's what I was
No,
thinking about.
Go ahead.
Okay. Barry Seal was working with the CIA, flying in cocaine, never stopped him from getting charged. Literally working directly with the CIA, working with the feds. They got up with him, killed him when he was in the halfway house. Bin Laden, that's your example of a 30-year operation. That
Yeah.
shit started in the 1970s.
Nobody asked. That's what I'm saying. Hold up, y'all got it wrong
I'm
because
not
I'm not
done yet,
asking
but
for just a
let me finish,
30-year
bro.
operation.
Just let me
I'm
finish,
telling.
bro.
No, because I'm asking y'all who wasn't working with the government. Because
Right,
this is what Sharon's proposing, and y'all trying to make it seem like, oh, the feds just work with you to get information, and then they lock you up.
Now you breaking
They
shit
do.
down.
They do that as well. That is part of their modus operandi. But again, let's continue. Freeway Ricky Ross, they were supplying that man with dope. Then they decided the day they wanted to get him. Why are you shaking your head, Detroit? You act like I'm lying.
Because you're bringing up street politics and some of this stuff on a geopolitical level is over the head of what you're talking about.
Right, so cool.
Okay,
so
then let's talk about street.
Let's take it. No,
Yeah.
fam, please. I got a whole list of names here that I have for myself. What about Jeff Fort? Do you know who Jeff Fort is?
Explain to us. Teach us.
No, I'm
The
asking
niggas
you.
in Chicago, right? Wasn't for
Yes.
yeah.
Yes, the government literally claimed that he was working with Libya to do something in the United States to Libya. So again, I would just like to see y'all extend some of this grace to black people. Where's the grace? Where's the grace for black people that y'all extend? Because again, they got the man on the record for multiple kilograms of cocaine. Detroit Coalition, you talking like you don't believe him. Put your money up. Bet 500 that they got the proof and he gets convicted.
Absolutely.
First off, let me since you called me out and I ain't say nothing about you. Let me address that really quick here.
What could you say?
I'm not right. First off, I don't feel like I got to put my money up for nothing that got to do with this government shit at all. If you want to do that, that's on you. I wouldn't say that your point is more valid just because you put your own cash up. Let's say that first off. Secondly,
I would believe you. I would just believe you. I don't believe you.
Say it again.
I said I would believe you.
I know you don't believe me. That's understood. That's why we having this debate. But like putting this money up shit, I don't know where that came in. Whatever. Okay. So as far as like, I get it. When we're talking about these cases and getting enough evidence to indict somebody on a case or whatever, you are absolutely correct. You need that evidence. Actually, the burden of proof is on the government whenever they're going to charge you with something. Correct?
Correct.
It is. To me, the way this is sounding is like we don't need no burden of proof at all. That's the part that is annoying to me. And it's like the same way that and I'm equating it to going into Iraq for WMDs because there wasn't any evidence, just like I said, the U.S. intelligence itself last year came out with a report that said that there was no links to Maduro and Trinidad, drug trafficking and stuff like that. That was just last year. That wasn't good enough for an administration that wants to go into Venezuela. It's not. And it's like, as long as it's the right colored person to go in here for, or the right so-called reason and stuff like that, it's okay to ignore laws, norms, and diplomacy. That's the part that is annoying me. It's not the outcome. If Maduro it was found of all this stuff, then yes, I absolutely would want him to be indicted and convicted. The evidence has not been lining up for this. And you add to that, the evidence not lining up to the way that Trump has worked in all these other situations where he's trying to pressure people into doing things. The reason why he got impeached his first time in office was because of what? Putting political pressure on Ukraine to pull some kind of investigation that would politically hurt one of his rivals. And now this same person, all of a sudden, this same administration that has definitely has a whole bunch of people that just are sycophants for Trump that work for him now, not people that are like professionals that would tell him you can't do this legally, you can't do that constitutionally. He has a whole bunch of sycophants around him now. Now all of a sudden I'm supposed to believe and trust this administration more when they've shown more lack of discernment?
Well, so again, when you mentioned that about Trinidad and Ragua, right? You do realize this indictment is from 6 years ago. It's from 2020. So it doesn't matter what you read in 2024. The indictment was already out showing the links. The links have been there, which is why you can go back to cocaine being caught up for the past 10 years from Venezuela and tied to Maduro. How do you ignore that part of it? That his own people are telling them, hey, they got caught trying to ship in 1.3 tons to France. They're telling on him. How do you ignore that part?
Everything you're saying could be true, but that was not the scope of why the U.S. have said they have gone into Venezuela. It's not. That's the cover. That's the cover. If that's the case, then why was oil even on Trump's mind at that press conference? Why?
I think y'all Trump does a great job of distracting y'all so y'all can say crazy shit.
No, see, man, listen, and that's what I was saying, Sharon. All these other times I came in here, I can smell a MAGA.
I
can smell it.
Is your issue more so?
I can smell and taste the smell of it too.
I can smell an LBGQ Democrat. I can smell Democratic.
I'm independent, brother. I'm independent. So what you smelling? Your senses off. Your senses are off.
Detroit, is your issue more so with the reasoning than the fact that it happened?
This shit is insane.
Oh, both of them are ill to me. I mean, both of them are ill because one, you're right. The sovereignty of a nation. Yes, I do think that's wrong to go in there and snatch up a president for that. That's just been international law and norms for a long time. That's part of I think that's part of the Geneva Convention, if I'm not mistaken. But
but Detroit, he's not the president. You keep ignoring that.
You're saying he's not the president, and
no.
I understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying about him not being the president because the election was contested, right? Say it again.
I'm just trying to figure. I'm trying to hear you elaborate. I was trying to let you finish because I'm confused about if your issue is with the reasoning given, the main reasoning given, or if it's with the fact that we did it. Period.
The fact that we did it is my main issue. The reasoning, you know what I'm saying? I'm always going to question that reasoning, but I'm going to question the reasoning of any president. Let me say that and be clear. I don't care who the president is. I question Barack when he had Gaddafi assassinated. I question like while we were in Iraq in the first damn place. Why the fuck we in Iraq when Afghanistan was where Osama bin Laden was? I have all these questions. This is not Democrat or Republican. The fact that now keep in mind when somebody start calling me all these Democratic names, that probably mean that they got offended that I called them out on maybe they MAGA hood, right? MAGA. Even though I'm an independent.
You call me MAGA.
Are you? Did you vote for Trump?
Can you just
no? I didn't.
You didn't?
No.
Who'd you vote for? Nobody. I voted for Kamala. Who'd you vote for? Then you have no concern in this conversation and talking about my politics. If you skipped an election, and you black, and black people had to die to get the right to vote, and you skipped an election.
Detroit,
I don't care which way you voted. Like don't question. Don't talk about my political anything when you sitting there on the sideline. You know what I'm saying?
I'm not on.
Don't quit. Whatever you were, you ain't let your vote ring out. You know what I'm saying?
The reason why I did not want to vote for Kamala is
Taz, can he finish, please? Because he was. I feel like he was.
It was a protest vote, just like the Arabic community, right?
Y'all can get it.
You protest non-vote, and how that shit work out.
Did you not hearing AR?
What?
Did you not hear what I was responding to?
Listen, I'm gonna finish responding to AR because you stayed on the sidelines and now you want to sit here and cheerlead or dog out people for whatever and stuff. So AR, yes, on a international level, I don't believe in taking the sovereignty of any nation away from them. And regardless of how that election went, right, that is up for the people of that country to remove that political figure for that reason. Okay. Now, as far as like him, like these drug charges, stuff like that, no, I don't trust this administration that they actually telling the truth. No, I don't.
Okay, so I think we're on the same page about the drug. I think the drug charges was really just the reason, the excuse they gave to do it. As for your first point about it's up to the people, if I'm not mistaken, 30% of Venezuelans have fled the country since 2013 or 2014. He didn't even have Venezuelans guarding him. He had imported Cubans because he didn't trust his military apparatus. And no U.S. troops, personnel, or not material, but like aircraft or anything was lost. So that means that the people around him and his military were paid off. Besides the Cubans that got killed, I think like 32 to 40 of them got killed. But there was a rumor that was from Russian special forces who tried to come and protect him. It doesn't matter. Anyway, point being is that no U.S. troops were lost. That doesn't happen unless the people around him are paid off and say, yeah, we don't want this dude around here. He was voted out last election. At what point does not necessarily the country lose their sovereignty, but the leader of a country lose their right to lead? And I know you're saying that, oh, well, the people should revolt. Well, the people did. That's why they voted him out, and that's why they left the country. And another country came in and was able to remove him from power and potentially give these people a voice again without a civil war, because that's what happens usually when these things happen, pop off. You tell them to remove them themselves. Well, civil war happens, and you have bigger issues now than you had before. So we were able to do it with no lives lost, minus the Cubans and whatnot that were there, and that was minimal, 40 give or take. And so I think that, respectfully, I think you should be, I get your point about the drug stuff, but I actually think that you should be happy that it happened the way it did, because less lives were lost. The people will probably have a voice again in their own politics. I mean, I don't trust Trump just like you don't, so I don't really trust him, because you see he's like, he didn't take out anybody but the president, so the whole apparatus that was helping the president is still there. I have my issues with that, but the point being is that this is the better way, in my opinion, than a civil war happening. I just don't see and on a geopolitical level, obviously I'm very pro-USA, and on a geopolitical level with our rivals and our adversaries and our enemies wanting to utilize those around us, the countries around us, I don't see how this is a bad thing for the U.S. And I don't see how it's a bad thing for the Venezuelan people. If it was, you would have saw more fight back.
No, because it's hard for anyone to fight.
I'm actually talking to Detroit.
I get that, but I was already in the conversation. It's okay.
That's cool, but I'm addressing
really
Detroit.
Quick. All right. Yes, I'm just pointing out really quick. Like Libya, did that work out for Libya?
Talk about the topic.
We're talking about people getting overthrown, the government, and working with them already. We're beyond that. That's all I'm pointing out.
No,
how does change come for
topic.
people?
Can you just
if you're saying that
adding nuances for no reason doesn't make sense when we specifically talking about a very specific situation. Please keep to the topic.
Yeah, okay. So if we're talking about Venezuela, as AR just pointed out, the people are still in control. The people who are in control have agreed that they will follow the U.S. government. So again, yes, they did. The vice president, I can't remember his name. He's literally even declared he will.
Well, it's a woman. It's a woman. First of all, and second of all, she just came out yesterday. That's what Trump and Rubio or someone in the U.S. administration was saying. But she came out on stand and said, we're going to fight back and they need to give our president back in X, Y, and Z. So whether she made some deals behind the scenes and is putting on a front for the country or not remains to be seen. But that's irrelevant because I'm talking to Detroit. So Detroit, do you agree, or how do you feel about what I said?
That's very childish.
No, I to the point of not trusting Trump, I do agree with you on that. I would say that, like, I'm trying to think of examples, and maybe I have to do some research here, but I just know that first off, the reasons why there is so much instability in Venezuela was U.S. influence originally. It was. Mm-hmm. It was all about that. It was about Exxon, right? And Exxon is a major company. Let me just not say them as the only company, but it was about Chavez.
Chevron
got in there, and Chevron too. But I'm just thinking about like the leaders of the country at the time or whatever was trying to get these colonial imperialists out of the country and return the resources to the people. And if there wasn't so much money coming to the U.S. from Venezuela, the U.S. would not have gave a damn about Venezuela. That's what it was. But go ahead.
That's one. I don't think that's true. I think it's I'll just say this and then Ted, you can jump in. I disagree with that. I think it's more of a geopolitical thing than anything. It's not just about oil. I know people like to talk about, but I don't think that's the main reason. And two, I forgot.
And I'm talking about in the 90s when that first started. That's when I'm talking about that first push.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you're saying that it was about colonialism, imperialism. Disagree as well. I don't think that was a reason. I think that's what these leaders, these populist leaders, like to come in and say, and then they do these policies, and none of that money is actually returned to the people. And Chavez transitioned to Maduro, same shit. The country has only gotten worse since those policies were put in place. So
I can agree with that.
Yeah,
I can agree with that.
Okay.
But it doesn't. But how do they get closer to the rights and privileges getting back to the people of Venezuela by us being in there, or us going down here and destabilizing?
Well, because hopefully, I mean, if there was a competent administration, because I'm in agreement. I don't trust him at all. I don't think he's doing it for the right reasons and whatnot. But whether he's doing it for the right reasons or not, the outcome is still the same, which is that we now have a less adversarial country near our borders, and one that China cannot use. China just reported that they're hitting up their banks to say, hey, what exposure did you have to this country? Because there's reports that they've lent upwards of $80 billion, I think, or $90 billion to Venezuelan companies since then. So whether his reasoning for doing is different than mine, the outcome, in my opinion, is more or less the same. And so I'm going to support it until it turns south for that reason. But yeah, I think that a lot of people like to use the U.S. as a boogeyman and say anytime someone, becomes a leader in a certain country or whatever, and they paint the U.S. as a boogeyman, that the people support them and all this stuff. And a lot of times it's no different than what Trump does, which is paint boogeymen, and that's not even the real problem. It's LGBTQs are the problem. It's Hispanics are the problem. It's this, that, and the other. It's not him that's the problem. It's not his people that are the problem. It's everybody else. And you get the same thing with these foreign leaders coming in power. The U.S. is an easy boogeyman, and so they paint the U.S. as all the problems in the world for their country. And then they get into power and they suppress the people, they kill the people, they genocide the people, they stop elections when it's a democratic country, they don't listen to the voters, they do all these things to make the country worse off, but they're better off because they're a dictator and they have more power. So, I think that just like you believe that there should be more research into what Trump is saying, you immediately saying, oh, well, it was imperialism, colonialism, that's why the people wanted this, X, Y, and Z. I just think that that's not true. And I don't think the outcome, historically speaking, shows that to be the case. Every single time that happens, the country is worse off.
So here's what I don't get, right? When the feds went at Diddy, you didn't hear people say, that's Trump going after Diddy.
Here we go to street shit again.
So when does it become Trump when it's actually the DOJ? When does Trump get the credit?
There's no Department of Justice anymore, if I'm not mistaken. Second of all, I mean, I was up there with you. I was saying, look, I ain't gonna make Diddy.
That niggas have to
I'm
say,
not gonna
bro.
say Diddy was guilty. You know what I'm saying? I said that from the beginning. So even
It's
down
not
to shit
about
like
him
that,
being
people
guilty.
were.
I mean, listen, fam. Nobody said he was kidnapped. Nobody said he was kidnapped. Nobody looks at the feds arresting somebody and say, man, they just kidnapped him. Lil Durk locked up right now. Have any of y'all said he's kidnapped?
Who, Durk?
You know what I'm saying? This is something you're extending to this Venezuelan dude, and you're asking for evidence you ain't never even asked for before now.
Thank you.
Because when you are, this is international law. Because international law is different than local laws.
And y'all compare fucking rappers to fucking leaders of worlds. Like that's wild, nasty work.
Well, okay, so
he was not a leader of the world at the time.
Yeah, I'm talking about the feds.
Okay. We don't need everybody to jump in. Please let people have their conversations. Go ahead, go.
Because I just need, I'm only talking about the feds, and for some reason it goes into Trump and everything else. But if we're talking about the feds, the DOJ, and the indictments and whatnot they put out, you're saying someone is being kidnapped because they arrested that person. And then, and I'm only asking about the part of it of when do you get to arrest the person, because you're elevating that person's status by saying, well, he's the president, so he shouldn't be arrested. He shouldn't be touched. He's in international waters. He's somewhere else. Mm-hmm. So are you saying that someone should be in Venezuela, untouchable, dealing drugs that end up in the United States?
Yeah, that happens all the time. Like that's what I'm saying. I just don't get my thing with y'all is y'all justify this when it's illegal. It's America's event. No, I know.
It's illegal.
So that's what I'm saying. Why are we just mad at y'all keep missing? Nobody defending these niggas.
Mad.
I'm trying to figure out
nobody's defending Maduro, correct.
Yeah, I'm trying
nobody's
to figure
defending
out
Maduro.
Why y'all ignoring that we pointing out Maduro is only in position because America helped him. The cartels y'all saying was in position that America literally could have said, we want, because think about it, the America is literally giving the cartels money. They literally could have said, stop fucking with him or we're not going to give y'all money. No, they allowed it to happen.
KT,
This is not a theory.
Damn.
Like,
it is though.
So the cartels are backed by the government is theory?
KT, let me
Josh,
get over here a little bit. Let me just say my point. So
It's okay. Why y'all trying to save them? Why y'all trying to stop them?
I'm not trying to save nobody. I'm just saying. Let me.
What I'm saying is that the same way how you was able to have the conversation back and forth with AR, allow GOAT and fake GOAT have they quick back and forth.
Okay, can I defend Diddy afterwards?
Go ahead, KT. What you saying, bro? Because like I said, like, bro, this is cap. This is crazy.
Yeah, like I said,
man,
so am I lying? Just tell me if I'm right or wrong. Yes or no, everybody. Do we know for facts the U.S. government helped fund the cartels? Yes or no?
Well, here's the problem, bro. You want to introduce every
yes or no? It's not introduce no conspiracy. We know these things are facts.
I don't want to answer that way, so I'll respond the way I want to. You're introducing every other conspiracy while diminishing the one that's on the table. I just don't understand how y'all can diminish the conspiracy.
So you're not going to answer the question. Because I'm not talking conspiracy. It's factual that the government works with them motherfuckers. It's facts that the government has allowed drugs into our country. That's not a conspiracy. Conspiracy is when something isn't true. It's something that you're saying, I think this is what it is, but you don't really have no proof.
That is not the definition of conspiracy.
That's not what a conspiracy is.
This is sad.
Hold on.
This is
hold
fucking
on.
sad.
This is crazy. That is not the definition of conspiracy. It doesn't. It could be 100% true, and it could still be a conspiracy. It means to conspire.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Because that's what I just want to be understood. They're just laying out a conspiracy that he was doing what he was doing. In order to defend Maduro, y'all are laying out your own conspiracies. Y'all don't understand that?
So you got to understand where I'm coming from with this. If Maduro is guilty of all these things, right, he should be, whatever extent of the law extends to somebody doing those crimes should be extended to him, whatever punishments, whatever it is, right? But it's the same thing that we're talking about with due process. So I guess my thing is, if I were to ask a question of the panel, what about what Trump and the Trump administration going down to Venezuela and getting Maduro? What part of that was actually legal? Point to the legal statute that allowed that to be the way to process that.
Federal Rule of Criminal Procedure 1, 2, and 3.
Which is?
It explains how the indictment works, how the information works, and then how the arrest must be upheld. The arrest by legal definition was valid. Nope. Hold on. The arrest by legal definition was valid because it was based on a sealed indictment.
Right. Going into a sovereign country and taking a political leader out of that. What does that require?
He wasn't a political leader by literal definition.
So that would require the International Criminal Court.
Right.
ICC, and it also will require Congress too, right?
No.
You sure?
Yeah.
Positive.
Yeah. So what they should have done is they should have taken it to NATO.
The War Powers Act allows the president to act.
They don't have to take any. They can drop.
Which is why that's why quantifying some of these drugs as weapons of mass destruction, and then pinning that on a certain leader.
Well, we can't keep adding that into the business of Venezuela.
Mm-hmm.
You cannot.
Something AR just said. AR said the War Powers Act allows the president to act without Congress and stuff, but there's an important distinction here. If you notice, the State Department keeps saying that this was not an act of war. The reason Maduro said he didn't want to, the reason he said he didn't want to do the bail is because if he takes or applies for the bail, then it shows that he's complying with the process that's happening.
There is no. The War Power Act does not mean that there has to be a declaration of war at any point in time. The War Powers Act just allows the president to initiate military conflict with the country, has to alert Congress of the fact, and Congress gets to decide whether that was a valid reason or not, and then he has a certain amount of time to withdraw military assets from the area or, stop the conflict. So it doesn't have anything to do with the declaration of war.
Yeah, the war powers act for Congress to declare war. What you're talking about is like in Iraq, where George Bush engaged in the military.
Okay, hold on. Before we confuse everything, so we already answered. So no, he did not need Congress, right? Everybody, Mr. Work, you even agreed with that, correct?
Yeah, he doesn't need Congress.
Okay, so let's just deal with that. He didn't need Congress.
But just to the point, they notified Congress. Keep in mind that was the conversation about drug cartels and the non-international armed conflict that they have with drug cartels, which gave them the unilateral power to go after them. All of that matters.
I just real quick, Detroit. I know you were asking the question about the arresting and the legality of it or whatnot. I know Hitchens, he didn't agree with WMDs in Iraq, but he did agree with going after Saddam for various reasons, such as the gas and the Kurds. That was one of his. He's still with the Kurds pretty heavily and thought they should have their own country and whatnot. So that was one of the reasons he agreed with the invasion. Although we're not in a hot conflict with China, do you believe we're at war with China? Okay, do you think that Venezuela is an ally of China, or do you think they're an adversary against us that would work with or has been working with China and Russia as well? Russia is obviously, we're in a Cold War with Russia, a proxy war, multiple proxy wars with Russia as well. You're muted.
You muted.
That's the best we ever heard of him. Golly.
Yeah. What are you saying, Detroit?
Yeah, I would hold on. I'm sorry, I was muted and I had to answer and then I answered. Okay. So if we're talking about just how to answer, just yes. I don't think that's good if China and right. But once again, and I hate to put these buts in here because Jerome told me what those mean. I guess my thing is the fact that knowing that, wouldn't diplomacy with Venezuela keep China and Russia out of Venezuela?
They're maybe in the past, but obviously not now. The question was about the sovereignty and the legality of us going in there. 40% of Venezuelans have fled the country since 2013, 2014. They voted him out and he refused to leave. And he's working with a country we were at war with. He's pretty much an ally with the country we were at war with. China had just sent a delegation on Friday to meet with him. So we don't know if they were there during the time of this or not. There are rumors that Russian special forces were there and tried to stop us from enacting what we were doing, and were met by the whatever bodyguards and got into a shootout with them. That's just rumors, though. So I guess with all that all together, he's working with a country that you agree we're at war with. The people voted him out, and he refused to leave. How does he still have sovereignty as a leader? How does he still have the legality? Like, what are the legal ramifications? Why does he have the legal right to stay in power?
As far as in their country, he shouldn't, right? As far as the international community, what is their responsibility in something like that?
And we are part
like you were saying, that should have been something that goes to the ICP, right? I mean, ICC, right?
I never said that. I don't even think the U.S. is a signature of the ICC.
Can I ask really quickly, AR? So you saying if somebody works against our interests, like with Russia and China, we shouldn't be with them, right? And matter of fact, we should take our actions to stop them from doing it, even if that means like going into their country and removing the quote unquote leader.
Well, I think
more or less.
Well, here go Edom, man, about to speak for me.
So I just got to say,
whatever.
We support Israel.
I think he was asking me.
Talking. I told you I triggered him for some
We
reason.
support Israel.
I ain't even
like
said
highly.
nothing. You get triggered.
Because I know the inner heathen that's about to come out there, bro. I know the inner heathen, bro. I know it. It's a man who claims he a feminist, but then definitely supports a guy that want to grab all of our women in the pussy. Go ahead, though.
Let's KTT, you're answering the question real quick before either man starts.
And listen, before you even answer it, can I just throw in? I'm only bringing this up because this is my main argument. What makes it right when all of a sudden America says like, nah, we justify here because we fuck with Israel, we support them, we're literally the reason they have the Iron Dome and all that, and then they do the same shit. So I'm saying like, why is it only okay when America says it's okay?
Okay, so
you might kill him with that. You might kill him with the Israel argument, bro.
I don't even understand.
Where's all this? Where is all this for the people of Gaza?
Go down that line.
No,
Well,
no,
the people
not
of Gaza
even,
are
no,
elected a
'cause I'm
terrorist
talking about
organization.
China
So
and
the same
Russia.
shit should happen to them.
No,
Anyway,
listen,
it doesn't matter.
China and Russia. Listen, China
I'm
and
answering
Russia
your
have
question. I
economic
don't care.
trade
Listen,
with
I'm answering your
Israel,
question. You can
and
do
BB's
that. An
he's
economic
been
trade deal is
qualified by
different
NATO.
than economic trade deal is different than supplying terrorist organizations to attack U.S. troops or work against U.S. interests. But it's irrelevant.
No, but even NATO has
God
BB
damn,
as
PT, shut the fuck up.
I'm
God
giving you the
damn.
similarities.
I don't need it.
BB is not supposed to be the leader
I'm answering your
of
question. It's
Israel.
irrelevant. It's irrelevant, KT. I don't give a fuck.
I know, because you
God
got to
damn.
think, you want to push. I know.
Each
You don't make
country,
sense. You can't have a conversation,
it
sir.
doesn't, no, it's hard to have a conversation with a retard.
Well, stop talking.
Each country.
You can't talk to yourself, my brother.
Behavior, bro.
Okay,
You're supposed to
it's
be on good
nuanced.
behavior.
Each country, I'm not supposed
You
to be on good
can't be.
behavior.
He can't be.
I don't know who told you I was supposed to be on good behavior. I'm never on good behavior.
wild.
Depending on the country is nuanced. So, like, you know, if it's Cuba, Venezuela, right in our backyard, they station troops, Chinese troops, and give them bases and all this stuff, gives them a launching pad. That's a big difference than if China gets a base in, for example, Djibouti, which hosts Russia, China, and the U.S. bases. It's a big difference. Djibouti can't really impact us. It can impact the region a little bit, can't impact mainland. So there's a difference between the countries and what they're doing and how our reaction should be. I think the time for soft power has been the past 20 years or so. I think that at this point we're running out of time with the soft power. It's quite obvious we're at war. The odds of us being in a hot conflict with China increases every single day. This has increased it, I think, it's debatable whether it's increased it, but obviously they're probably gonna be emboldened about going into Taiwan. Obviously Japan finds them going into Taiwan an existential threat. Australia is getting nuclear submarines to counter China. Philippines don't rock with China. They used to when Trump was either when Trump had his first term or right before that. Then China messed with them, tried to bully them or whatever, and now Philippines have moved back strongly into our sphere of influence. Vietnam is having issues with China. India obviously has issues with China. So it's not just us, and it's obviously China has certain things that they want to do. We're at war with them. They're allies next to us. If we can work through diplomatic channels, sure, maybe we should do that. If it's no use, then there's other methods that need to be taken. And I'm of the mind that it might be necessary to do it prior to a hot conflict with China than before.
But I don't think you really answer my question, because I'm just asking, like, what makes this like right? Like, I'm talking about actually right, because Taiwan been getting bullied by China for a good minute. They're our ally, right?
No, not officially.
Taiwan isn't officially our ally. No, we're allies.
Taiwan's not even recognized as a country.
Yeah, they're not a country.
Yeah, the reason that they are.
Not a country.
I'm saying, but we still support them.
Yeah, we supply them. Yeah, we supply them with weapons.
Yeah,
and
no, I'm saying they're like, even if we want to say they don't technically, we're their allies, just like fucking what's his name, Ukraine and shit. You know what I'm saying? We're their fucking allies. Like, that's all I'm saying. These are people we're supposed to be pointing, because that is in our strategic positioning. Because we also have military bases in Taiwan. So that's all I'm saying.
No, we don't. We don't have military bases.
Well, not not in Taiwan. You're right, Korea.
Y'all no longer talking about.
But I'm just pointing out these are our allies. No,
This
cocaine.
has to happen, fam.
Everyone has drugs, bro. That's my point. I'm confused why we can say Venezuela. I'm mad at Venezuela for the drugs. I'm not as mad at the government who let the drugs come through from Venezuela. That's all I'm pointing out.
Like, another word than
they
mad.
all bullshit. That's one thing I need y'all to understand. They all terrible. They all terrible. But
to have a conversation with, because you keep using the word mad. This is not anger. There's no emotion tied to it. This is just a discussion about politics and what is and isn't legitimate, and you're not making a good argument. You just keep throwing all these emotional rants out there, fam. Like, it's weird.
There's no emotion. I've given proof. I'm even talking about how we can prove things. Like, I'm not talking about whether or not the fucking government did or didn't supply the cartels. We know they did. We know they helped things. That's not emotional.
So can't we prove also with that same logic that Maduro was moving these bricks, bro? Can we prove that then?
No, what we can prove with for sure is Maduro was
no?
working with the government.
Fam,
like you
wait, fam, it's just a simple yes or no. Are you saying yes or no?
No, because we can't. They could say right now Maduro had 50,000 bricks in this period of 1999 to 2000 and whatever. I don't know that. What I know we can prove for facts is he was literally working with the U.S. government before he ever got arrested.
Okay,
So
working
again,
with the U.S. government doing what?
Working with them.
Doing
I
what?
don't know what you're doing for real, but you're working with them, and that's documented. You're
But do
working
you
with them.
understand? Do you understand how difficult this is in terms of like a legitimate conversation? Because you don't know what you're talking about, but I do. You just said
So
you
were
don't know
they
what
not
you're talking
working
about.
with them or not?
That
Was
was
they
your
working with
response.
them or
Your
not?
response to what I'm saying is I don't know what I'm talking about.
No,
But
my
I
response
do.
is I'm not going to accept what they say it's about. I'm
So
going to
what is
accept what factually is there. So working with them, that's factually there. What he was doing with them, that's up for interpretation.
Okay,
Did he sell drugs? For sure. Did he have 100,000 bricks in that period? I don't know, because they're not even giving us the shit to show this how they came to 100,000 keys.
Facts.
Well, they just arrested him a day ago. You expect the discovery to be out today?
Well, you've been collecting evidence since '99. Yeah. You can't release the first decade of proof.
Right. So with that, I can lay out the first decade of proof. I gave you a part of it, right?
No, that the government gave. Like the government actually presented the evidence on this, besides them saying it and you accepting it. That's all I'm pointing out.
But there's a case and it's an indictment and other things can be dropped on top of this as well. So what you talking about?
Like I pointed out earlier, Uda, we from America and we're
Okay, hold on,
black men in America. We know
KT,
what railroading is, right?
hold on, KT, hold on. So anything that the U.S. government put out there, you just don't believe, unless you've seen it.
No, I'm saying I can accept what some things are being said, but things that I would like proof sometimes for sure. Like
Okay,
some
but
things need proof too.
hold on, no, but the problem is you're not accepting the proof. You're saying the proof is
They lied
not real.
about fentanyl. They just lied about fentanyl. They framed it as fentanyl.
Who lied about it? The
Trump
media?
already said on the news too. It was literally fake.
Hold on, please, y'all. And the issue is that we are saying that it is proof that he was selling drugs, and your argument is that he was working with the U.S. government, and you don't care what capacity of working with the government, even though he's a government official, it matters. So the reason why it does matter, because if he's working with us to fix hunger, but on the back end he is slipping drugs to it because he was sending clothes, that is a problem. Yes, he was working with the government to put clothes on people's back, but also he brought in 10,000 bricks with those clothes. That is a problem. So he is, while he's working with the government, for example, since you don't have no understanding of what working for the government even means, why are we trying to give this man excuses and act as if he wasn't selling drugs in this country?
You just be saying anything sometimes. Because I don't know how you could ever get that. I don't understand what working with the government mean. I think you don't. I'm saying if you're snitching for the government, if you're actually an FBI agent, these are all forms of working for the government. Now, what they said you're doing, I'm not going to accept that, because how many times, like, I don't understand how niggas can do something called, like, literally the definition of insanity is they expect to do the same thing, expect a different outcome. So we have seen plenty of times the government said, this is why we're doing this. 10 years later, that is not why the fuck they were doing that. I don't know why all of a sudden today, with Trump of all people, we're now like, no, let's take them at that word, and it's for my benefit. What are we doing?
The reason why is because he was actually selling the drugs before Trump was there.
Yeah,
that's
right.
why.
And when Trump was there, right?
No, but you're negating the fact that he was doing it while Bush was there. He was doing it while Obama was there. He was doing it while Joe Biden was there.
No,
so
I pointed out to y'all earlier, all of them is together.
What's the problem?
Because y'all keep, I see what all y'all keep doing. Y'all want to make somebody Democrat or Republican. I'm just saying.
I'm trying to talk about, hold on, please. I'm talking about your argument. Your argument
You're
is
definitely
that
not. You can't tell me my argument. I'm trying to tell you, and you trying to say this is what you really mean. When I'm saying very clearly what the argument is.
No, you're not.
Yes, I am. Democrats, because I said this already earlier. Democrats and Republicans work together.
I'm telling you that I don't understand your argument, because the reason why I don't understand your argument, because you blaming it on Trump.
I didn't blame it on Trump. What the fuck are you talking about?
This man been selling drugs since the 90s. So therefore, it's a long track record of him proving. So far, we got evidence, and now we got to wait for the evidence to come out to say if we believe it or not. However, it's a track record behind this man for a very long time. And you're telling us to not look at it as evidence because the government is corrupt.
No, again, you really just, I think you got a comprehension problem. I clearly said that if they say he sold 100,000 bricks, right? I'm not accepting that he sold 100,000 bricks just because they said it. Now, did he sell drugs? Yeah, we know that. I'm saying you can show us the proof with these claims you're about to make.
How do you know he sold
But
drugs?
if
How do
they
you
were
know he
dealing
sold
with
drugs?
bricks, how much bricks do you think they really sold, bro? Come on, bro.
I don't
Let's just be
care.
honest.
I'm just saying, like, anybody could say anything. I'm not going to accept that. Just
It
like y'all,
doesn't
a
matter.
nigga can walk up to me right now and say, I got
Okay,
$7 million.
all right, so
A
hold
couple
on.
of bricks is still breaking the
hold on.
crime.
So let me get the argument. You saying so instead of it being 100,000 bricks, if he sold 80,000 bricks, you like, see, this is what I'm talking about. The government.
No,
is
nigga,
lying.
he sold drugs. Period. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck if you sold 100,000 or 50,000. I'm just saying y'all really literally repeating exactly what was told to y'all.
All right, so if we are on the fact that selling drugs in America is illegal, why shouldn't he be arrested?
I never said he shouldn't. I'm saying he shouldn't in terms of him. He's not a resident of our fucking country. How can you persecute somebody under American law? Hasn't came to America, and you saying because third party we didn't call people over here again? I'm confused because y'all defending on why he should have been free.
The reason why is because he is selling drugs in our nation.
To be clear,
so we going to war with Afghanistan next? Because they under the
Why are you
same
talking
shit.
about again? Just stay on to the point that we are talking about. Stop trying to add other things.
Because I keep saying what makes y'all say this is justified, but all the other times are not.
Hold on. I don't understand why you're saying because somebody else do it means it's okay for him to do it. Again, if he is selling drugs over here, that is the reason why we went to get him from up yonder.
Yeah, it's a lot of dog food out here. That's coming from poppy fields and Afghans. So I'm saying, I'm asking y'all different places because I'm saying, what makes y'all say we only got to police these niggas because of the benefit of us or something?
Can I answer that though? Just for kids, please. Like it sounds great, but I think he forgets that the United States went over there 25 years ago, right? You said Afghanistan? They went over there 25 years ago. They were openly guarding poppy fields. What are we talking about?
Not only that, we went and got Noriega ass too, right? So this ain't the first time we went to another country.
Noriega turned himself in.
KT seems to not understand what extradition is because he said, how can we charge someone that never set foot in the U.S.? That's what an extradition treaty is. There's plenty of people. This is really very popular, or whatever the word is I'm looking for, and the hacking community, because there's a lot of hackers in Russia, Iran, China, etc.,
Cuba,
that do things. And because they're in another country, we can't necessarily go get them, and we don't have extradition treaties with them. So,
hold on one second, y'all. Hold on one second.
You're wrong about that.
Yeah, it's me, man.
We don't have an extradition treaty with Venezuela.
Hold on one second, y'all. I'm
Both
trying to
countries
ask
have to
somebody.
sign it.
Hold on, please. I don't know. How you doing, Joe? Cool. This is my first time seeing you.
I think it's my first time over here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you well, Joe. Cool.
All right.
This your first time seeing the show, or you've been watching it?
No, I know you. I've been on other panels with you, and I've seen your show. I don't think I've ever been on your panel though.
What
you see me at Sarah's? I'm Joe Cool from Sarah's.
Okay, the Raging Tomato.
Yes.
Okay, no problem. All right, go ahead. Hey, y'all, finish your thought.
Yeah, I was just saying that it's not unheard of for people to be charged in a country that they never set foot in if they've been extradited there. Obviously, with Venezuela, the president's not going to extradite himself, and he was voted out, so he couldn't be extradited by another person. If we do have a treaty, I'm not sure if we have a treaty with Venezuela. At some point, he's not following the law, and you expect other people to follow the law, and he's working with our adversaries in a country that we're at war with, and I just don't rock that. I just don't rock with that.
So I can accept that. Yeah. I can accept that. I think y'all really just trying to do a lot of explanation it not admit the fact that y'all just saying if it benefits me, I don't care. I'm gonna support it, which is cool. But again, I'm talking about facts because listen, I brought up the dude from Israel.
Again, but you're not talking about the case. Talk about the case. Hold on. The problem is that y'all keep throwing all these other things into the conversation when each situation is its own situation. And they got to be handled delicately. So we cannot keep throwing, what about this person? What about that? How about when they did it in 2000 and this and that person? And how about when, everything is nuanced. We don't know who's telling on who. Everything is nuanced. That's why we got to stick to the topic and stop throwing all these other things against the wall. It is not, and that is not how you substantiate a argument by saying
but
somebody
you're
else
going
did it.
off of
And
that,
my kid
Sharon.
comes in and says, "Oh, but guess what? You didn't let her do it." That's not an excuse
ain't
for
what
my kid to
nobody
do
said.
something. And it is what you. I'm trying to get you.
Because y'all saying we justified because we supposed to do anything that harm our interests.
I'm trying to get you to understand. If my kid says, "But you let the other kid do it," it's not an excuse for that kid to do it. So stop using that. It's a dumb argument.
No, nigga, stop saying that stuff. We should stop something if it's not in our interest, and then say, "Well, this was justified."
KT, this has been the way since the United States formed. When we got, Louisiana and the Western territories and all that good stuff from France, Thomas Jefferson and the administration was more or less like, this is an existential threat. We find this to be an existential threat. Everything west of here is eventually going to be ours. If it's not, it's an existential threat for our country. And more or less said we will go to war. He signaled it. He didn't actually specifically say, but he signaled we are willing to go to war over this land. And that's how we got the Louisiana territories. Thomas Jefferson was like president, 10 years after the country was formed, in like 1800, whatever he was president. 1801, I think, was when he got sworn in or whatever. So, this is nothing new. This is national security concerns have been the bedrock of United States foreign policy since. Thomas Jefferson also, when the Barbary pirates and North Africa were kidnapping U.S. sailors and shit, he sent the Navy over there and crushed them. So it's always been the case that we, if something impacts our interest directly or indirectly in the future, potentially, we make actions, we make moves, we make it known. It's always been the case. And that's pretty much every country. It's probably not just the U.S. I'm just more versed on U.S. history than anywhere else, but I would venture to guess it's everywhere else as well. So you saying like, oh, well, national security, you guys should just say that you're willing to go to war or take over land or whatever for national security interests. That's the way the world operates. Welcome to reality.
Listen, if it's anything I would like to point out, I think it's that even we're talking about something back in the day, Black people in America, in my opinion, at least, it seems like we've forgotten we are not saying we're not better than them, but this system isn't for us. And beyond that, when we know it really isn't. And then beyond that, when we look at things,
can we just please stick to the topic? Please. I just want the topic to stay on the topic.
I don't understand how
we are literally on topic. So if we're literally talking about how
you are not on topic when you start bringing in these other things that have nothing to do with it. It's literally not on topic. You're talking about Black people. I don't understand why what you mean? We are a part of America, bro.
Niggas
we've been a part of this. We helped this country form. We fought in the Revolutionary War. We've been here since the 1600s or however long. We are part of this country. The country was formed. We helped form the country. There was more states that allowed Black people to vote for representatives in the state constitutional conventions when the Constitution was being debated and ratified than there were that didn't. Black people have always been a part of this country.
Dude,
people that don't know history shouldn't speak about this. I understand that, Black people have been taught that America hates you and you've never been to X, Y, and Z, and there has been injustice.
No, nobody's talking about how
injustices
never
weren't
going to
right.
be nothing.
Black Americans have always been American.
Can I assume y'all agree
about that more so than anything else?
Can I assume that most of you guys agree with those actions taking Venezuela? It sounds like a lot of agreement up here, except from the one guy.
No, it's not a lot of agreement. It's actually we are kind of divided. Actually,
all right, that's good to hear.
What is your position on it?
I think they can write down anything and give a reason the same way they went in Iraq the first time. They could say nuclear. They can say anything. And if we let the bar become so low as he's a drug dealer, oh my God, it opens the door for so many places. Those are my thoughts.
Yeah, it sounds like you agree with us, KT.
That is insane. So now we got KT, Joe Cool, Mr. Work, and Detroit all saying that the government is just saying anything. And that so all the years of evidence that they gathered up with this man, and even though his own nephew by marriage said that he is the one that is drug trafficking, even though we catching little boats in the water, how are we catching these little ass boats in the middle of the ocean? Somebody got to tell. It is
I believe he was trafficking.
It is absolutely no other way to capture these boats unless somebody is telling.
Who's talking about capturing boats? They not capturing no boats. They blowing people up in boats and not capturing no evidence. What evidence have you seen of of any of these boats that got shot
Actually,
up in the
marijuana
what?
came up. Marijuana
They've been
came up.
capturing
One of them
evidence
had
for a
marijuana.
Enough to
decade.
blow a boat up instead of arresting them and taking them in and go through a trial like we normally would?
Yeah, they have been capturing evidence for a decade. You might wanna get
Enough
up
to blow up people's boats and not bring them to trial?
Hold on
Listen, I'm
one second.
not
Hold on. Eat a minute. Let me hear you talk. No, we can't hear you. You got to drop it, come back. Yeah, you got to drop it, come back. Or maybe you got the mute button on and don't realize it.
Yeah, we've got to get up to speed on the facts of the case. I mean,
Yes, please. Let's try to do that.
It's thrown around.
All right, we know marijuana popped up. That was a fact. On one of the boats they blew up, it didn't have.
And won't answer my question about whether it was right to blow up. So I don't know about anybody in this case, but I mean anybody in this panel. Anybody ever had some weed charges? So should they just drop the bomb on you on your street?
I don't think they should.
Any of y'all was selling drugs in
So don't bring that up as a reason, man. That's terrible.
Hold on. So what you think will happen if you hop on an airplane and you took drugs from one country to another? What you think is going to happen?
They're going to arrest you, right?
They will arrest you, right?
They won't blow up the plane.
Okay, so
They're not
now
gonna blow up the plane.
Okay, so now what you think? All right, so now what you think they're gonna do if you was running a country, you have a military behind you, and behind all of that, you are selling drugs to another country? What you think they're gonna do to you once they find that out?
That's what I'm talking about. Legally, he didn't sell these drugs. Y'all keep pointing out how they caught people who were doing it for him. When y'all talking about even him getting on a plane and sell the drug, that's not what happened. He literally said, I got these drugs, you nigga get on that plane and go do it. And
So
guess
you
what?
believe in
They
racketeering?
caught them niggas and still let them go.
Okay,
That's
so
all I'm
hold,
pointing out.
okay, so Edelman, we can finally hear you. That's good. So you're saying that the person that is orchestrating it, he shouldn't go to jail. Only person that's physically is doing it should go to jail.
I'm not talking about what I think. I'm talking about what's supposed to legally be enacted. All right, this is a sovereign country, and we do not have an extradition treaty with them niggas. They are not allowed. Like we are not. Yeah, just like Cuba, it's a plenty of places don't have
You're not understanding law. That's number one. You don't understand law.
Oh my God.
We don't have universal jurisdiction internationally.
We don't.
That's
But
the law.
KT thinks you can pay. You can hire someone for murder and not get charged with murder.
Right.
That's what he
No,
thinks.
I didn't.
Because
That's
you
not
can
what I
actually do
said.
it.
I'm saying you can charge them with anything, but to enforce it by sending our military is a whole different level. Because just like I keep bringing up BB and fucking Israel because NATO
Right,
has
but the problem
classified
is
him as
that
a war
this is
criminal,
not.
right?
But this conversation is not about them. So stop bringing up things that do not affect this case. Bringing up other cases
No, it affects
don't
this
make any
country.
sense. I don't know why you're
Correct.
so charged up about this.
That affects our safety. That affects our safety and security as a country.
Y'all picking and choosing when it's okay.
Hold on. It's not about it being okay. It's about y'all cannot substantiate an argument, so y'all keep just throwing other things into the argument for no reason.
Are we doubting
Has sovereignty been what I talked about from the beginning with you, Sharon? Has sovereignty been what I've been talking about?
No,
I asked you about the sovereignty in Detroit.
We got past the sovereignty a long time ago, and we all came to agreement that KT didn't know what sovereignty meant. We got past that.
That's not what I'm saying, man.
You wrong anyway. Like just because y'all asked what do I think the definition is, and y'all didn't even say it.
I got you. So K to go. Did you have
Can we I've been on here for like an hour and a half. Can we just move past KT?
Hello, anybody on that side, Joe, Cool, Detroit, anybody can answer this question. Did you guys have a problem with us going into a country and killing Osama bin Laden?
Yes, we staged them whole niggas up. We literally paid for their government, bro.
KT, you got to be able to just answer a question without doing a whole soliloquy.
What aboutism? Yes.
So Detroit says yes. KT says yes. Joe Cool, do you say yes?
I did not have a problem with them killing bin Laden if he did some of the things he was accused of.
Okay.
Accused of, he said he did.
And Mr. Work, did you have a problem with it?
Not with bin Laden, but I did with that 16-year-old American citizen.
Okay, so you had no problem with bin Laden. Okay, so they split in the middle with that.
All right, so what we see is that half of the group that's on the other side of this have a problem with military actions outside of the country, right? Because we understand from a military personnel, we understand the commander in chief have the authority up to, I think, 48 or 72 hours to activate the military. Now he cannot stay in the country. That was the reason they did it at 2 p.m. 2 a.m. and they got out the country, because then Congress would have had to be involved if they stayed in the country for longer. So a lot what we're hearing is first Detroit side saying, hey, we got a problem with what they're doing as a military. We think our military shouldn't be doing these things. That's one side of the coin. And then the other side of the coin, we talking about Mr. Works and Joe, they saying, hey, if he did some of the things, this is a key part about what they said.
I don't think you got your argument right. I don't think people
It's
are
okay. Let
arguing
them finish it. You better correct
Okay,
it.
sorry.
I got you.
And then on the other side, they say if he did some of the things that you justify is good enough, right? Based on your personal opinion, now we can do these things in other countries, right? So if that's the case, that means if the other half of the panel saying selling drugs, doing these things, being a part of certain terrorist organization, those are justifications for arrestment. If the other one is, and I'm gonna land here, if the other one is justification for death, we got to have some justifications for being arrested.
Go ahead, Joe.
Thank you. I was just wondering if when you said the people who had a problem with what happened in Venezuela, I think you categorized them as having a problem with military actions, period. And I'm not sure that's their position. That's what I wanted to say.
Yeah, well, no, what I was saying is that
do y'all believe? Let me ask you this: do you believe that last night? Oh, because I'm just like,
hold on.
It's military people in here, and I'm just wondering, like,
every time
if a bomb just dropped on you while you was at your plane because you was playing for the president. I'm sorry, Sharon.
Yes. For some reason, like it's very difficult for us to stay on one track at a time before we move to a next point. It is okay for us to flush that out. Why do y'all have excuses for when the military can kill somebody, but y'all don't have an excuse for when we can arrest somebody? That is the question at hand.
Yeah, so the excuse is justified for Osama, right? Like he planned or supposedly planned 9/11 and stuff. The whole Venezuela thing, the reason we have a problem with it is because the U.S. didn't just allow, they facilitated the drug trade. And he was sending drugs to America to feed the demand that the U.S. helped create in these communities. Like the U.S. was the one that pushed the drugs into communities, and then Venezuela is over here trying to pump drugs into the U.S. because we are the ones that created the demand for it.
Okay, go ahead, Joe Cool. What?
He said it so well, and I would have said the exact same thing. And the U.S., they went over, I think it was Afghanistan. I could have had the wrong country. And they asked the farmers, why don't y'all grow crops? Y'all starving. And they say the CIA makes our government make us plant cocoa leaves and whatever to feed the drug shit of the U.S. The U.S. is actively participating in the drug trade. They just pardoned what is this guy's name? Madonna, some dude from hold on. Let me see if I can think of it.
Okay,
Honduras.
Thank you. The China dude.
Yes, they pardoned a motherfucker who moved boatloads of drugs. I don't think we have an issue with it. We sell dope. We push them in inner cities.
Okay, go ahead, KT.
Yeah, I'm in agreement with them. The only thing I disagree with is the part of saying, first of all, if it's an act of war, kill whoever the fuck you want. That's just straight up. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. I'm talking about the legality. We cannot.
Topic, please.
I don't think we can. That's literally what he brought up. But I'm saying that we legally do not have jurisdiction in another place, especially somewhere we don't have an extradition treaty with, to tell them go over there, force them. We're not at war. We're forcing them to do something, and we're bringing their leader and putting him under our laws. That's crazy.
Okay, Detroit.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, if we're at war and you're in war and everybody's active shooters, right? Then that's a war zone. That's everybody. You know, it's implicit what war zone means, right? But I have a problem with any death of anybody if you're captured. I have a problem with that. Morally, I have a problem with that, and I can't let my reactionary mind override my morality.
But some of the
all right, so
was he captured and tried?
Okay, hold on. So let's go. Hold on. Let's go.
He was killed, right?
Let's go. Goat AR.
I have a problem with that.
Let's go.
Thank you for that.
AR, then Eat a Man, so we can get the other side of the coin. Go ahead. Go AR, then Eat a Man.
Okay, so for me, it's just the diminishing of the problem. There was a shootout last year with Venezuelans over a boat in whatnot. Okay, so let me share it because y'all brought up this thing about blowing up boats, right? Are we acknowledging though when the boat isn't blown up and now the Coast Guard has some dramatic, the United States Coast Guard has some dramatic shootout on the high seas with Venezuelans over this cocaine? You know what I'm saying? Like, again, it's easy to make it seem like I'm trying to understand the argument because y'all acting like there isn't proof of cocaine being flooded in from Venezuela through the hands of Maduro and his operation. It's being downplayed. And for some reason, y'all don't want to talk about the cocaine. I get it. The oil, the pretext to invade a country, the Iraq. I understand all of that. But for some reason, you just keep moving away by simply saying, "Oh, I don't believe it. It's the feds. They be lying." Okay, so how about you do the same research I did and find these 40 different incidents of cocaine being captured coming from Venezuela?
Is anybody disputing that?
Yes, y'all are.
No,
So
we
hold on,
not.
but hold on,
I'm assuming that's cocaine.
hold on.
No, I'm not disputing cocaine coming from Venezuela
Hold on,
or
y'all
going
are.
to Venezuela.
Hold on. Taz, you finished?
Yeah, I didn't cut nobody off.
Not
And
one
now
person.
so now it's you didn't dispute it. So if you're not disputing it, then they went in and got a major drug lord, a cocaine trafficker, and it's back to the whole point I came to from the beginning. Is he allowed to deal cocaine forever? Or do you ever get to go arrest this person that you're now conceding is a cocaine trafficker?
Well,
That's what we started.
Hold on. Didn't this administration have a bigger drug lord?
Hold on. Y'all
And they
got,
pardoned him?
Hold on.
They're
Hold
not
on.
gonna answer.
Y'all got through y'all hold. Like, I went through y'all hold. Everybody that was on your side, like
Sorry.
everybody got a chance to speak without being interrupted. Please allow the opposition to get their chance to speak. Gold, are you finished?
Yeah, they
Before
got
we
it.
pass it to AR.
Thanks, bro.
Oh, okay. Go say he's good. Go ahead, AR, then eat a man.
This is just our opinion on the difference between capturing and killing someone in a foreign nation, essentially.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I feel like I made my point clear. I don't have an issue with Osama bin Laden raid. Just because someone's in a war zone doesn't mean you just get to bomb them, by the way. I heard someone say that. They're in a war zone. We know what that means. It is what it is. There's laws of war for a reason. Law of armed conflict. Every military member learns it. You can't just kill on non-combatants just because you want to or because they're in a foreign country that you're at war with. That's not how it works.
That's correct.
And yeah, I still don't understand. Love you.
Love you too.
I don't understand.
Love you too, babe.
Yeah, all right, nigga. I don't understand. I'm confused by Detroit's argument because I feel like he's saying one thing, but then I'm asking him about the sovereignty. Like at some point, a foreign leader loses their sovereignty, and he was voted out. He didn't leave. What is the next step? And he's saying civil war rather than a country coming in taking him without any bloodshed. Well, a minimal amount of bloodshed, much less than a civil war. The country is still intact. The people get to vote and move on. Hopefully better than a civil war where the country gets fractured and you have multiple different foreign entities coming in, funding, and picking a side. I don't understand that argument, to be honest. And yeah, I think that's pretty much it.
All right, go ahead, either man.
Yeah, I keep hearing people saying if Sharon sold drugs and AR sold drugs, that means that I don't got the right to lock up Sharon. If Sharon breaks the law, I still can process him. Like what's going on with AR have nothing to do with what I'm processing Sharon through the system. And we keep giving these excuses from the other side says, well, let me give you an example of the government doing this or other people doing this. Okay, we can agree that they wrong too, but we still can prosecute you for being wrong. That doesn't give you an excuse to be wrong because someone else is wrong. Just because Sharon commit murder, that doesn't mean that I got the right to go commit murder now. And when you start understanding from a military point of view, I think this was a great operation. They went in, you talking 80 people, they said roughly 80 people got killed. Most of them was military or military type personnel, right? It was a diversion. They got the person out. He would have been wrong if he sent these people in. He said, bring these people back alive. He could have been just like Obama. Go in there and just wipe them out. Just take them out. But he said, I'm going to give him his day in trial so he can prove if he's innocent or guilty. And we still say, nah, we should just let him do whatever he wants. And I hear all these same people on these panels talk about the drugs in this country. I hear them talk about how bad it is and we need to do something different. And as soon as you get somebody to start doing something different, they complain about that. It's just a whole bunch of complainers. That's what we see.
I see two different things, two different arguments here. I'd like to separate. We're using, some people are using war as an excuse, and some people are using he was a drug dealer. Do anybody think he was at war and he gets to blow up boats and kidnap it because we were at war?
Yes, I do.
Okay. All right, just the one guy, because what it seems like we're talking about is legalities. And if we go down that line, if we have the right to snatch up someone selling dope here, we are obligated now to snatch up a bunch of other people as well that do just as much harm, like China stealing our fucking software, breaking our codes, or Russians for whatever they.
It wasn't just drugs. It also said that he was funding terrorism.
But wait, but
of
just
course.
Oh yeah, everything fun terrorism.
Of course.
Hold on, y'all.
Yeah.
Hold on. Please, hold on, y'all. Hold on. One at a time, please.
Before he runs away from it, why is somebody obligated to arrest somebody else because another motherfucker got arrested?
Right.
Why?
Law, you got to be consistent with the law. You can't just arrest black people and not white people. You must be consistent.
Since when?
Well, not that it is, but it's supposed to be. The law ain't even a thing. But I don't had that conversation. Okay. But
So
if you got to
no
apply it to all, right?
So there's no obligation to do it then, correct?
No, I am saying
No,
if you're gonna
it should
have
be
one,
an
it must be
obligation
applied
to improve,
equally.
Taz. If
fam.
we're saying that shit's not right, we should be obligated to improve this shit.
Hold on. I will get you the mic again. Don't worry about it. So let Joe Cool substantiate his argument. Tash is challenging his argument.
Yes.
It is okay for those two people to have a disagreement. It is okay. Everybody don't have to jump in on every argument. Let Joe Cool and go have they might get to a agreement after a while. Let them have their conversation. It's okay.
Yes. Do you disagree? Do you think the law, even if we just put it here to the U.S., don't we agree? I thought we all said the law must be applied equally. Is that not a thing? Am I wrong?
It's supposed to be applied equally, but you're implying that there's an obligation, and clearly there's not. Historically, there's never been.
I'm okay with supposed to be. I'm okay with that. That was my part of the argument. If we're supposed to apply it equally, then we have other countries that we need to hit next.
So,
right,
but also,
you're
just
right quick.
About the funding of terrorism. See, people don't. He's not just a drug.
Hold on, don't move into that yet, Eda man, because the problem is that it took them how long it took them to get him go?
6 years.
All right, so now maybe the next person is going to be in the next 6 years.
But he's conveniently ignoring the fact that we do this. Like, there's been plenty of people that have arrest warrants out for them.
Right.
And they step outside the country and they get arrested.
And to that point, it's people that's involved in this Venezuelan drug trafficking case that have warrants. Maduro just the biggest name.
Right, because it's going to open up. Okay, there you go.
What people from the CIA have a warrant for them? What people from the CIA have a warrant for them?
Because hold on, because we do have to understand, for him to get snitched on, that means plenty of people was getting arrested time and time again. It's just that their name is not big enough for it to hit the airwaves the way how his is. And so people been getting arrested.
I say, if y'all think that they went over there and got that man without evidence, y'all are crazy.
We said we assumed that he had drugs. You're just saying something.
He's the head of the indictment.
I think so. I think Joe Cool is in agreement that it took them time to get this man 6 years, and whoever is next is also taking time to get the next person as well. Nobody is exempt, but we have to build up a case. You have to.
I would agree with that, but the next thing, Sharon, my next step would be, if we do, and we're going after world leaders, then now, by him not saying the next person runs the country or you handle your affairs, but he's saying I'm putting JD Vance. Now we're doing stuff that I don't know if we could do that shit.
No, but he didn't go after a world. He didn't just go after a world leader. He went after a drug dealer masked as a world leader.
Agreed, but then you took over the country and said you're gonna hold it till further notice. Just to arrest the drug dealer? Are we charging the whole country?
So no. So that's where the misunderstanding is at, right? So he was supposed to not be in power in the first place. That's number one. And then number two, we cannot just go ahead and clean up house and then leave and don't leave proper enforcement to make sure that the next election is being done correctly, because now you are setting up for just a new person to keep on continuously doing what he has done. So you got to have somebody there to make sure that it's going to be a safe and fair election next, and not just.
I'd actually like to defend.
We did that in Afghanistan. We did that in Iraq. We do when we do.
It didn't work out well.
Just right.
We keep naming.
It doesn't matter if it worked or not. Hold on.
Well, to Joe's point, to Joe, I get what you are saying. I get what you're saying. To Joe's point, he came out and stated, one, he didn't remove anybody else from power. So the entire people that backed Maduro are still in power. He then came out and said that the opposition leader that was voted in, legally speaking, she was actually she was most popular. Then she got banned from being elected. So the backup had to run in her place. He got elected, and he said both of them are not actually popular in their country, so they cannot run the country. That is what Trump came out and said. So
that's what I'm saying.
About
Trump
leaving people in power that so that the transition can be smooth and whatnot. It's quite obvious that, and this is why I agree with Detroit on this. I don't trust him, and he didn't do it for the right reasons. But the outcome is still the same for my specific thing about geopolitics. He does not care about the people of Venezuela and them being about democracy. He never has. He never will. He did this for his own reasons, and he is not supporting the one that was actually voted in. He's not like, we're taking you out, and the person that was voted in or the party that was voted in, they get to lead the country as the people wanted them to. That's not what he's saying. He's leaving the people that helped stop them in power.
That's not the argument, though.
Because who did he say he was? Who did he say he was leaving in charge of Venezuela?
JD Vance.
Hold on, but that doesn't.
Marco Rubio.
But that doesn't matter.
No, I was talking about Maduro as vice president.
Right, but I'm saying, but that part of the conversation don't matter yet. We're not even at that part of the conversation yet. We still stuff on. Go ahead, go.
Yeah, because I don't even disagree once y'all get to who's being installed in this puppet government and whatnot.
Right.
That's like once you get there, fam, we're gonna start agreeing. Where we disagree at is how we got to this point. And I just once you get beyond this point, I think you know what I'm saying, we start agreeing on everything. I don't trust what the fuck gonna happen in Venezuela, nigga. Ain't no telling that, but that's not my argument. My argument is it is legit to go in there and get a drug lord.
Right.
That's legit.
That's legit.
I'm not going to argue.
Okay,
that. I don't think it's necessarily legit, because they could call Trump or so and so, and we can go over here and kidnap Trump legitimately.
They can try. But they'll lose.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, that's just talking. Nobody ain't coming to it.
If someone, first of all, if Hezbollah, that's
hold
what I'm saying.
Joe Cool, hold on,
Yeah.
Joe Cool. So you saying that Russia could just say, you know what? Trump been bringing in all these goddamn drugs, turning our goddamn men gay and our women gay, and it's because they was bringing this funny ass. They was testing frogs. They figured out a way to test frogs and turn frogs gay, and they put all this supplement into it, and they put it into our country. We are going to go into DC and snatch Trump up out of his office and hold him accountable in
now
Russia.
let's see who would support that.
No. Let me question the straw man. Let me respond.
To make sure I'm clear about what
Let
we're
me
saying.
question. Yes. So we're clear. I gave you guys a time to get a good laugh. I'm not talking about whether they could do it. We're talking about legalities. Whether he has the legal right to go in the country and do it because he wrote it down. If it's legal, that means if someone else writes it, it's legal. I wasn't talking about capabilities.
But if they came and got Trump, would you fight for him though? Would you support it if they came and scooped his ass? Because I'm saying,
hell no. I
would you
wouldn't
support
care.
it?
Hold on, Joe Cool. So now let's say they said another country successfully did that. You saying that the people in America as a whole are gonna be like, yes, finally we are free. They got rid of Trump.
I'm saying no such thing. All I was addressing is legalities. If you're asking me what would happen if
sir,
they took Trump,
Joe Cool,
the
sir, was it
country would
legal?
be
Was it
split.
legal for
Hold on, let me
Maduro
finish
to be?
answering this
Because you want to
question, right?
Hold on, let Joe
But
finish.
why
But
are we
hey,
letting
I
them?
can't believe y'all got me over here riding the way how I'm riding. All right, listen,
The
man, can you
country would
believe
be
this day?
split if
I
they took
cannot
up Trump,
believe this
as
day that y'all got me
Venezuela
over
is.
here almost defending Donald Trump. This is
Yeah,
crazy.
it's
But go ahead.
ironic. We have
Hold
these
on.
people talking about legality as if Maduro was the rightful. He's not a legal leader. You're talking about
He's not
you're
legal
talking about
leader.
sovereignty and legality, and ignoring the fact that he did what he has done.
No, fucking
Hold on,
Sharon made the
y'all.
topic
Hold on, y'all.
legality.
What is this
Hold
irony?
on, y'all. But let Joe Cool finish. And y'all want to address it. So we got Joe Cool, AR, KT to go. We also going to welcome in JR Boxing as well. Thank y'all for your patience. Go ahead, Joe Cool.
Yeah, I was
AR,
merely talking about legalities, but he asked me what would happen if someone did manage to successfully snatch up Trump. How would Americans feel? People are people, and Trump is polarizing. Half the people would dig it, half the people would not, and I'm sure something similar is going on in Venezuela.
You're wrong.
Okay,
It's just
which
actually
part?
wrong.
At which
the
part?
fact that Venezuelans are not happy that this dude is gone.
Wait. I said some would be and some would not. You dispute that?
Yeah, but you said 50. You said half and half in the U.S. and you said it would be similar in Venezuela. And
But
it's
they're
not.
literally protesting the streets of Venezuela right now for them kidnapping the president. So no, they
Okay.
literally are.
So-
I checked before I came on here.
Okay.
I checked and found video before I
maybe
came
you
on to
didn't.
make
Maybe
sure
you
it's
didn't.
true.
Maybe you didn't hear it, but 30%, give or take, of Venezuelans have fled the country since 2013 or 2014. Our
Sounds
troops
like you're
went in there.
arguing my
Our troops went in there. None of them passed. I think there was a few injuries. I think none of them were critical. None of our aircraft or anything else. One sustained damage. Everything else was good.
I'm aware, but what's that got to do?
So there
with
was no fight. So there was no fight back. If anybody tried to take anything in the White House, whether it's Trump or a clock, and it was a foreign entity,
you moving the
and they try
goalposts
to
of
take
violence.
it by force, one, they would never make it to the White House in the first place. They'd be shot down.
Bro.
And two, if they were at the White House, they would be killed.
Remember, your argument was that no one in Venezuela gives a fuck. That was your
I never
argument.
said nobody. I never said nobody.
Hold on, let's slow it down so this way we can hear both sides of the argument.
I said it's not even.
The issue that it seems as of right now, whether it's propaganda or not, the propaganda is showing that Venezuela is happy that this man was taken out of power because he stole the power in the first place.
Venezuelans here, I'm strictly talking about Venezuelans in Venezuela.
Venezuelans there,
I took the time to look that up, and there's a hefty amount. In fact, it's all over the news, which is why I went over there, that they are protesting and they are mad. So there's at least split. Like is all I'm saying.
So mad they lay down their weapons. So mad they lay down their weapons and let their leader get the leader that didn't even have Venezuelans protecting him. He had Cubans because the Venezuelans hate him so much and he's scared of them. That's the one you're trying to defend and say the Venezuelans love so much.
I'm not defending.
Then why did Trump have to hit strikes last night? Why did Trump have to strike to get him? If they was laid down their arms and everything like that, why did Trump have to strike to get them?
They literally all laid down. There was a little bit of fight, but they had a whole military and it did not fight. You don't have a whole military and nobody loses their life. And when a country comes in and does what it does.
No one's arguing that. You're giving weird arguments.
Yeah,
no
there
one's
was
arguing
a
that
few.
people
There
are
was a few that fought back. But the point is, if it's 70-30,
hold on, y'all. Hold on. Y'all have to understand when y'all interrupt, it is damn near impossible for me to try to pass it around for everybody to communicate on the topic. Every time we interrupt, you make the person have to explain itself even further, and it turns into a 2-minute conversation. Turn that 1 2-minute conversation to a half an hour to an hour. Let the person finish their full thought, so this way we can keep moving around and everybody get their word out. That's because it was supposed to be Joe, Cool, AR, and KT. So this way, and then I want to introduce JR Boxing into it. We want to get Goat back in it. Detroit, everybody want to be a part of the conversation. Either man want to jump back in it, but if we keep interrupting each other, it's going to get stuck in one place. So we gotta attempt to pass the ball around so we can all get our thoughts out. Finish up AR.
HR is crazy.
I'm sorry.
Okay. Lay down your arms is a figure of speech. It doesn't mean literally everybody in the country put down their arms and just stood there. When you look at Afghanistan and the Taliban taking over again, it is said the Afghan National Army or military laid down their arms. Yes, there was some fighting, but by and large, they just scattered and let the Taliban take back over. The same thing happened in Venezuela. There was a little fight back. The ones closest to Maduro laid down their arms. There was no casualties. The only ones that died were some Cubans, and that has been rumored to be from Russians, because the Cubans were stopping the Russians from getting there to defend Maduro. So yes, when I say they lay down their arms, they did lay down their arms.
Okay, perfect. Go ahead, KT. We welcome JR Boxing. We're going to give J. Cool a chance to respond as well, and then we bring in GOAT and Detroit. Go ahead, KT, JR, GOAT, Detroit, either man.
Because you lay down your arms doesn't mean you agree. If your military numbers just are smaller, which is fucking Venezuela versus a bunch of Americans, they're probably going to be less in numbers and less likely equipped with good shit. So I don't think that should be. Look, this is an indicator they just wanted to give him up. The second thing is I really feel like y'all not understanding. I feel like y'all kind of just going from the standpoint of this is America. I don't give a fuck. I'm going to stand with them. But this is why I have to keep bringing up the other examples, because I'm just pointing out, if we start saying this, I'm with Joe. We can't set the precedent of, oh, we did this and this is right because they were doing this to us. And then we got things like Israel and China. If we're saying all these things we're doing is in justification for those literal positions not to get in better position, when the American government is working with the people who, you get what I'm saying? We both work with Russia and China. And we're talking about we're afraid of the country who can help the other countries we already work with, and we should be agree. I just don't think this is a good ideology. I also think that if he can get away with things internationally and nobody says anything, that makes it even harder for us in the future as people, because it's already shown nobody can stop him at that point. So if he does turn into us and he's shown he's got the ability to do that slightly, we should be worried about this. That's all I'm saying.
Go ahead, JR Boxing.
Good day, Sharon, man. What's going on with you, man? Haven't been on your panel in quite some time, so let me say that. Let me salute the operator and the CEO of this situation, and salute to all the fellas on the panel. Look, y'all making some very great arguments on both sides, man. So wherever you land on it, that's where you land. For me, what I look at, was Maduro a fit leader for the country of Venezuela? Look, I'm not a Venezuelan national, so I wouldn't be able to answer that, right? But if you look at statistics, right, statistics can definitely be skewed. But if you look at statistics, roughly about 35% of Venezuelans started to just, you know what, something's not right here. I cannot prosper here. I cannot live here. And so they decided to leave their country. So that's telling within itself. I hear a lot of the drug stuff and things like that. America's not really concerned about drugs. It sounds great in the media, right? It's a good political point to run on drugs, but we're not really concerned about drugs because one of the largest suppliers of drugs to us literally is bordered to our own country in Mexico. So we're really not that concerned about drugs. And then secondly, look, Venezuela and all their resources, it's something to be admired, right? Largest oil reserve, largest mineral reserve. And so when you start looking at other powers that be, I believe AR mentioned it, China, Russia, things like that, when they start to position themselves in a better place than where the U.S. left it after the sanctions, you got to kind of start thinking like, all right, do we want to fall behind in this? So do I agree with us just going in there, kicking in the door and snatching the old dude up out of sleep, putting him in a Nike Tech suit, and then just whisking him away? And I don't necessarily agree with that. But then I look at the geopolitics of it all. Where do we want to be at the end of the day, right? I know I'm not going to take no trip to Venezuela anytime soon. I don't think Americans would just be welcomed with welcomed arms. So any passport bros out there, I don't think they traveling down there anytime soon. But you know, when we start looking at where we're going to rank, we're always going to be a powerful nation. But when you're looking at China and the dealings that they're having with Venezuela, our biggest opposition is China. And the handshaking and the deals, China trying to move in and get as much property as they can from Venezuela, but under the nose of the U.S., and we just can't allow that because that's our largest opposition. But that's why I land right there.
Good stuff.
So the way cocaine has impacted the black community, I think it's sad that y'all would get y'all asses up here and keep talking about the United States
Trump, and every fucking thing else. As soon as we start talking about niggas getting locked up, the excuses start as if we don't need to do something ourselves against this. So for me, it's, yeah, dog, they is sending it in. They is working with these motherfuckers. I get all those arguments. But when we find a case where a motherfucker is bringing in tons of cocaine, and I'm watching black people say, it ain't about the drugs. Yeah, I'm confused at what it is you actually want for your community. I'm confused at your arguments that you've made previously about drugs in the community, because this is a supplier and there's no question about him being a supplier. The only question y'all have is, should he have got him? And I don't understand why that's a question, because it's cocaine and it's harmed our community more so than any other community in this country. So if it's anybody who should just be against the importation of the shit, it should be us. But y'all got it.
Can I respond to that really quick, Sharon? And I'll let it be. I completely understand, man. Look, personally, if you ask me, am I concerned about drugs? Absolutely. But I'm talking about as a nation, right? As a nation, they're not concerned about drugs, man. They're not.
JR.
If
hold on, I think it was coming to me
let me
next.
finish. If the major concern was about drugs, right? If the major concern was about drugs, we would be at war in Mexico right now. Not hardening the border, not sending forces to the border. They're just showing force at that point, because drugs are still infiltrating America from Mexico. It's still happening. So I'm not gonna, if you ask me personally, yes, drugs are a terrible thing. It's ruining, it is completely gutting the community, right? But you look at from a U.S. standpoint, they've known he has been a quote unquote narco terrorist for quite some time, right? But it wasn't until recently, right?
To Donald Trump,
China has become the biggest buyer of crude oil from Venezuela.
Yeah.
And after sanction, we try to do diplomacy. Well, we're going to sanction this company. We're going to sanction this company. We're going to sanction this company. Y'all can't sell to these places, right? We built y'all infrastructure way back in the 70s. So we're telling y'all, hey, man, y'all can't sell to these places anymore. Y'all got to limit the amount of oil y'all sell to these places. Can we agree to that? And then, I'm just saying. And then this person in charge of Maduro, he pretty much refused at that point. Like, look, man, I get it. It is what it is, right?
No, JR, we trying to say, don't you agree that Donald Trump is not on the script? Because everybody keep talking about what the U.S. do. Can we agree that Donald Trump got his own script? He
definitely beats to his own drum, man. I agree with you.
To me, it's a moot point when we keep bringing up what the U.S. did when we talk about what Donald Trump is doing. He's literally moving completely different than we see other presidents do. And so,
no, he isn't. No, he isn't.
Hold on. So,
the mustache man.
You want to stop me halfway through the sentence? Go ahead, AR. AR, go ahead and speak what you believe.
Just saying, bro. It's still the U.S. He's still a arm of the U.S. You know, he doesn't even know what he's doing half the time. So you're talking about him as if he's a cognitive individual. He doesn't even know the executive orders he's signing.
I'd have to agree.
And you think, like, come on, what's happening right now? He has to be explained the executive orders in person. He's like, what's this? They're like, oh, it's an executive order about this, and it's going to do this. Oh, that's really cool. They just asked him about who he pardoned, the Bitcoin guy or whatever it was. He was like, I don't even know who that is. I just heard it was bad, so I pardoned him. So he has no idea what he's doing. He's the apparatus of the U.S.
This is what AR just said.
That's like every other president.
That's what I'm saying. He's no different than them. I mean, to a certain extent.
Hey,
yeah.
This is what I'm about to translate what AR just said. AR said, hey, it's some things he's doing like other presidents. Can we agree that it's some things he's doing that's not like other presidents? Or you disagree?
Yeah, I could agree to that too.
Every president has a unique way of doing things. Yes, we all agree. So he's similar. So he's just like every other president. He's no different. He's a part of the U.S.
People make this point. The point, because remember we're talking about Venezuela. When people say, you know what, for the past 19 years, every other president let it go. They let him do whatever he want to do, right? And then we say Donald Trump start executing on this. That means that That right there is someone that's moving different from the presidents of the past based on the situation. Do you agree with that?
Sure.
I'll agree with that.
He's doing one thing different, but and it's just a different
Okay,
context.
but
He's doing.
but
He's
this
doing.
Will
what
you
the
agree?
president- He's
This
doing what
hold
the
on, but
presidents
this is
did in the Middle East.
we having.
Here, it's
In
no
this
different.
situation, we're not talking about executive orders. In this situation, Donald Trump is doing something different with Venezuela.
Yeah, Marco Rubio.
Okay,
Yeah, I agree.
so
Marco Rubio is.
that's that. And I just want to be very clear. To have that kind of simple of a mindset when it comes to laws and geopolitics is just like going in the house, you ain't got no power, and telling the kids, well, we just gonna have a camp out today. It sounds just as simple as you know, listen, I'm gonna try and remove the moral part of it, because morally, if this really was a fight on drugs, then Trump wouldn't have pardoned a drug kingpin, who he wouldn't have. So if you want to ride into that, hold on, because I'm going to the legal part. But as soon as that happens, if you're talking about fight, go ahead.
Let me challenge
Who's
this
that?
shit, man. This is
He doesn't even
fast.
know why he got
Because y'all
pardoned.
keep making this talking point about Hernandez down in Honduras. I don't think y'all have done the research. He's not, the argument ain't even the same with Maduro. He didn't enrich his family.
What about any other criminal that Trump pardoned? It's a moral stance that you can't make, because he has pardoned so many people for all these different things that makes me feel like he just is going to be okay with criminality. So I'm not going to try and defend the move that he's doing. Yes, if he's taking a drug kingpin from harming our community, then I'm for it. But if it's not legal, then the same illegalities can be turned on you. And that's the part that if listen, there are international laws that this man just infringed on by doing what he's done.
Not true.
Article 51, because Venezuela is a member of the UN, right? Unless they pull off some kind of attack against the US, then the US, and without UN authority too, you have to have UN authority for this as well too, and you have to have the Venezuelan saying we want this. You know what I'm saying? But either way, Article 51 protects all of UN nations, which they are original member of the UN. It protects them from somebody coming in unless you have been attacked. Like attacked. We know what attack means, like bombed, like how like 9/11, or like how they consider 9/11 and things like that.
Right.
I'm not finished. I'm not finished. I let y'all ride like Sharon said. I let y'all ride like Sharon said, right? Okay. So legally, there was no basis for him to go in here. So you're right. Is it different what he did? Is it unprecedented what he did? Yes, but different and unprecedented doesn't necessarily mean the right way to do things. And on a legal basis, when you start tinkering around, somebody brought up, that was Sharon that brought up, like if Trump, if they want to come in here and get Trump. So do y'all know who the crinks are? China, Russia, I think it's Iran and North Korea. Like all of them are like in cahoots with each other, right? So let's say all of them got together and said we were going to go into the United States and take Trump. We're hoping that us and the UN, we still gonna need some backing. If we get in war with China and Russia, bro, we gonna need the UN. We're going to need the UN. That's what that was one of the purposes.
The UN does not have a fighting force. The UN does not have a fighting force.
I just want to know if he's going to defend Trump if they do that. If they come get him, are you going to defend Trump in that instance?
I would.
Say that one more time.
If they were,
you would. I ain't laying down my life for that orange motherfucker. Shit, I ain't doing shit for Donald Trump, man.
Detroit, how do you think? Detroit, how do you think the UN is going?
I would lay my life down for my country and my community. Fuck Donald Trump. Donald Trump says fuck America. Y'all are more patriotic than Donald Trump is. Everybody in this panel, y'all are more patriotic than Donald Trump is.
He's still the president, though.
Constantine China, he's still the president of the United States.
Yeah,
but Detroit, how do you think Detroit? How do you think the UN is going to help? How do you think the UN is going to help?
What I'm saying is, no other UN nation would come in and help us unless, except for Article 51. So if we can go into Venezuela and do that, then they can come in here and do that to the argument president, right? Legally.
Go ahead, Eat Man. Bring it back to wherever we was at.
Yeah, so this is the point. If you justify other countries coming in and taking Donald Trump and you don't have a problem with that, How can you not justify us going?
You are justifying them doing. I don't have a problem with it. Y'all brought up this hypothetical. We have an actual thing that just happened. Y'all bringing up all these hypotheticals, and no, I don't like Donald Trump, so fuck him. But in real time right now, that same thing just happened down in Venezuela, and y'all are saying it's cool with it. For what you're saying, like if it's something that's a crime in the United States, it has to go through certain channels, especially if it's a president from another country. It has to go through certain channels for us to actually get that person that's of interest.
We're just trying to show you the logic of thinking that you don't understand. You said you had no problem.
No. Don't go back to that bullshit ass hypothetical. I don't like Donald Trump. If Donald Trump was right next to me, I'm driving the fuck away from him, getting fucked away from him. I don't care if he got a bullet wound, if he just fell, if his ankles fell out on him, if his little dot on his hand spread to his whole body. I don't give a damn. I don't fuck with Donald Trump. You better off using any other kind of president and any other kind of hypothetical than Donald Trump. Fuck that.
The whole point is if you stand on
all these Trump cucks and stuff, man. I ain't with that shit, dog.
Let him finish, bro. Let him finish, man.
He knows he
get a headshot, man.
Listen, the whole point that I'm telling you is if he stood on his morals and values, he would have said wrong is wrong. They shouldn't come into the U.S. and do this, just like they shouldn't go into Venezuela and do this. But no, it's a level of bias there. He said that it's wrong for them to do it in Venezuela, but it's perfectly okay for them to do it in the U.S. Like
that's why I said I had to take my morality out of it altogether, because I am not dealing with a moral person when you're talking about Trump.
So if
I can see morality in these people in this panel, I can see it. I can see it. So you're telling me, right? So legally, I'm saying like morally, I would think that Donald Trump's on some bullshit anyway. But if he checked all these boxes off legally, I wouldn't be in this panel saying that shit. He did both. He didn't do anything morally right, and he didn't do anything legally right. So what the fuck are we actually talking about?
I'm very confused. Venezuela. He didn't do anything morally or legally, so that justified America going over there and taking him.
Grab him in the pussy and go get the president. That's moral. The same guy. That's what I'm saying. Grab him in the pussy. They eating the dogs and cats. Go get the guy out of. They bombed Iran. Go get the guy out of Honduras. Grab him in the pussy. This is the morality I'm saying. He's not the leader that I would ever like initially just be like, you know what? Maybe like think about it. I couldn't stand George Bush, but then 9/11 happened, and my initial thought was, you know what? We need to defend America, and then the shit started coming out. Donald Trump has been a liar from the start. So why would I believe anything like that he was saying anyway? You know what I'm saying? That shit is stupid.
The person aside, right? I get what you're saying, because I don't care for Donald Trump himself, but the person aside, you care for America, right? As a citizen of America. So if somebody managed to put together a plan to come over and extract him from the U.S., that shows weakness, big weakness for the U.S. And that's something we could never have.
An ideological inconsistency.
We look weak right now. Like, you think we look strong right now? We look dangerous as hell. Nobody wants to fuck with us.
Hold on.
We can't even go overseas and hang out if we wanted to.
Please allow people to finish their thought. Go ahead, JR, and then we got the GOAT. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Person aside, right? Do I care for his political views? Do I care for how he's running the country? Absolutely not. But what I do care for, right, is the showing of strength that the U.S. shows globally. So if somebody's able to, whatever country decides to come over here and take whatever president, it could be whatever president, right? That just shows we got a chink in the armor, and we probably should all be watching our backs at that point. Because if they could just manage to come over how we managed to get inside of Venezuela and extract their president, that shows a sign of weakness on the U.S. side. I'm not for that.
Right,
perfect.
So again,
go ahead, go.
It's these ideological inconsistencies, right? So like he just said, so understand what I'm like, fam. If you're perfectly fine with this happening to Trump, if you can see this being okay in that regard, then it should be okay, period. That's where the inconsistencies come in. I don't even know what y'all stance is because I thought y'all were operating more so because he was the leader and blah, blah, blah. Now it's starting to sound like I don't like Trump, so whatever happens to him is fine, but my ideology, it's all over the place. And so I don't even know what's being argued no more because even the scenario he just gave is like, bro, when do you stand on something? It's like y'all jumping
And that's
around.
that's why laws are there. And that's why laws are there. So that way, when I get my toot about whoever's in place, it's still laws there where, legally, he has to be ruled by these means. That's exactly what the laws are there for. So that way we don't get caught in our emotions. I ain't gonna get caught in my emotions and want a country to come and do this, right? Or I could get caught in my emotions and want a country to come do this, but the laws would protect against that if people adhere to the laws.
Let me, if I could just finish, because I was going to go into the problem with what you said. So you're talking about strength and displaying strength. Ideologically speaking, it should be a display of strength to go in and snatch their so-called leader. Because if you juxtapose that to the scenario you just gave, if they come and snatch our leader, it makes us look weak. So ideologically speaking, you should be in alignment with going to snatch him because it makes us look strong. These are inconsistencies that y'all operating on, fam. I'm just telling you.
That
No,
right there.
you can snatch
That's
up
a terrible
anybody.
military
Yeah,
strategy.
I'm about to say that don't make you look strong because we can snatch up fucking
Military
Nova
strategy.
Scotia.
I'm more of his you know what, fam? I said ideological inconsistency. His ideology is that it makes us strong to go in because it makes us weak if someone comes in here. How do you not
No,
get that?
that's because that's crazy because we can snatch up Nova Scotia. Are we now strong? No, like we're bullying people. We're America. We're supposed to be.
Yes,
That's
it
what I'm
means
saying.
that you're stronger. Yes, it literally
No.
means that you're stronger. Hold on.
But it
If you
doesn't.
That's
take-
capitalism right there. That's
That's what I'm saying.
imperialism.
Y'all, the defense of America, y'all got is
If
crazy.
we take,
That's
hold
what
on.
that's
You
that's
said-
what it's
hold
about.
on,
Somebody
hold on,
just said it.
hold
Capitalism. That's
hold
what it's
on.
about.
Please, somebody, hold on. Thank you. If somebody is in a fight, the person that won the fight is usually considered stronger. I don't know why is that a confusion all of a sudden.
Yeah, when you in
But
jail,
when
you
did
beat up
Venezuela
an old
start to
dude,
fight?
it's called sheep killing. When you beating up old people in jail and they know you got hands in jail, it's called sheep killing. And then other people turn against you and start whipping your ass because you a bitch ass nigga. Because if you was really like that, you wouldn't have to beat up on somebody you know you can beat.
No. Slow down.
When did Venezuela start to fight with us?
Please.
In the indictment.
We act like we don't have no decorum. We are grown. So now the person that deemed you as wrong for taking advantage of that weaker person, if they beat you up, then we would say that that person is what, weaker or stronger?
You said that
Okay, so
so are we gonna stick to what I brought up?
Hold on, let me slow it down. Let me slow it down for you, right? So if I take advantage and beat up an older person, I'm stronger than that old person, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Yeah,
then now
what the fuck?
you come over and whoop my ass. Now everybody's gonna say that you are what, stronger or weaker than me?
Maybe you beat them up. That don't even got nothing to do with you.
Are they
being
gonna
weak and
say
strong
what I gave you? Are you stronger or weaker than that person? Is what we are talking about?
No, you could beat somebody and not even be stronger than them. Are you? Is this the
Hey, let's
question
move
or
past.
something?
Hey, let's move
You know
past.
what I'm saying?
I'm
I'm confused.
500, otherwise, I spend 20.
They're gonna know that you're stronger than them.
Hold on. That is just hold on. What I'm saying is that is the length y'all will go to try to argue your point. Like you're not following logic when it comes to the conversation. Logically shows that regardless if you agree with me beating up on the old person or not, I'm stronger than that old person. And then when you come and say, "Oh, you want to go ahead and fight the weak," I'm gonna show you what strength is. And then you beat me up. You are stronger. It's simple logic.
What if the strongest motherfucker on the planet go beat up somebody that's old?
Okay.
The strongest, most dangerous motherfucker on the planet go beat up the right.
It doesn't make him hold on. It doesn't make you less strong. He's still
right,
strong.
which is what we did. Right, we went down. We showed, according to y'all, we went down to Venezuela and showed.
Hold on. The ideology of what y'all are trying to say is that America looks weak.
Yeah, overall.
Because the strongest man on the planet
go the American ideology. So y'all think this looks strong, but the international crowd is looking at us and saying like,
I
bro,
literally just went off of his logic.
Saying we're weak.
Right.
This
Hold
came
on,
from
hold on.
your logic. Just understand. Just remember.
This is y'all
This
logic.
came
That's
from
because
your
y'all putting
fucking
this, y'all
logic.
putting this prison stance on and crime and street
I said
stance on
your
everything
logic.
that's
Did not. Hold on.
geopolitical.
Hold on. KT
Didn't answer the
introduced-
geopolitical question.
Hold on, y'all, please. KT introduced the
Fuck.
prison system to it. And all I'm doing was showing the flaw in his ideology. That's all I was doing, was showing the flaw in the ideology. That's it.
Once again, if the biggest,
and I showed the flaw in his and yours ideology for this current situation. That's what I was doing.
so according to y'all, right? According to y'all, in this, what y'all think of our my ideology? Oh my god, you're saying that I know, man. Yeah, mouth dry as hell, bro. So you're saying that we believe that in this scenario, the U.S. isn't the biggest, strongest motherfucker on the planet. We believe they're weaker than that because
y'all are saying
we
that
didn't show
United States, y'all saying that Donald Trump is weak because he's
Right.
picking on
Okay.
picking on an elderly person, for example. He's picking on somebody who's weak.
Got you. No, what we're saying is we are the biggest, strongest, baddest motherfucker on the planet. And we went and messed with somebody that was below our weight class just to show that we're strong. We went and had an exhibition match.
Well, I got you.
That's what I'm saying. If you want to put it in y'all terms.
Yeah,
Hold on.
Let's see if it's just
Ali went and fought Butterbean.
I just want to understand. So, did Russia look weak by attacking Ukraine?
Man, I fuck with E.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. That's why
And they were losing.
We literally defending them. We literally defending them. So why are we now saying that Russia looked strong? America went in Ukraine.
You see, Russia didn't attack Ukraine when Ukraine had them nukes.
The question would be, why did the U.S.
It was
get
an
involved?
exercise of strength.
You're muted.
That's why
Sean.
Russia
You're
did
muted,
it.
Sean.
Right. My bad.
Y'all like strong men, dog. That's what it sounds like. Y'all like strong men.
You're muted.
Sean, you're muted.
Bro.
I mean,
We muted ourselves for you, bro.
Nice. Y'all just be talking. So you telling me the biggest, baddest, strongest man in the world had a fight with the smallest person, and the smallest person held his own, and you're gonna say the strongest person looked like he was strong? I didn't think so. Where is
Who's
the
that for?
fucking logic? It ain't no logic in that. If Ukraine is this small little thing and they was able to hold off Russia, how can Russia look strong? It ain't because they won. If Russia would have did it and just took it over in the 3 days like they said, they were like, damn, Russia, they got a big back stick. But the problem is Ukraine was able to hold them all by themselves until we came and gave them some extra help.
Yeah.
A big fucking difference.
Exactly.
Hold on.
That would not happen with the U.S.
Hold on, please. America went there in 2 hours and took over. 2 hours.
No loss.
So I just want to be very clear. So you guys are talking about power by fear.
Still fighting. It is no way that you can say Russia looks strong in that position.
Y'all said that?
Russia was the stronger power, right? Going into that fight, right?
And still lost.
Well, they didn't win immediately, and they're still going on, But they were the stronger power, right? So it would be
an agreement. Maybe I
no. They still fighting.
No,
actually, they just got.
But my point is, y'all saying they looking strong. They were the stronger power, and they still couldn't beat them, which is what I'm pointing out. Even down to this whole thing, y'all making it seem like just because they beat somebody, that's an exhibition of true strength, or what people will accept as true strength. Internationally, we look like fucking clowns. Because again, y'all keep talking about, oh yeah, and then y'all keep talking about, oh, well, we doing this to prevent China and Russia and all these other places. Well, we can fight China and Russia if we like that. If we really saying we like that. But we supposed to clap it up when we beat up Venezuela? Get the fuck out.
Except we can't do that.
And historically, it looks weak, dog. Historically, it's gonna look weak.
Hold on.
We can't go into Venezuela and just think they do, but we did.
Hold on. So you saying when we execute something, that makes us look weak? We came up with a plan, we executed it in 2 hours. That makes us look weak, is what you're saying?
No, when we executing a weak plan, it's weak. Yeah, we're not.
I expect the United States. Listen, we're so skilled that I expect the United States, whenever we pull off any kind of military anything,
I don't care about that.
We're going to be successful.
This people, this person, literally is selling drugs in our country, and we kind of have proof about it, right? As of so far, we have the proof. You saying allowing him to continue to do that would have made us look stronger?
No.
No, I'm saying
we
allowed him
that
to do it
the
in the
way
first
we
place.
got him makes us look weak. We couldn't set through all these different means that of normal, just normal ways of making this happen. Normal ways of getting a president ousted.
Hold on. Yes,
we did not go through the normal ways of doing it.
Chose not to, because we chose not to.
Yeah,
he agreed.
this was unprecedented.
No, it wasn't unprecedented. It happened a lot in the 70s and 60s and the 80s. It was reports. The reports are that he offered to give up his gold and his oil, control of the oil, if he could stay in power. And we chose the other route. To me, if we could be bribed by that, that would show being weaker. But we said, no, you got to go regardless of you being a coward and saying, yeah, I'll give you all these things if I can stay in power, for one. For two, that operation was I think 150 aircraft plus a whole bunch of different units. You had Rangers, DevGro, a whole bunch of other shit. And nobody was killed in a hostile foreign country. And it was over in 2.5, 3 hours. No aircraft were lost. One was hit and it was able to return to base. You can say, oh, well, the U.S. military is this, that, and the other. That's great. This is unheard of. This is unprecedented. Having a military operation of that caliber in a foreign hostile nation and nobody pass away and no aircraft get lost is unprecedented. If you can point to me one example of 150 plus aircraft operation, nobody passes away. Even in the Osama bin Laden raid, which was like a handful of helicopters and whatnot, one of those helicopters, granted it was an experimental helicopter in X, Y, and Z, one of those went down. We're talking about 150 aircraft. The helicopters were flying very low, and Venezuela has artillery that can hit aircraft. And they shot at it several times, and it didn't work out. Because we also had reportedly cyber kinetic effects, whatever you want to call it, that took out the power, that helped with that. So no, it's not just a no, I'm using EMP. But it's not just a like, oh, well, you know, it's the US, they should be able to do that. Like, no, this is like Wilt scoring 100 type shit. This is like Kobe scoring 81. This is LeBron averaging a triple-double in the finals. It's not expected.
I get what you're saying.
Is above and beyond.
But it's also
no. I say I expect that because I know. I'm saying I expect it just because I know how skilled our armed forces are. That's what I'm saying that way. So don't misconstrue it that way. What I would say is like it's unprecedented from legally. It is unprecedented the way that Trump went in here and got Maduro. It is, and any other thing, you know. Hold on, and the conflation that I keep hearing while I'm in this panel is that like just let them sell drugs. Like that's not what I am saying at all. I at no point in this thing have I said drop the case on him or drop the investigation or whatever they were doing. Have I said anything of the such since I've been in here?
More or less, you said.
I've been talking about the legality of how this went down.
You said we should leave it up to the UN. You said we should leave it up to the UN.
No. I didn't say leave it up to the UN. I said there are UN laws that the US can go through to actually get somebody out of power. They can. None of that played into here.
We did that. Hold on. We did that in Iraq. We did that in Iraq, and you disagreed.
What I'm saying is, right or wrong, there's still so. Like I said about George W. Bush, right? With going into Iraq or whatever. Like at the time, because of like 9/11, yeah, my views were definitely different. But then as facts start coming out about what really was going on or whatever, and really well we were there and stuff like that, my view changed, right? I don't have that same. I'm not giving Trump that kind of grace because I know he has done this before, where he's said this and done this. So that's my personal on this administration. Now, if that administration went through, Article 51 of the UN to make their case, if they had this big thing from the Venezuelan people about what they wanted from the Trump administration, if we had like a actual like strike or something like that on our nation that was attacked from Venezuela. These are all like really simple ways. Simple. I hate to say it like that, but But these are like those ways where, like, if you had that happen, these things actually lead to like where we already seen previously that we can go to war for these. But because this administration couldn't get any of those things to happen,
well, that's
they
not
just
true.
did this
That's
in a
not true.
haphazard
So
way.
one, I disagree completely with the UN thing. Just because the UN doesn't approve something doesn't mean if a country if the citizens of that country are being oppressed and they want someone to come in and take out their leader, it shouldn't require the UN to approve it for that to happen. That's not, if the people of the country want it to happen, then a country should, legally speaking, be allowed for it to happen. So you're talking
but
about,
wouldn't a UN nation go to the UN in some maybe one of those instances?
But
you're saying if you were
shouldn't be bound to the UN at all. It shouldn't be bound to the UN at all.
I'm not saying bound. You're trying to get assistance to your people. So you're just trying to get resources to the people. If you were the leader of the opposition party and you're trying to get resources to your people, and all these things have checked off, and you are part of a UN nation, and the people
you think the UN does something and they don't. That's the issue.
I'm saying, as far as getting military to go to wherever it is, they don't have their own military, but because you have other members of the UN, you know what I'm saying? And that's, I don't know. I guess
no country really has.
I'm not really fond of the UN, but I'm just saying, like, even legal statutes, like, these are ways to get, you know what I'm saying?
First of all, we can go back to that. The second thing that you said was, you said the civilians. The civilians voted him out. The polls show both mainland Venezuelans and the ones that have left the country both support U.S. action. And you said that the Venezuelans should take it upon themselves. They tried that, and they were either killed or they were imprisoned. So they've done those things, and they have the U.S. has the support of both mainland Venezuelans and the ones overseas that have fled. So there's that, and the strikes. So I don't believe.
So now, who's taking over the government now?
We can get to that. This is just about taking the president. It has nothing to do with the after the fact.
Right.
The third thing
I'm just saying this. Usually those steps are put in place, and you can tell from those steps what the intention was.
And the intention, again, the intention is irrelevant. It's about the outcome. And the third thing you said was the strike thing. Again, not necessarily needed. If someone is, for example, China is all up in our infrastructure. They're in telecoms. They're in different areas. They're sitting there. You wouldn't consider that a strike because it's not a bomb. To me, that you should be able to respond to that. However you see it. If someone is funneling drugs into your country, i.e., the way the UK did to China in the Opium Wars, to control your populace or to attempt to control your populace, that is equivalent to a bomb going off. So you can't just chalk it up. This is not, the 1901. You can't just chalk it up to bombs only. There's plenty of other ways for countries to get at other countries in a negative manner and influence and impact that country negatively.
Right, but I think you're interpreting that law as just meaning something else. Then it's intentional for that reason. It's intentional for actual acts of war on your land.
Man,
look, if you want to consider it. I know what you're saying as far as intellectual war, but I'm talking about actual bombs, flying missiles, or some kind of inner
cyber
conflict,
attacks.
So
to use cyber attacks are not. You don't believe that cyber attacks should be.
That's not part of 51. That's not part of Article 51. That's what I'm saying.
We know the UN. Bureaucracy is bureaucracy. It takes forever to update. Do you believe Detroit? Do you believe Detroit? Do you believe cyber attacks are active?
China's doing that
should be considered an act.
We're not attacking them, right? We can't.
If it leads to the death of if it leads to the death of Americans, then I would.
Okay, so it has to lead to deaths for cyber attacks. Okay, so if someone is funneling drugs,
so somebody mess with our infrastructure and take the power out, and some convalescent homes lose power and people die from that, I would consider that part of that. Yeah.
Okay, cool. So if someone is funneling drugs into your country and it's killing people, is that an act of war? If they're purposely funneling drugs into your country for the intent to kill your people or subdue them, is that an act of war?
Now we're saying all drugs. Man,
no,
how can I
ain't
put
saying
this?
anything about all. We know that China, if we take
that is literally the claim.
We know what China is doing.
I mean, but most drug dealers ain't trying to kill you. They trying to keep you hooked.
We're not talking about the drug dealers. We're talking about.
I don't understand. When it's okay to just answer it.
That's an important.
It's okay.
But can he answer that question though? Because it's literally in the indictment.
Because it's the only one I ain't answered. I know.
drug
It's
dealers
Detroit. It's okay, man. There's I get like
yeah, because I'm processing it. I'm
I
processing.
get
I'll
yeah.
just say
It's
that.
like it's a different. I feel like it might be a different way to look at it than what you were looking at, and so I understand what I 100% understand what you're saying and stuff. All I'm saying is that if you fight fair, sure, you can say that bombs are the only you know maybe that's your logic. Like it's fighting fair, bombs. That's what I'm used to. That's what wars has always been about since I've been alive. X, Y, and Z. People fight dirty. China, Russia had, if you remember the report, Putin had put out what's it called?
Assassination.
Had offered bounties. He had offered bounties on U.S. troops
on the Bushes, right? Oh,
no,
on
US
the one on
in Afghanistan.
Okay,
that was Iraq. That was Saddam. Saddam did that first.
That was Saddam. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Yeah. Putin had Russia put out bounties on U.S. troops in Afghanistan. Is that an act of war? That has nothing. He didn't drop any bombs, but he's paying to have U.S. troops killed. Like that, to me, that can be considered an act of aggression, if not an act of war, and there should be a response to that. So it's not just about bombs being dropped, is all I'm saying. And I think
how do we handle Russia?
There was one example. Where we
hold on. No. We cannot keep doing that. We cannot keep doing what.
I'm just saying. Did we execute the same way we just did in Venezuela?
That's why we can't hold on. We cannot keep saying what about isms. It doesn't matter if this child did this and this one got caught. It don't matter. It doesn't.
Why are we talking about Russia?
It's not a valid excuse to say, oh, because this one got away with it means that we ain't supposed to punish this one. It is not a
one whataboutism is okay, but not two.
It's not. Y'all going off of what about? Please, I just want to. This is not a what about. If we are holding one thing accountable for something that somebody did, you cannot go and say, well, what about the other person that got away with it? That doesn't hold the fact that this person that we're talking about did what we are accusing them of doing. It doesn't change.
The people we talking about with like other places, did they not do those things? That's what I'm saying.
Okay, all right. So they did those. Okay, so they did those things and they got away with it. Now what?
No, they're not getting. They still doing it. So that's what I'm saying.
Okay,
why
so
do we get to
all right,
say this is the only time we need to actually lock in and do it? Because this one's really harming them.
Is that getting away with it? If they still doing it, is that getting away with it?
Yes.
Okay, so why are you saying they're not getting away with it? I wish you would
say getting away and still doing it.
Okay, so now
I say getting away and still doing it.
So now, what do that have to do with the person that we caught?
So I'm saying, if it's other people who are bigger threats doing the same thing, why are we feeling this is a show of strength when we can literally point out cyber attacks came from China to us?
Again, I'm asking you a very specific question. Should we not grab the person that we have proof and evidence? And we had the opportunity to grab them. Should we not grab them?
Everyone that we got the proof and evidence, right?
So we grabbed that one. So now, why do you think that if this person, it took planning and time and a perfect opportunity to grab them, why you think that's not the same for an even bigger and badder country?
No, because I guess this is what you'll say. You're trying to major in minor things, literally. You're saying because Venezuela had the story.
Don't tell me about what I'm saying. Just answer the question. It takes planning.
So we've not been planning against these other countries. That's what I'm saying.
So what I'm trying to get you to understand, you cannot say because you snatched this one, you got to snatch them all at the same time. You cannot have that argument that they're supposed to snatch everybody all at once. It's not a valid argument.
No, my argument would be get the big fish, the actual threat.
I mean,
yeah,
like y'all keep saying this about China and Russia.
Regardless of what size of the fish, you cannot grab them all at once. You cannot start from because you don't agree that this person is bigger. That means that's the reason why they shouldn't get the smaller one. It's not a valid argument. Still, regardless of a big fish or a little fish, this fish was being bad, and we got to grab this one because that one is in the opportunity zone at the moment.
KT, think about it like this, man. If whatever we in the neighborhood or whatever like that. And we all have our little corner. We some little corner boys or whatever like that. Sharon, the big dog, Eda Man Williams, the big dog. He the adversary to Sharon. And Sharon like, you know what? I want Eda Man corners. He's not just gonna go and just take out Eda Man. He's gonna take out Eda Man corners first. So I get what you're saying, KT. Like, we should go after China. We should go after Russia. But if you think about an operational assessment, like the loss of life, it would be significant for U.S., for troops, everything else. So we have to be like, try as hard as we can from a diplomacy standpoint to work with those other nations, because they're big, powerful nations just like us. So the loss of American life would be too big. It'd be catastrophic. But what Venezuela was doing, on top of the drugs that they were doing, now they're starting to work with our adversaries. They're starting to get buddy with the adversary. We cannot allow that to happen, because that puts us in a bind. If China
so that's what I'm saying. Why are we?
Hold on. And so not only that, Not only that, we have over 160 people that participated in the poll. We don't even have 60 likes. That is insanity. I don't know what is really going on. I don't know if it's some kind of boycott that y'all trying to do. I don't get it. It ain't stopping nothing. I don't understand why it's so much pushback and so much fighting. I don't get it. Hey, just hit the like button, hit the share button, and support the show. It is really that simple. All this fake ass, I don't get it. We say we want to have different conversations other than relationships. We are delivering, and we're having a great time doing it. It's a great conversation. If y'all want other conversations, then we have to support other conversations. You got to put your money where your mouth is. You got to put your likes where your mouth is. You got to put your shares where your mouth is.
Anything else? Pause.
All right, fuck what Sharon's saying, I guess. Whatever.
No, but that's I'll end here. As far as like a show of strength, that shows strength to our adversaries, right? Because if China and Russia is able to just go in and just continue a partnership with Venezuela, and that is a disadvantage to us. So the show of strength is not towards the Venezuelans. Like, we could care less about the Venezuelan people. You know, I hate to say that, but when it comes to a show of strength to other nations that are just as powerful as us, that's a show of strength to them. Look, man, you really ain't just gonna go in and just take over a spot. We'll take it first. So
no, it's really not, because even those people weren't trying to take over the spot, just run up in Venezuela, say this our shit. Like y'all said, they were trying to make political things with those people to get more footing in Venezuela. Like, what we're doing, huh? What'd you say, Josh?
And we stopped it. The man who's making the deals in prison now. The man who's making the deals in prison now. Game over.
Nah, his whole team's still there. So I mean,
you think they're gonna keep doing it
for American interests? Again, like, that's what I'm saying. Y'all keep skipping it. That's just what y'all want to say.
Slow down.
We're gonna get them too then.
Hold on, y'all. So you saying that those people that's in power, they're gonna continue to sell cocaine over here?
Absolutely not.
Fuck yes. Oh,
no.
Then we'll go get them too.
Colombia, then we'll go get them no more dope since the 80s, y'all. Just let's live in the fantasy.
Hold on. Again, this is the whataboutism again. Stop.
No, I'm talking about facts.
No, we talking about
the historical proof.
Somebody got $20 just to spend, man.
Please. You said Venezuela. The people that's in Venezuela still in power. Do you believe those people in Venezuela and those cartels? Okay, God, you want to fucking just talk the talk? Go ahead, just talk. I don't know what the fuck is the problem. I don't stop y'all from talking. I don't know why y'all think I'm trying to do something to y'all. What the fuck is the problem?
I just answered your question.
But I'm talking.
My question,
literally,
is that if.
But hold on, let him answer. Let him answer so this way, because I don't get his point of contention. I don't get it. So please,
yes, they will still sell drugs to us. You asked that, I said that. You were repeating the same thing. That's the only reason I said yes already. Yes, they're gonna still sell us drugs. Y'all are fucking lying. Y'all act like all of a sudden the exact same people who are already selling us drugs. Besides Maduro, this nigga leave. Oh, they ain't selling us no more dope. Come on, bro. That ain't never happened nowhere in the fucking ever that we've done any proxy war.
It absolutely has. What are you talking about? If somebody else, you talking about a different country, okay, then we have to settle that with that country. So you saying that the vice president right now, he said, hey, even though Maduro's caught, I'm gonna do the same operation as him, is what you saying?
I ain't say he said nothing. Maduro wasn't out
This
here
is the
just
issue,
like, yeah, I'm
Strong.
working with the
Like,
American government.
talking to him does not further the conversation.
Yeah. Look, for even KT, to what you're saying, is this far-fetched? Absolutely not. It's not far-fetched for the people to be put in place to still continually sell drugs to the U.S., right? That's not far-fetched. But what is far-fetched is that, all right, so we're going to put you in place. We allow you to continuously sell drugs because, again, I think America doesn't really care about drugs. American people care. I don't think the government cared that much. So we're going to put in people in place and allow you to still make your drug dealings. But what we will not allow you to do, you're not going to continuously work with China and Russia. That's what you're not going to do.
Oh, no, I agree with that.
That is what Maduro was doing. We tried diplomacy. We tried to sanction along with the UK and the EU. We tried that. We tried. And you know what Venezuelan president said? Nah, I don't really care about your sanctions, dog. We're going to get this money. How are we going to get this money? And guess what? We still going to sell drugs in your country. So they like, okay, well, we cool with you selling the drugs as far as the government standpoint. We get it. But you gotta taper it back with selling all that oil to China. You think they did that? Nope. They continuously sold metric tons to China, who's our biggest adversary. And now they're like, oh yeah, China, you can come in and you can get some of this, get some of these minerals, because we know the US hurting for minerals too. They want minerals. You can get some of our minerals, you get as much oil as you want, and you can start buying some of this property. We can't allow that, dog. We can't allow China to have the upper hand like that. It's too valuable, man.
I want to talk
I can
about
agree with a lot of
that. I think we done beat this enough, right? So, and the crazy part is we done told. Remember, China's supposed to attack Taiwan. We told them not to do it. You know what they did? They didn't do it, right? And so now we was told not to do this in Venezuela, and we did it. So that shows power. I don't know. We do what we want to do. Everybody else listens to us. I don't know how that does show power. But does that now give a new precedence for people to do what they want to do with neighboring countries? That's the question I want to ask.
No, because there'll still be consequences from our direction. Hey, we told you not to do something. So if you decide to do it, we're going to punish you. Because we have the bigger stick.
And see, this is what I'm pointing out. We have a bigger stick now. We just don't. Again, we're talking about what we want to believe is a fantasy. America has been losing power for the last couple of years, and if these other countries, like what Trump said last year when he got in the press, we're not helping UK the European Union like that. They got to help themselves. So what did they do? They started investing more into their military. They're doubling because they're saying, all right, if y'all gonna say fuck us and y'all ain't gonna help us like that, it's not a show of strength like bro was saying. This is another member of the UN. So
but you're misinterpreting what happened.
I'm misinterpreting that we literally took somebody from the UN.
No.
So
first and foremost,
that we didn't have a treaty with.
First and foremost, there's also extradition laws, but he is not protected by the same diplomatic immunity you keep trying to think he is. He's not, because he was not the legal president at the time that this happened. He was not a legal politician. That's something everybody keeps skipping over for some reason.
And I don't know why y'all can't
that's nothing
separate
that
him
we
from
can
his
determine.
country.
Listen,
Why
like I
can't y'all
keep saying,
separate him from the country?
So if that's
It
the
wasn't
case,
it wasn't an attack on the country.
Benjamin Netanyahu he lost the presidency, and the UN has said this man is literally guilty of war crimes. He's still running Israel. This is our ally. So this is why I keep bringing this up, because we keep talking about how this is a show of strength when it's stronger people doing the exact same shit, and we like, nah, you good money.
Can we separate
so when
him
the
from
smaller
his country?
countries outside of us are seeing this, we're supposed to be the heroes. This not hero activity, my nigga.
It's
not. I'm trying to understand. Do y'all feel that this was an attack on Venezuela, or this was an arrest? That's what I'm trying to understand. Can we separate the two?
No,
I see it as an arrest.
Venezuela. It's still an attack on Venezuela.
It was not an
legally. This was an attack on Venezuela.
I'm saying y'all trying to separate the facts. It literally was.
Okay, so prove. Okay, so now what substantiated? You in Detroit,
they attacked Venezuela. People went over there with guns and forcefully shot at people and took somebody out the home. Y'all cannot say now again. That's why Benjamin Netanyahu is still doing what he's doing, because that's your country's right. And if anything, we shouldn't even get interfered there. If your people feel that they need to overthrow, then that's on your sovereignty.
Stop about the whataboutism.
We're talking all facts. There's no whataboutism. Damn.
Yeah, because you keep bringing up another nation. So
no, that's not. So does the nation not exist, Sean?
What I'm saying, instead of just being so reactive,
does the nation not exist?
Explain how it's an attack on Venezuela.
I just said it. They went into the country of Venezuela. They literally shot at people in Venezuela, and then they took a man, the president of Venezuela, out of Venezuela.
He wasn't the president.
He was president. How can you take? Hey, how can y'all take somebody who's not the leader out of power, nigga?
He wasn't not the president.
So why did they take him and not the vice president that they voted for?
He is the one that. Hold on. He's the one. It's easy. He is the one that is running drugs to America, so that's why they went and got him.
Now this is whataboutism, where y'all now saying y'all theories are facts, and I'm just talking about what we can or can't prove. Factually, they went over there to another country. We were not declaring war on. I guess you could say technically he did in the moment he got. This is not some shit that's to happen before. And again, we got other people who are way bigger and do way more shit to us and do the same thing that we're just ignoring.
Stop adding somebody else into it. That's not an excuse. It doesn't.
No, facts are not an excuse. Every time SEALs team says,
again, this ain't the first time we arrested somebody for selling drugs in America. His name is Noriega, right? He was in another country. We went and got his ass and made him.
He was literally ousted and turned himself in.
I don't give a fuck what. No, we went and got him. Hold on.
He was literally in the embassy at the Vatican and turned himself into the U.S. That's not the same, nigga.
We went to another country and got him.
You understand?
That man. So regardless if he surrendered or not, he surrendered to another country.
Yeah, a year after his own country said we're overvoting you.
Okay, so the man didn't surrender to his own country. He surrendered to another country. So again, another. Oh my God, what is the problem? What is the problem with you? You have a problem with me talking?
I have a problem with you talking if it's going to be a lie or trying to push something in a direction for us to skip.
I'm not lying about. Okay, again.
So was he not ousted from Panama by Panama before we interfered?
So again, the problem is you believe that you are not lying.
No, what the
you're not able to substantiate what you are saying. I'm trying to get you to at least have a logic thought to what you are communicating. I'm trying to let you understand that you are not making logical points, but you just want to say that I'm lying without any actual proof. All the things that I said is backed up by what is going on in the world of geopolitics. Yours is going off of your emotion.
And that so you said, was it an attack?
So
your question was it an attack? Because I was going to answer that. Because I know where you go with KT. I was just going to try and answer your original question. Hopefully that'll get it back on balance here. That's okay. So I felt legally it violates the territorial sovereignty of the people, right, of Venezuela. They use armed force to do so. That's two. And then they just superseded the exception of law. So by those, like I said, okay, so Article 2 of UN Council says you can't take acts against another country unless they use some kind of force against you, right?
They took an act on a specific person, not the country.
But did they not bomb to do it? That's an attack, right? They did fire shots and they did fire shots, right?
So they did it. Y'all are conflating things. They did it. So what y'all saying is that so as long as somebody's in another country and they do whatever crime they do over here, that as long as they stay in that country, we should never go after them.
Your question was what
I'm
deems
just
it an
asking
attack?
you a question before we get back to the original question. If somebody commits a crime over here and they stay in their country, we should never go and attempt to get them. Is that what you're saying?
Without a legal basis? No.
Okay, no, I like that answer.
Okay, so you're saying that we should never. So that means as long as somebody stay in their country, even if they commit acts of crime over here, we should leave
That's
them
not
alone.
what I said.
That's what I'm asking you, though. That's
No, he
exactly
said
what
about legal basis.
My
If it's a legal
answer was
basis,
on
then
a
yes.
legal basis. You can legally go and extradite people for different reasons. You have to go through different laws to do it, right? So legally, you can extradite. Legally, you could take a Maduro out legally, but not by the means that they have presented to take him out just now. That's been my point this whole time.
Especially when we don't even have a treaty with
get
them.
rid of the Team SEAL 6 then. We should get rid of them because this is their whole job. It's to go into countries and to so you think that their whole actions and how they move is
And that's some
illegal.
remedial shit right there, dog.
Not
SEAL
remedial.
Team 6.
Making some
SEAL
crazy
Team
jumps.
6. Listen, SEAL Team 6 isn't the decision maker. They go and execute what has been asked of them. I would never besmirch what they do. You kind of lighten what they actually do. You were in the military, weren't you? Like
That's
you
the point.
you follow orders.
You don't have no
You
idea
follow
what you're
orders.
talking about.
You follow
I'm
orders.
saying, you're saying that everything that SEAL Team 6 do is illegal. That's what
You're
you're
saying that the
arguing.
SEAL Team 6 would be international criminals based on what you're saying.
Oh no, they are. I mean, but
There's
they
a
are.
reason. Hold on. There is a reason why. Hold on. There's a reason why those senators and former CIA people and stuff like that came out months ago and put out that video. And it was because they knew there was some trickery afoot. And they warned those people that you don't have the same kind of protections as the president. The president don't even have the same. The president has more protections. Marco Rubio, who he like kept pointing out for all this stuff, don't have the same protections as the president does. So that's why they came out with that video. If I'm wrong, you tell me. Like, you were in the military, right? So what is the law that precludes you from doing anything illegal, even if it was ordered by your general? What's
Is
that
it
law?
just me or is this Mike?
I'm talking to. Maybe I'm breaking up, but I'm talking to Edom Man. What's that law
You still
called?
by oath. You still by oath can't violate the Hague.
What's that oath called? What is that law? Edom Man ain't gonna answer that, or if he froze.
No, so you said that what is the law that says that
You were in the military. What's the law that precludes you, that stops you from doing something illegal just because your general told you to, or your subordinate told you to?
I'm saying when you say illegal,
If you know that it's illegal.
if I know that it's illegal, right? So hold on, because you arguing
There's
that,
a law. I'm asking you as a former military person, what is that law called? Or what is that, whatever statute in the military, what is that?
what is
Because
the
there is
statute?
one, right?
It's a statute in the
I'll look it
military
up for you. I'll look it up for you, man.
that I'm supposed to uphold the Constitution.
It's Article 90, 91, and 92.
No, he
It
said,
is
what is the law that says that
right.
I'm supposed to? I guess he's talking about the oath to uphold, the Constitution to protect from foreign and domestic terrorism, right? That's what we kind of fall underneath, right? But I don't know if he's asking something else. So
No, I'm asking the actual, like, because you were in the military, so you know that.
All right. So the problem is that the only way that we could to prove, even though I don't think the UN is gonna put America under any kind of charges for what they did. That's number one, because they don't deem it as a real problem for real. Number two, we have to believe that Maduro was the head of state rightfully, constitutionally, by their own constitution. And we all had the conversation that he did not give up power when he was voted out. Like, I believe we all agreed to that, except for KT. KT says no proof of that, I guess.
No, I didn't. I said he didn't even win the first vote. But that's on their country to handle that. That's
No, he definitely won the first vote.
No, he did not.
All right, so therefore he wasn't the rightful person that's supposed to be in power according to their own constitution in Venezuela. So
and he let him, and we let him be there.
All right, so why again? You keep saying that you don't want to interrupt him. When I'm just talking, you still interrupting. I don't understand that.
I didn't even say nothing about I don't want to interrupt. I said if you're making an
Oh,
improper
man.
statement, I do. I want to
I thought we had-
clarify.
So, real quick, Detroit, because you were talking about the UN stuff. There's 5, if I'm not mistaken, there's 5 countries in the UN that have veto power that can veto anything that the UN says or wants to do. And China and Russia, if I'm not mistaken, both have veto powers. So neither of them were gonna not veto anything against Venezuela.
And the US does too, right?
work. Yeah, but you were saying go through the UN for what? It's purposeless. They were going to veto it.
So just don't present any case at all.
Well,
no, I'm just trying to understand. Like when we look at Delta forces, when we look at special forces, and their responsibilities go behind enemy lines to do the will of America. According to Detroit, we shouldn't do none of that. We should only worry about what goes on our borders. And if we can't catch them in America, we just gotta let them go, Sharon.
That's what it definitely seems like. And
to
it seems
answer
like
your
and it seems like we shouldn't have any understanding that these other countries trying to posture to threaten us as our American people to get threatened. That's another thing I don't understand. So it's more than just a simple drug dealer. It's way bigger than him just selling drugs.
Did they say? I was going to ask if you guys asked them their opinion on that, about what the U.S. should do when neighboring countries are aligning with enemies, adversaries, and doing things that are harmful for the U.S.
They are nothing.
I didn't say nothing. Don't talk to me.
They said
go
to
the
UN and ask the UN to do something.
Don't speak for me.
Somebody
you don't
else
even know your.
All right, so let me
know.
So let me so let me understand. Do y'all mind if America goes down? Do you mind Detroit?
Yes, I mind if America goes down.
Okay, KT to go. Do you mind if America goes down?
At this point, hell no.
Okay, so they're gonna
damn KT.
They're gonna issue. He don't really care about his own people. It's crazy.
No, that ain't true. I care about my people so much. I look at something like this and it gets me really fucking scared, bro. Like y'all really just defending America and not like morality. This is why that shit got to go. We're so full of capitalism and it's right and it's good, bro. We could start something new. Like I want y'all to understand that. Like seriously,
would you be voting in this new place?
Fuck yeah, if it matters.
Then I don't want to start it. Maybe if you had said no, I wouldn't be allowed to vote because I'm slow. Then maybe I would have been supportive.
Oh well, nigga, you gotta take your own vote away.
Come on, man.
You gotta take your own vote away. I get we gonna insult somebody when we actually talking facts and y'all ain't got none, so it's easy to just throw insults. Because y'all can say what y'all want. I'm giving y'all real shit that we have.
Have you been outside the country? Have you been outside the country?
Yeah, one time.
Where did you go?
And technically, it ain't outside the country. I went to the Bahamas.
Oh wow.
Yeah, like usually people who have this
you need a passport for that. So
I don't care.
I'm just saying, like, when people have this ideology that America's so bad, they ain't been nowhere. Like, if you ever like really been somewhere, I still believe this is the best.
No, you see, this is where stop.
Okay, slow down.
How you going to bad places on travel, bro?
I want to maintain the conversation. So the main issue is that you believe that you have facts over what we have, and that's the real issue. We substantiate in how the man stole the election, so he's not really the person in power according to their own constitution that Venezuela has written. So if he stole the presidency, that means he is not the rightful president because he was voted out. That's number one. So number two, he's not the head of state. Because again, he stole it. He forced it.
Again, but that's not. Do we have the Venezuelan constitution?
Right. So I understand you don't understand what you're saying. You're just talking.
No, I'm literally asking you a question. I know exactly what I'm saying. Do we share the constitution with them? We can't enforce their constitution, right?
I mean, look, you're right, man. We cannot enforce.
So again, so this man is no, but the problem what you're saying we can't enforce the constitution. We are not enforcing. You are making it seem as if he has some kind of power of a president or a head of state when he does not.
No, I'm not.
Okay, so if he doesn't have the power of president or head of state, why are you treating him as if he's a president or a head of state of Venezuela?
I'm saying that country has allowed him to do whatever. I don't know
No,
what the fuck
okay,
the
so
backstory
again,
is.
so this is
Second,
what, okay,
second
hold
of
on,
all,
stop there.
Jesus, you asked a
That
question, you won't
that
let me answer.
no, but that's not answering the question because you are literally, he does not, the country did not give him the power to do so. That's the part that you're not understanding for some reason. The country did not give him the power to do so.
They did not.
So now,
That's why it's a dictatorship.
So if we could start from there, then maybe we can actually have a real conversation. But you believe that the country, the people of Venezuela, gave him the power.
Saying, like, he literally was sitting there. He took power, right? And then the people of Venezuela literally sat there for 20-something years and was like, eh. Like,
no, they tried to fight it for 20 years.
Okay, so hold on.
Can y'all show the civil wars in Venezuela for the last 20 years?
So hold on. So you're saying the only way we could prove it is that they had a civil war?
No, I'm asking y'all. Y'all saying they
Okay,
like, because I'm not talking about they voted for
hold
it.
on. So hold on.
No, we all agree they did.
Again, we didn't bring up no civil war. You are putting that on us to say prove it by saying
I'm asking y'all, where's the proof? Y'all saying like it's something opposite than what the fuck I'm saying. Okay, y'all say they fought it for X amount of time.
All right,
please show the proof. That's all.
All right, so the proof is that they voted him out twice. That's the proof. So now, where is your proof that they wanted him there? When they
again, y'all trying to see this where y'all play the little weird games. Y'all know I'm not being literal when I'm saying they put him there. I'm saying is he was still ruling their kingdom, their land, their nation improperly. The people never revolted against this, and furthermore, the American government helped him.
I'm trying to get you to understand the vote is them going against it. The vote is them
again, we see the vote don't matter, right? Like,
It
that's
does.
what I'm saying.
It does matter. That's why, hold on. It does matter. That's why they voted.
My point is
himself. He used his power of controlling the military, which the people of Venezuela could not fight against the military, so they have to accept it because he has the military in his control, and also he has the cartel in his control. So he controls the streets and he controls the physical army. So even though they voted him out and try to say they don't want him in there, he said, I don't care about what y'all saying. I'm going to stay here anyway.
So let me just ask a quick question. If that happened in America, would it be like do you think us as Americans would say, let's say Trump did lose the next?
I don't know why. Again, this is about what about isms. I'm talking about what
now it's because y'all not making sense in the actual reality.
Because when we talking about reality of what actually happened there, you want to move it to a hypothetical. I'm talking about what happened there, and you moved into a hypothetical, just like how you told us, stick with the facts. So now stick with the fact that those people
then revolt as he was the improperly placed ruler. You please deal with that. Am I wrong? Am I lying? Or am I what? Am I lying? Because I'm not talking about he won. Jesus,
I don't know. So okay,
would
so
you consider the 630,000 people who fled Venezuela?
Hold on. Why are you interrupting? Okay, I guess y'all feel like y'all could do better than me. Go ahead. All right then. So now make the logic make sense. The people did not want him there. Are we in agreement with that? KT.
He wasn't voted in. I'm in agreement with that.
Okay, so therefore the people of Venezuela did not want him there. Correct.
That's a whole different topic. That's what I'm saying. Like, y'all kind of conflating things. Listen, most people in America did not vote, right?
Things
So
don't move
do we now
forward.
say
Things
Trump?
don't move forward.
Okay.
When he talks, yeah, it's just.
So let me ask this, because you said that, Sharon. So do we have proof that they wanted us to come in and remove Maduro?
No, that's not what the topic is, though. But no, we do not.
Yeah, well, yeah, we do. Yeah, we do.
Hold on. Okay, so now what is the issue? What it was we went to get him because of our own personal situation in America, correct? We in agreement?
But we are talking about the election of him as if that's the reason why we went in there.
No, we're talking about the election to show that he was not a head of state and he wasn't the president of Venezuela. He took it by force. He stole it. So he is not the rightful president and he's not the rightful head of state, is how I'm trying to have the conversation.
No, we agree on that. I'm just pointing out.
Okay, so that if we agree on that, that is the only way that it would be unlawful by the UN to say you're not supposed to attack a head of state and you're not supposed to get rid of a sitting president, right? Because that's the law that you was arguing, correct, Detroit? That we are not supposed to go in there and just take over a country by getting rid of the head of state or the president. He was not the rightful president or the rightful head of state, is my argument. So therefore, the UN is not going to look at it in a way that we are breaking some laws because he was in a gray area himself.
So who, once again, if all that lines up with what we were doing there, then who is the sitting head now of Venezuela?
We are.
It should, by definition,
should never be the case. And I'm glad you said it. I'm glad you said it. What it actually is. That should never be the case. Now we have another country we have a country now that we're in control of. We control all their interests.
That's
and
fine,
that's the bigger play. That was the bigger play to me. That's
right, but that's never been the conversation that we've been talking about yet. We haven't even gotten past that because we keep getting stuck on that. This man is the rightful ruler and president of a country that he stole from. He stole from the people, and we keep trying to act as if he had some kind of UN rights or UN lawful right to be there. And so once we understand that he is illegally running the country, he doesn't have the same UN laws to protect him and his nation because it ain't his nation anymore.
My thing is this is the same argument that we've had about due process.
It is not the same. It is not the same.
It is. There is a process and procedure to do things. And if you're so right, and this is my thing for the administration, if you're so right about what you're doing, how come you can't go through these simple procedures? Or I say it's simple because it's all, these have been laid out already before us, right? Why is it so hard to go through those?
This is the problem that we keep moving from, and this is the issue. Every time where we get it into the proper logical position, we move it to now America got to do everything some kind of different type of way, even though he is the illegal person. He's selling drugs illegally. He took the presidency illegally. He took the head of state illegally.
Is he American now? That's what
I'm confused. And our policing and our policing and every legal structure should be fine, right? As long as we'll be fine doing things illegally as long as we get the outcomes that we're looking for.
We went after somebody that is selling drugs in our country. He is selling illegal narcotics in our country. He is breaking the law. In our country, he's breaking the law.
Like China.
I'm gonna let y'all go. I'll believe all this when it's shown. Sharon, you don't never lie, but you can be wrong. Yeah, we all can be wrong. We all can. You know what I'm saying?
However, we got to go with the information at hand. So if the information changed, and then my stance would change, but we have to deal with the information that's in front of us at the time. And
so I would tell you, start digging more into international, what's being said internationally about this, except for, with the exception of what the administration is telling you themselves. Because we haven't talked anything about what the international community has been saying about this whole thing this whole time. We're kind of just talking about what Trump has told us, believing in what they saying is the purpose of doing this. We're just believing in that, and I don't care who it is that's politically up there, you aren't, above critique. And especially in this instance, and this one who's our leader right now, yeah, we have to be extremely critical of him because he has shown time and time again to be illogical with his purpose and what he's doing and everything like that. And there's always some other deeper play. Like, if you were doing this, Sharon, and you said all these things, the same thing the administration said, I would honestly believe that you were telling me the guy's honest truth that all this stuff is going to come to fruition with Maduro and everything like that. I don't understand the grace that is given to a sycophant. I can't, and you know, I can't. It itches my ass, dog. You know what I'm saying? I can't explain it. Like that shit just and when I see people defend them, so you know, the idea of Americanism is a beautiful thought.
But Detroit,
pragmatic approach to go ahead.
Are you not attacking it for the same your bias is based on that quote unquote sycophancy? You're saying our defense of it is based on it, but your bias is based on the exact same quality. That we're seeing, maybe think about this. What if we're seeing something that you're not seeing?
No, but
what if because we're not biased in the situation?
Not only that, this was happening before Trump got in office. Even Joe Biden put 25 million on his head. So it's not like Trump. It's not like.
But why didn't he go in there and get him?
The same as he didn't do anything else for those 4 years.
That's okay. Why didn't he go in here and get Maduro?
Because
Trump put the warrant out.
Because at the time we had bigger things to worry about, like open up.
No, Sharon. Why didn't? I'm just giving you. I have a reason why he didn't. I can just say simply legally. All the different things I just laid out for y'all, as I've been saying all day. Give me a reason why Biden didn't. That's not based on your hatred for Biden, like you said. Y'all think I hate? Y'all know I hate Trump.
No, we got to respect the nuance to what was happening. The reason why that man was able to survive so long because of whatever he was doing. I don't know why we're trying to act as if people in this kind of position of power do not have a lot of situations to back them up where it takes a long time to get them. He is not just some regular civilian that you could just hey, we got a warrant for out your arrest and we just come in and snap. It ain't that simple. Correct. With somebody with power. So like even all these people that's on the Epstein file, we cannot just go and get them. We got to build up a case about it. And then we got to find the right time to go and drive. We almost damn near couldn't grab Puff Daddy out of Miami, for God's sakes. They miss Puff. Puff was somewhere else. So now when we expand that to somebody like this guy, is a much bigger power. Like people literally is on the FBI list that is hiding out in America right now, that is on that FBI most wanted list. So we trying to act like this is just some simple situation. They had the perfect storm to go ahead and snatch him, and so they executed it. This man, so far from what we know, until proven otherwise, he is a notorious drug dealer.
It's supposed to be the other way around. Just saying.
And so, like, this is not a simple just snatch and grab. This man is high profile. He was able to take over a whole goddamn country and run it to the ground.
He's an accused drug dealer.
He made the civilians over there go 50% in poverty, over 50%. He done made their economy do hyperinflation up to 1,000,000%. He has one of the world's biggest, richest oil under his feet, and he don't know how to dig it up. He kicked the people out that was helping him get it up. He kicked them out, and then now all the infrastructure is breaking down. So it's breaking down so badly that he said, you know what, let me go and get Russia and China to help me. The only reason why I'm going to get them because they are against America. So let me go over and go to the absolute opposition because I want to make money by selling drugs to America, and I want to make money selling oil to
China.
It's just ridiculous at this point.
We can't allow both. That's the issue. I understand where KT coming from. I understand where Detroit coalition's coming from. Excuse me. As far as the morals of it, like and the legality of it, like illegal, sure, man. But it's like, all right, we going. I get it's laughable, right? And I get it though, right?
No, I respect it.
Sure. But we can't allow you to steal, peddle drugs to us in the U.S. and have your oil and your cake and eat it too with China. We can't allow that, dog. So either y'all gonna stop doing one or y'all gonna stop doing both. Or no, y'all not gonna stop? All right, then look, we'll just come in and we'll take the guy that's making the deals with these countries because we can't allow that. and we'll put some people in place that's going to benefit the U.S. interests. And that's what capitalism is about, right? Some nations, some countries will say U.S. is a imperialism type situation, which I could agree to that. We are, but we're looking to benefit the U.S. first. Like that's what they're looking to do. And any
You're right.
politician can stand up there and say that's not what it's about. That's what it's about, dog. That's
You're
what
right.
it's about. Some people
I'll
gonna
just
rub
say
their
this as I
hands-
leave.
Yeah, they're gonna rub their hands and make a few $1 trillion off of this for sure. Whoever, if you ain't putting no money in the stock now about some oil, you better start looking at Chevron, Exxon, Shell. One of those companies, one of those big three, they're
It's
gonna
about to
get
blow
the
up
contract.
again. Yep.
You better put
Let
some
me
money
just say
in the
this
stock
here.
right now.
And if
Get
I'm
your
wrong in the
money off
future,
of it
I'll be
while you
wrong. If I'm wrong in the future, I'll be wrong. But I believe that the position that me and KT are on right now, we'll probably be having that same position, and you guys will probably have the opposite position when it's Burkina Faso.
So
All those
Facts.
minerals, all those resources there. You're gonna
we'll
say
see.
it's unrest there, and we gotta take this guy out for whatever reason, and
gonna
we'll go
happen
and
there,
run
too.
everything over there since y'all can't run it yourselves over here.
It's gonna happen there too, unfortunately. But that's
Right,
that's the nature of where we at, man.
That
But it's
sounds
gonna
see
happen.
y'all.
It
Hold
is.
on,
Appreciate it.
it sounds good, but it's a whole different dynamic, and it's not the same. Not only that, it's not the same. Can we honestly
Russia
say?
and Burkina really nice together. They really close. Same.
Are we saying hold on? Are we saying barbecue been selling drugs to America for the past 20 years?
You said
There we
barbecue.
go.
What?
Yeah. Thank you.
Say again.
Because they're
Hold
forgetting
on,
the nuances.
hold on. I just want to have an understanding. Are we saying that barbecue is selling goddamn drugs to America for the past 20 years?
No.
No.
I will say that they won't have to prove that to do what they're doing.
Okay, so that's number one. So that's no right there. Are we also saying that barbecue is trying to figure out a way to affect the U.S.
Yo, who the
dollar?
fuck is barbecue, fam? Like I'm confused. Who is barbecue, fam?
I can't pronounce his name either.
That's his
Hey,
name. His name is Barbecue.
Look, put it on a shirt and market it. You're gonna get it stolen.
I'm
telling you right now.
Hold on, but no,
Seven hours.
Is that how you pronounce his name?
That's how you pronounce his name.
Oh, barbacoa. Is it barbacoa?
I believe it's barbacoa, but it
Whatever.
looked like barbecue.
Right.
Yo, y'all terrible people. Stop doing that, man. Like,
that's what his mama call him. That's how I'm gonna call him. So what I'm saying is that this man, he was also not just trying to dip his hand in the illegal drug trade. He was also trying to affect the U.S. dollar, and that U.S. dollar, whether we want to be cool with it or not, the U.S. dollar being brought down is going to affect us broke ass people too. It ain't just about the rich. We understand the oil is going to go just strictly directly into the rich people pockets. We get that. However, if China, Russia, Iran, and Venezuela were successful, they would have hurt the U.S. dollar. And then once that U.S. dollar would have been affected, it would affect us even more.
Can we speak strictly economy?
The normal man. So again, I don't know why we trying to act as if we don't understand. And if we don't understand all, I'd rather we say, you know what, I didn't see those other situations that could affect us as normal human beings in America.
Every time the U.S. dollar has been a threat, they have assassinated or pulled off a coup.
Thank you.
Detroit, may I ask you a question?
I'm talking about our government.
Okay, so
let's say we got the oil in Venezuela.
Hold on, no, don't move. Hold on.
This
please,
was a coup.
Hold on, Josh. Don't move it, Josh. Is that not an act on war if somebody's trying to effectively affect the U.S. dollar? Is that not an act of war?
By them trying to create their own denomination and get their own money? No.
It's economic.
No. You missed what I said. If somebody's literally doing something to affect the U.S. dollar on purpose, they're not doing it. Say, "Hey, I'm just worried about myself." They are doing something that is the strategy is going to affect one person. Is that
if the sole purpose, if the sole only purpose was to affect the U.S. dollar, you're correct. But that's not the whole. That's not what. In Burkina Faso, that is not what's going on. I mean, them people are trying to liberate themselves.
Even
Okay,
Venezuela,
that's why.
bro.
Okay, so right, so
And that's
why
what that's what didn't happen in Venezuela.
I'm glad that you said that. 'cause
Right? That's what didn't happen in Venezuela. As Chavez, Maduro been in there.
Hold on, that's what I'm saying. We cannot compare that to this situation because in this situation, it would actually affect the U.S. dollar on purpose. It's not like this is just this is not just a circumstance that we are doing this to benefit ourselves and it just so happens to hurt the U.S. dollar. No, what they are doing is purposely affecting the U.S. dollar on purpose. They are attacking
who is doing
the U.S. dollar. And if you don't understand that, I'd rather you say that.
What Venezuela?
I can't say that because I understand what you're trying to say. Go ahead, KT. I was gonna say I understand what you're trying to say.
KT to go with them trying.
Maybe I gotta ask
for them trying to use the oil as a weapon against the U.S. dollar. Yes, that's what they was specifically trying to do. Yes,
Russia and China for sure. For sure. Absolutely. Russia and China for sure will be trying to do that. But the only reason why the Venezuelan people, the only reason why these smaller countries are even,
it's not the people.
No. I'm just saying those. Okay, let me just say this. Yeah, because even if it is the people.
One man using the act of him running a country to affect the U.S. dollar. Literally, that's what he was doing. And that's already been proven for a very long time.
I understand what you're saying. I understand what the sentiment is. But when we get to the actual crux of it or whatever, no matter what, U.S. had interest down in Venezuela, right? The Venezuelans wanted their resources back. No country was going to go help them for the most part unless they saw some kind of benefit to it on a geopolitical scale, right? And the United States for sure wasn't going to go down to help because they would be they already lost money from the tax revenue that they would have got from those oil interests down there in that country. All that set aside, if we diplomatically did things that we scared to do that we used to do back in the past, that China has definitely been willing to do, which is help industrialize some of these smaller countries, right? That's what I was talking about when we talk about diplomacy and stuff like that. We are well past diplomacy because either we not trust it or just like certain administrations don't believe in diplomacy or don't know how to pull it off. So as far as the influence of the dollar, those countries have been waiting. Russia, China, maybe even India to some degree. They have been waiting for this opportunity. Venezuela don't. They just want to have their own dollar.
Do China allow people to vote?
No. Do they? Yes, they do. Yeah. No, China don't have no vote, do they?
No, they do not. China do not have a vote. Do Russia allow people to vote?
No.
Okay, so again,
so why are we allowed? Once again, this is the diplomacy side. This is the diplomacy side that gets missed.
Let me finish why I asked those questions. So therefore, we are siding with two countries that literally took the power away from the people. Why you?
No, I'm not siding with them at all. What I'm saying is I know what they're going to do. That's what I'm saying. We know what China and Russia are going to do. I'm not siding with them. I'm saying it's a given. China and Russia are going to do whatever they can do to hurt the United States no matter what. That's a given. That's like, okay, that's always on the table. What I'm saying is they still can be influential down in South America, no matter how much we say we're great, we're America and everything like that. We promote freedom and stuff like that. If nobody's helping you get out your circumstances, I hate to use a what about, but I'm just going to give a scenario. So even though we had a problem with Iran, that like Nelson Mandela actually and who was the leader of Iran at the time had conversations and everything like that about helping the people of South Africa try to get free. And resources were said we'll have resources when they provided resources to the people of South Africa. They were our enemies, right? But when you are down and people are willing to help you, or they come in at that time, people are going to take the help. So I don't care if it was whatever country went down into Venezuela. All these people you know, and you're talking about the people that's in power. I got you. You're right. So no matter what, they were going to be an issue anyway. But the influence internationally, you still would have had a Russia, a China that'll go into these smaller countries. I see what you guys are going through. We you know, believe in your plight. This is not fair that y'all going through this. We'll give you resources. We could have been that, but instead, because of capitalism, right? We left Venezuela alone, left a vacuum down there after Hugo Chavez and everything like that. And all this shit has tumbled and tumbled and tumbled and tumbled. And the same outreach that them people probably needed, they need now. And the only countries that's actually out here willing to provide it diplomatically is Russia, China, and whoever these other countries that want to hurt us. So it's playing checkers with geopolitics when we think we could just go in forcefully and take stuff. When in reality, it makes us look weak.
Okay, so let me ask a question. So would you help somebody that's actively helping somebody that's trying to hurt you? They say, man, I'm doing bad. And then the moment that you help them, they go and help the person that's trying to hurt you. What would you do? Would you continue to help them?
Man, I'm trying. Sharon. That's not a.
Yeah, that's what happens.
No, it's not. It's not nothing that when you got me. It's like it's not no got you because it's like Sharon. The last thing I would do on here is disrespect you. The last thing I would do on here is disrespect you. So when I paused there is because I was gonna stop from saying that was a remedial ass question. But go ahead.
Every time your logic, you like, God damn it, you got me. You just like, I ain't answering it. So that's my. That's
I was trying not to insult you and say that was a remedial hypothetical. That's what I really was pausing for.
So now, go ahead. So go ahead and prove.
I still think it's a remedial hypothetical.
Go ahead and prove it. Go ahead.
So in this scenario, let's say that the lowly person, the one that's on the lower tier, is Venezuela, right?
Correct.
Okay, and the one who has the most is the United States. Let's say that, right?
Okay.
So now you have something on your property, right? You own this property, it is yours, but there's oil on this property, right? And we used to siphon all the oil off of your property for decades and stuff. And one day you fought and you said, no, I want it back and everything. So we said, nope, it's cool. We leaving, right? But we still know the amount of oil that you have down there. And we know how influential you are in your neighborhood.
Right, so Paul,
okay,
you telling it. Hold on, no, you're telling the story wrong. What happened was I could not get the resources out of my backyard. You paid for all the infrastructure to get all of that wealth out of there. And then once you started making some money, you said, you know what? I don't want you here no more. This is my house. Get out. Yeah. And you got to leave all the stuff that you provided here for me to get it out. And so what happens is, so we leave, and then so now we go the legal route and say, no, you owe me this amount of money because we set up your situation for you. And then you said, and then you lose. You also lose that situation too. And you're supposed to pay me my just due for all the things that I did while I was there. And then you said, you know what? F that. Make me pay them.
Wait a second.
Ain't paying them. Hold on. This is what
hold on. Venezuela owed reparations.
Hold on. Whether it's right. Hold on. But whether it's right or wrong or moral or not, that's what happened. And then so now the other people, I'm just sitting here waiting to get my money back that I invested in the situation. So now
so you're waiting for your reparations back after we take so Venezuela was supposed to, I hate to say this like this, they were supposed to pay reparations to the United States for all that time and money invested down in Venezuela before. That's what we're talking about. Okay, so the owing part is where you lost me with that part.
No, hold on. So what happened was you needed help to get your resources out of your house. And I said, okay, sign this contract so we can get the deal done. You don't like the contract no more. You said, F that. I got all the stuff is in my house. So you know what? You just get out and I'm going to keep all the stuff that you brought in. You don't like the contract because you feel like the contract was on some Diddy kind of contract where I'm getting more than what you are getting. That's what happened.
That's why some of these, that's why I was saying some of these hypotheticals get to be all over the place, man. And it's not an easy thing to sit here and try and like. So
Detroit, I'm not
let's just say it like this. So in that scenario, the lowly person's Venezuela.
Hold on. That's not a hypothetical. That's what happened. they signed a bad deal with Exxon.
They did not sign a bad deal with Exxon.
Man.
Exxon actually owned that land down there. They went and claimed that land down there, right? And the Venezuelan government had to go back and get the land back from them. It was kind of like I was telling you about what happened in Honduras. Except the opposite. The people in Honduras, like, you know, the president, they got a president in there who was going to get the resources back, and then there was a coup to get a new leader in. Like, that's kind of the same scenario. I'm gonna use your hypothetical though. So yeah, lowly, then whoever's at the top. So the right thing, honestly, was for you not to be in their yard in the first place, right? But they had to fight to get you out. Now they got you out, right? Okay. So now, just we all on the international community, we just neighbors now, right? So if I'm trying to, you still have been trying to get in the yard here over the last decades and everything like that. But every time we try and work some kind of deal out, somehow the way we get dicked around some kind of way. You don't want to go back to that dicked around situation. Meanwhile, you spread around the rest of the neighborhood that neighbor over there ain't that good, this and that. And that's what we talk about as far as on the geopolitical, where the U.S. can influence other countries, right? I believe that at some points we have sanctioned Venezuela as well too, right? So all these things can impact them trying to get their foot in the ground. Meanwhile, if we maybe worked out a square deal with them, maybe they wouldn't even consider somebody like Russia or China, the other neighbor down the street that don't like the U.S. that honestly you might not actually like either, but we are so down and we need this help and everything like that. So if you're the U.S. and you don't want those two to have that kind of resources, it's probably beholden to you to probably foster a good relationship with them. That's what diplomacy is fostering the relationships. That's a part of politics. It's not just about the power and who has the might.
Okay, so why, if that is true, after they kicked Exxon out, why they wasn't able to maintain the same amount of oil being extracted from Venezuela?
And that part has to do with their actual political struggles in their country. They have had fucked up politics. Now we get into like what they have responsibility for as a society themselves. Hold on. Go ahead.
They kicked those people out after they left them all the infrastructure for them to take out the oil. Why it went from 300 to 100? It was producing 300 billion, and then they went to producing 100 billion with all the infrastructure.
Yeah, they were like at 4 million barrels a day, and they went down to I think like 700,000 barrels a day. That part, yeah. Now that's when you get into running your country the right way. That ain't, you know. Now can we say that?
Now when we go with the real numbers, right? Now when we start,
that's fine.
But we acting as if they were doing the responsible thing and taking care of their own infrastructure. They were not.
Right, but it's still beholden to them to take care of their infrastructure, right? It's not for us to go in there and manage their resources.
But we was already invited in and we was doing it. We was pumping out the oil and getting them the money.
They were getting ripped off.
Hold on.
They were getting ripped off.
Hold on. Yes, they was definitely getting ripped off.
There you go.
However,
okay, so
when we was there, their GDP was 300 billion. When we left, it's only 100 billion.
Yeah, the richest nation in the world was like in alignment with them. That of course that increase your GDP, but for the benefit of those people over there in Venezuela, they were getting the short end of the stick. Right? We can.
All right. So now that we leave, and then now you're only making 100 billion GDP. Who is getting the short end of the stick at that point?
Still you.
They are the Venezuelan people. Yep. The country of Venezuela.
Okay, so the Venezuelan people they was in a worse situation GDP wise after we left. Correct?
Correct.
All right.
Correct.
All right. So therefore, this whole argument that just saying that we went over there and made the situation worse and taking advantage of them is just not proven through the history. It's just
It
not.
actually just was, brother.
Yeah, GDP don't prove how rich that country. That's how much money that country is making. That don't mean those people were benefiting from that money.
The country.
When big corporations like that leave a country.
So what we can say is that since we left, the quality of living over there went down. This is why so many people ran away or running away from the country that they was born in, right? This is what AR produced earlier. 30% of them ran away. They are some of the biggest refugees without a war being there. They are over 50% in poverty. They have hyperinflation. Ever since they kicked Exxon out, it's been going all downhill because that's what happens when a dictator takes over from another dictator, right? It just keep on going downhill.
Chavez
So
was a
again,
dictator.
like I understand America is this big bad devil or whatever. However, you as a country was doing better when they were there, according to, if we going by what y'all say, by the facts, the stats, and data.
Right, you're going by the numbers as far as their GDP, right?
Yeah,
and that's fine. That's right. But the GDP usually of any country, the first whatever 10% of that is usually big corporations anyway, right? So you can say as far as like they missed out on all this GDP. Yeah, they had. I mean, you're right. A lot of that infrastructure was built around the U.S. companies that were there, right? Right. So if you got Exxon there, you for sure probably gonna have some military there, right? Because you need to protect your oil assets, right? So that was going on there. All that stuff starts getting pulled out of a community. It's not just, we leave this to you. Here you go. You know what I'm saying? It's more than just that. And with that, when you leave like that, you know what I'm saying? And not like, I get it. We were there all those years and this and that. And now y'all don't want us here no more. So, financially, we just ain't doing those dealings and everything like that. But on a geopolitical, diplomatic level, you still didn't want to leave a vacuum. And what history keeps on telling us this. Every time we have these coups like this, I just want to end it. Every time we have these coups, these are vacuums.
Why did they really want Exxon out of there?
Because they had the raw end of the deal as far as the resources that are being pulled out of their own country.
Now prove that.
Okay, I got you. Give me a couple seconds.
So that's the issue that we having, right? Like y'all cannot prove that they was actually doing. If you have 100%, what is better, 100% of zero or 10% of 100%? Like,
I mean, it's both bad altogether. But yes, you would absolutely take the 10%. My question is, it's like, all right, you have the superpowers of the world, right? The U.S., China, Russia. If two of the other big dogs on the block is like, all right, man, this might be our time to come in and take over this little territory. And albeit China may have been trying to do it correctly. Hey, let's go over there, let's strike a deal, let's do this, whatever the case may be. The U.S. is looking at it like, no, we can't allow y'all to do that. No, we already depend heavily on China. So now if you are able to have 70% of the world's oil reserve at your backing as well with copious amounts of minerals, where does that put the U.S.? KT, you already said we've been losing this power struggle for years, right? Detroit, I think you agreed with him. If you want to keep losing the power struggle when it comes to the geopolitical front, then just say, well, yeah, I'm cool with losing. But if you like, well, nah, I don't want to lose like that. All right, you're going to have to get your hands dirty.
No, but listen, I just got to point out, we've been losing because we've been doing this shit. Like when the shit happened where France found out we were spying on them. Like we're bad right now because our diplomacy on an international scale for probably 20 fucking years since Bush for real has been really, really fucking terrible. Like we say we're like that, and then we're not doing like that shit.
Okay, hold on, slow down. So how many people you know that live in other countries that you speak to?
You said how many people I know lived like from other countries
that live in other countries that you speak to?
Probably about 6.
and they are saying that their country is doing so much better than America.
No, they're saying they definitely not coming back. For sure.
Okay, so you missed what I'm. Okay, you're not understanding the question.
No, I get what you're saying. America, remember I've been saying this from the beginning. That's why I say y'all be tripping me out because I keep admitting America's the best place on earth.
Hold on. You're not understanding the question. These people that live in these other countries, are they saying their country is doing better
than America? No, because remember, America's the best
so
country
again,
on earth.
now if those people, those anecdotal situations are telling you that, what makes you think on the international level that is everybody is saying the opposite of your 6 friends?
Financially, that's what I'm saying. Y'all seem to have this metric of, well, if it made, because that's capitalism. If it made money, it's doing real good for real.
I'm not talking.
Like,
Hold on, slow down again. Slow down again. We're not talking about money. I didn't bring up money just now. We talking about, you say you have 6 friends that live in outside of the country that you.
Oh no, then yeah, they consider themselves doing better than America. Like I thought you were talking about like GPD and shit. Nah, we not. America's not being beat in that. But when we talking about like somebody comfortable living, if people can just freely do things they want, yeah, no, these people genuinely are making good like points, even trying to convince me to come sometime. I'm not really with that, but I'm just saying it's understandable. Like,
where are these people?
Hold on. So what I'm trying to say is this, because I don't think you really understand them. It is nowhere like if you where these people live at. Give me some examples of
China, Japan, Switzerland, Amsterdam, and 2 of them stay. Like 2 of them in Germany, I think.
Okay, and
China,
so we're saying, and we know what the tax situation in Germany is. The tax situation in Germany is not nice at all. Nobody enjoys the tax. All right, so
Germany's a third world country. I know I ain't talking.
I'll take that.
Germany's a third world country. I can't believe you just
where's
said
the third world country?
Germany.
I ain't gonna say it's a third world. It's a second.
I am. I live
Hey, look, y'all. I didn't want to go that far,
for about 10
like we cannot say like the only one that has a legit argument is probably China, right? That
Amsterdam and Switzerland also. Switzerland's pretty.
Switzerland's amazing.
Yeah,
Switzerland. I've been to Switzerland. It's not great.
What?
It's not all that, bro.
All right, that's what I'm saying. This is the American thing of where I agree we're supposed to be the best, and we really believe that. And I'm not even really arguing y'all on that. I'm saying
hold on. I'm trying to get some understanding, right? Okay, that's fine. So now, in this place in Switzerland, you saying they have as much freedoms as America?
No, that's what I'm saying.
Okay, so that's number one. So no, they don't. Okay, fine. So this place in Germany, you saying that they have as much freedoms as America? The citizens I'm talking about.
No, I don't know. I haven't really. Nah, I would doubt that. Germany's stiff as fuck.
All right. So in China, we know for a fact they don't have as much freedom as America. Right. We know that. Right. We're not even. Okay. So again, right. So when we haven't talked about this quad now, if you are in the good working class in China, you got a good job, you got that education. Hey, you're gonna love China. Because China is all about the bag more than we are. They literally not having children because they are chasing the bag. They will work to the bone all day and every day because they are chasing the bag. Literally. That's the only thing that they care about in China. They don't care about nothing else. That's why their population is where it's at and how it's dwindling right now. I have my daughter that's living in China right now. So please.
That's why I found it odd. When he said China, I'm like, if China tell you to do something, you're gonna do it. If China say every citizen over here is gonna wear a mask, you're gonna wear it.
But this is what we're arguing for America, and we're just saying because we call
we're not arguing for America. So what I would say about this about China, China is a very clean place. It's probably definitely cleaner than America. So China got some really dope things. From what my baby girl is saying,
they're far more advanced too.
It got a lot of great things. So I'm not going to issue on China like they ain't building up. However, now when we just talking about in this global situation, right? Most of these other countries are not doing better off for their citizens than America. It's just not a true statement. People can have their argument and all that and say that these places, all these places is so much greater. It is a handful of places that might be better for who you are as an individual, right? So if I go to somewhere like Bali, right, and I move there, it'd probably be better for me there because I'm a fruits and vegetable type of person. I could grow all types of fruits and vegetables in the backyard in some place like Bali, live in some nice heat, ride a goddamn scooter, and I'll be fine, right? It'd be better for me personally. But as a country as a whole, when we talk about the politics of that place, that would be a whole different kind of conversation as we talking about as a nation. I will not say, hey, America need to be following Bali's politics so we can have a better nation.
I like that. Different. So let me bring this up though, because this is my point, y'all. Y'all keep saying this is what we got and this is what other places. Why can we not improve on this? Because we can point out this shit is really still flawed. That's all I'm saying. We need to improve this and stop acting like because we currently are the best.
So,
or have been, we need
that's
to
a
stay
different conversation. Way. That's a different conversation between can America get even better? Fine, we can have that conversation. However,
no, it's not really that great. That's what I'm saying. It's not really that great. We are under the illusion of freedom.
These other places, it shows that this place is great.
No,
the fact that in a lot of countries you cannot even talk up the way how we are talking, the way how we are communicating right now. Other countries don't even allow that.
I can understand that and agree, but that doesn't mean that's a good thing.
For example,
that's why we're so idiotic.
Better, yeah, it's vastly better.
Hold on, for example,
it's vastly better.
For example, in China, they cannot have this kind of conversation. If they
disappear,
they cannot have this
vastly better.
Hold on, they cannot have this opposition of the government in China.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm. But they're smarter than us, and they also can. And they're smarter than us, and they're more advanced than us. I mean, no, if we're talking about on a just national basis,
hold on,
the average Chinese person is higher educated.
Hold on. We are having
saying as good as we got for here.
We gotta be able to stay on one conversation at a time. Do not change the conversation. So we cannot say that they are doing better when they cannot even talk about the things that is negative. So we won't know.
Aspect. That's why I'm bringing up the others because
it's not one. You're missing it. That is not one aspect. If they have 100 things that they disagree with, they cannot name one of them ever.
Yeah, that's not. If you think about it, KC, if you think about it, Detroit, like how we set up here earlier, it was like I don't like Trump. Like you wouldn't do that on no internet platform in China.
Or Russia, or Korea,
point blank.
Right.
So the freedom
vastly better than right.
The freedom
vastly better than China, right?
The freedom that you have to even speak against your government it puts us leaps and bounds. Now, technological advances and all of that other stuff, medicine, sure, you can speak to all that and say, yeah, they've made strides or they actually are better than us in that. Great. Go over there and speak out against. Go over there and say, I don't like this rule.
Well, it's funny to me that we talk about that, but then people in this panel won't speak out on shit in a country that don't make fucking sense, or that is illegal, or that like internationally don't make sense, or that might put our military in danger, or my people that's overseas that are American in danger. It's like, you're saying that's correct, right? We're vastly greater than China and everything like that. I think education, they are trumping us in educating their people. Their middle class has been shown to be stronger than our middle class. But other than that, as far as
so this is why it's important. This is why this is important. The reason why we don't the reason why y'all don't know is because they're not allowed to speak out about it.
Exactly.
That is why you don't know. That's why you actually believe the propaganda that they are smarter in school. But if you actually had a child that's in
I didn't say smarter.
Yes, you said the education system is better.
Correct.
There's a reason why 600,000 of them trying to get education from over here.
If you had children that was actually
in their school, and you see them, you will understand that their education is not better than ours. You will understand that they do not have a greater middle class than ours. They have a super rich and they got poor. That is it. Because the only thing they care about is getting to the bag. Most of them, they die very young because they're only about chasing that bag. They work about 70 hours.
Did you just say Chinese people die young?
Honestly,
yes.
I would think
they don't even have children. They don't even have children out there.
Yo, you know we can
Oh,
look
man.
up like life expectancies. I agree. A lot of these things can't be put out and shit. Y'all just be like, this is what I'm saying. Y'all being emotional, cuz. Like,
I'm glad that you said that. I'm glad that you said the reason why they even live longer is because they retire and the kids got to take care of them. So that's a whole nother situation. But they're not adding anything to a quality of life. They do not have a quality of life. They sit in a room. So and again, so we gotta be able to have an objective conversation about it, right? And stop believing in propaganda and have a true understanding about what we're saying. The reason why we could talk about our middle class is because we have the freedom to talk about it and get ourselves up out of these situations. Other places do not have that option.
That's agreed. I gotta point out though, this is the only thing y'all saying. Now, because it's the only thing.
Well, I'm still got a little pushback there, bro.
So we can hear adults talk. Could you not talk for a second?
What?
Oh my God, please, AR. Just okay.
And I'm not trying to parse this argument and everything like that, but when it comes to like standardized tests, which usually are based off of like K2 through 12 and everything like that, yes, they do provide better education than us. Our education system has been tanking here for the last however long you want to say. If you want to say colleges, you're talking about they come over here for school. They come over here for college. And there's a lot of people that come over here for college from different countries. But if you're talking about just K through 12, no.
So who? Okay,
and that's provided by the people. That's provided to the people.
Can I rebut that?
I'm glad that you brought that up. Out of all those people that we're getting for college, who you think we getting? You think we getting the rice worker, or we getting their best or their best?
What is that? Okay, I think we get the best of the best.
Okay, so now you got to compare our best of the best with their best of the best. You cannot compare.
Okay, so okay, good. So now coming out of K through 12,
and we going out of K through 12, a lot of them are rice workers for a reason,
brother. Coming out of K through 12, if they are scoring higher on, if they scan, oh, go ahead.
What I'm saying is a reason that they are working for $2, my brother. It is a reason.
That's why they come over here for the dollar. They come over here for the dollar.
I would hope to think that their education system is far beyond ours when they average school time is 12 hours a day. So if we sent our kids to school for 12 hours a day, just school, I think the U.S. would be in high standing as well. But in China,
we used to be higher than them with 8. We used to be higher than them with 8 hours a day.
But in China, the average school time is 12 hours. 12.
We used to score higher than them with 8-hour days.
Hold on. This is what we're missing. Again, hold on.
Dynamics of that.
Hold on. This is what we're missing, right? So what we missing?
This country is not serving us correctly, bro.
So no, the thing that we're missing, the K through 12, we take our worst and they worst, it'd be even. We take our best versus they best, it will be even. The issue is that we always compare they best of the best, the ones that have the ability to come over here and go to a college at the top level and use them as to say, hey, look at K through 12. It's not a fair comparison.
No.
We got to go
no matter what.
We go with the average Chinese person. They are factory workers. They are not top level intellect human beings. They are not that, because if they were, they would not be working in the rice field. We do not get or see the rice field worker, and we got to stop
just
comparing.
Like we don't see the corn farmer.
We got to stop comparing the top of the top IT guy with the goddamn warehouse worker. We got to stop it, please.
The bell curve in China versus the bell curve in America is significantly different, though. I don't even know why.
I know if you come into China or coming to America from China, your grades can't be average, and you probably coming from money too. Let's be honest about that. Like these kids that are coming from China and coming over here, going to Ivy League schools, they are coming over here because they parents have money as well, but they can't get in without the grades and the high standards. You know what I'm saying? Like, so whatever. Like that's. I don't know, Sherrod. Like I said, you ain't never lied, but you can me wrong,
you
brother.
can spread a falsehood. That's what.
If my baby wasn't still over there, I would get her to get on this joint and have a conversation with her about it. But she's still over there, so I'm not gonna even attempt to have that kind of conversation because they're not supposed to even have a conversation about what's going on in the government. Even as you're just not allowed to do these things that y'all think that is so great. It is
No. I'm not.
It's some great things in China. Like the cleanliness is great. A lot of the food that they have is very cheap. It's a lot of things that China has that is great over there, which I'm not going to try to act like China is a shithole because that just wouldn't be true. However, we cannot have this belief of that we could continuously compare they top of the top human beings over there with our bottom of the barrel human beings. It's just not a fair. It's not apples to apples. We got to stop doing that. It's just not a fair comparison. Trust me.
No, we're not making the apples to apples. I was gonna say earlier, I think y'all just keep pointing out that we great because we can say whatever we want, but then we can name a bunch of other things we ain't really doing good in, and we just you can say whatever here. That doesn't make us better, and that's what I always get up here and talk about. I want us to really improve. I don't think us just being able to say whatever the fuck you want makes us have improvement. Them scores showing it ain't. Like maybe we not saying we need to go in some dictatorship, but we need to let this shit burn down and restart with something new that takes the better tenets that we have. Because a lot of this shit is
right. So
with it, bro.
What I'm trying to get you
even the thing that would let us do that is freedom. Like it's the freedoms that put us where we are. You're saying, we're not able to do that. Exactly. Because
and we are slowly giving up a lot of our liberties.
Exactly.
We're slowly giving up a lot of our liberties. And we are turning a blind eye to things that are going to eventually take more of our freedoms and just, and a lot of it just so we can say that we wasn't wrong in supporting whoever we supported. But let me say this, man, we start leaning away from structure. Like no matter what you want to say about what was going on in Venezuela, it was unstructured the way Donald Trump went down there and got him. And we start getting more and more away from structure. You know what I'm saying? Just like we talked about relationships in here, Sharon. We start getting more and more away from some kind of structure, and the next generation is going to be dealing with some bullshit, trying to figure. They're going to be fighting with each other the same way they want to get along with everybody, but they're going to be fighting with each other the same way these men be trying to fight with these women.
I disagree.
It's the same damn.
But you're saying what
the next regime, you got it right after Josh. The next regime is going to understand that they cannot dibble dabble on both sides of the fence. It's either you're going to rock with China and not sell us cocaine, or you're going to sell us cocaine and sell us oil. You can't have it both ways. Go ahead, Josh.
And that's exactly the point. Because you're right. Even if we consider everything you're saying to be 100% fact, guess what? At the end of the day, they went and got him like they went and got any other drug dealer in America. Hey, this is what you did. They warned him we were going to come after him, and he said, "Come get me. I bet you can." He's like, "Bet." You call it unstructured. We lost nothing. We lost nothing in that raid. That is a typical raid in the United States by the DEA. That's how the DEA has gotten people all across for the last 60 years. So I hear what you're saying, but at the end of the day, like, bro, he fucked around and found out. He was like, "I challenge you." Trump said, "Bet, here I come." So he got caught. Sorry. I know that's Americanism, but shit. I mean, it is what it is.
Welcome back to the show. Omni, etc. This is crazy, god damn it.
It is crazy. Like, yeah, they got you up here arguing for Trump. That's crazy enough. Yo, that's crazy enough. But this is like, this is the thing. Like, you can't tell me that Maduro didn't deserve to get got. There's nobody on the face of this earth that, and then China went to the UN talking about, oh, the U.S. violated sovereignty and their people's ability to be sovereign and dignified. Do you know what they're doing to their people over there? There's a reason why a bunch of people have come over here from Venezuela, and then they have to celebrate with their family via the technology we have nowadays, in order to celebrate them, in order to celebrate his capture. These people did not. We got people in the U.S. celebrating. We got people in Venezuela celebrating. They're communicating with their family across the internet, celebrating his capture because things got so bad in Venezuela under him that they had to send not even their whole family, but pieces of their family, fractured families, to the U.S. for a reprieve. Like, if that doesn't tell you everything that you need to do. And then talking about education in China is crazy. They're not better educated. They're better disciplined. Over here, we have gentle parenting. Over there, they kneel on rice. It's different.
Hey, I know we think that they more disciplined, but they be cursing out their goddamn mama in that house. I'm telling you. It's not the discipline that we talking about, but I do understand the sentiment at the same time though, because they definitely were
Hey, corporal punishment is
right, that kind of discipline, right. They definitely do that. But I do find it interesting, that even though we have our people up here arguing otherwise, 58% said yes, it was a wise move to do X, Y, and Z with Maduro.
Yes, because
I do find it very interesting that we had 174 votes. However, we don't even have 100 likes. That is very interesting to me as well.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
Like that is how is that possible? What kind of hate is that? You're willing to vote and have your opinion and watch the show, but you're not willing to actually participate in the show and hit the like button on it. It is something going on with people that are just being honest and truthful. It is something weird going on out here.
Listen, it's because they just because, and this is the thing, this is why I'm an independent. There's some things that I'm opposed to. There's some things I'm opposed to, and there's some things that I'm in favor of. Okay? Right. No tax on tips and overtime, in favor of. Maduro, getting the fuck up out of Venezuela, I'm in favor of that. All right? There's other things that Trump has done that we're gonna see how the end game on the tariff comes out, but it's not
looking like it's in the right direction at all.
It's not. But I'm saying, like, dude, some people are so against Trump that I 100% believe that because they hate him, anything that he does that's a positive will be negative in their eyes. Anything. Like he could fully fund the medical research team that gets rid of cancer, right? Like cancer is fully gone and cured, and we can just get it out in 2 weeks like it's the flu or something. And then they'll be complaining about all the doctors out of business.
Hey, can you imagine that they hate me so much that even no matter what side of the coin I'm on, I get a hater?
Absolutely.
No matter what side. Yo, that's not crazy though. No matter what I say, people hate me at this moment in my life on the internet. It's a weird thing.
Listen, man.
I know I must be doing something right because degenerates would get hella love, hella support, and people would continue, like they would literally have a racist person and they'd be like, yeah, and they would argue with that racist person all day, and they'd be like, yeah.
Man. Yeah, you're not wrong. We've seen it. You're not wrong.
We having really good, strong discourse. Me and KT disagreed the whole time. He's on one side, I'm on one side. AR's on one side, I'm on Detroit's on one. And these are people that rock with me every day. Detroit and KT rock me every day, and we argued hard about the opposition. It's crazy, man. Hey, listen.
I think the problem is that people. I think the problem is that people look at political parties like their favorite team sport.
Maybe.
And I've never been into that. I've never been into that way of thinking. Like, you got to rock hard with the Republicans. You got to rock hard with the Democrats. No, what are you doing for me? That's really what it comes down to.
Because I'm American, goddammit. I don't give a fuck about which side. Josh here every day. He disagreed with a lot, but
I'm still American first.
It just feels so weird to me that people just will argue. Like when I was on Jay Prince's channel the other day, these people were. I pulled up an article and they literally argued the damn article. Like, no, Sharon, you're still wrong. How am I wrong? I'm just telling you what I read on the article. Did you read the same thing? I did read it, but let me tell you why that's wrong. How? It's like, what? The man is accused of selling drugs. We read that indictment. They say, still, I don't believe he sold the drugs. What? You talking about belief?
Wait, they were talking about Maduro on JP's panel?
No, absolutely.
Oh, okay.
Absolutely not. But what I'm saying is that like they would tell me, Sharon, we tired of the gender war conversation. and then the idiot like Jay Pre will have a little gender war conversation and everybody loving it. Sending super chats, hitting the like button, talking and all that. It's weird. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's just a weird thing to see. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah.
You know, like
People
I don't know
what
is that thing. What is it? You know what I'm saying? Like, why y'all just want to be against me just to be against me? It's weird. Like literally, I pulled up a whole article. They read it, agreed with the article, but then they want to disagree with me. They said, "Yeah, the article said that, but Sharon, let me tell you why you're wrong." What the fuck? How am I?
It's because Sharon keep lying.
Right? Like how? Like how am I wrong? If you read the
Sharon
same thing?
always lies.
Omni, we read the same thing. They agreed with what we read, but they said, "But Sharon, you wrong about it." What?
I mean,
you know, we read your name. I'll come up like, "Hey, his name is Omni etc." They're like, "No, it ain't," and then they'll read it. Yes, it says Omni etc. But let me tell you why you wrong, Sharon. You gotta. It's like, what the fuck is that? It's crazy.
You need to stop being wrong, man.
This shit is crazy to me, man.
Yeah, I think
I don't be understanding how this shit be happening, to be honest. But you know, go ahead, AR.
Oh, I was just gonna say, I think to Omni's point, like they're it's less about does it benefit America and more so who did it. If they did it, then it doesn't benefit America. And if they did do it, then if they support them, then it did benefit America, no matter what it is. And you see it on both sides. Obviously, you got the maggots who, no matter what Trump does, it's always beneficial. It's always some 416D chess that the dude that doesn't even know what executive orders he's signing came up with. And if it's, a super far left person, it's Trump did it, so it's bad. They got these white messiah complexes, and you watch them get dogged in person and on the internet by Venezuelans who had to live through the regime down there, telling them to fuck off, and they still don't get it. And it's weird. It is what it is.
Yeah, I feel like everybody giving their final thoughts. I'm gonna make mine quick. I do got to dip, but listen, I just want y'all to really understand. I say it many times, I'm not left or right. All of them are on the same agenda goal. That's why I said earlier, Obama is just like a way cooler Trump, in my opinion. Like he's not being just as stupid to get out here and say what he's actually gonna do, even if that's what he's actually gonna do. I'm sorry, everything isn't for everyone. How we say when we talk up here, I apologize, Hellcat just ran by my porch. But how we said earlier, it's such thing as decorum. It's the same thing in the political and diplomatic stages. And I don't understand why we believe that somehow, because maybe Americans at the time were feeling like, fuck it, we don't need a politician to politic in a position of politicking. But I just don't see this being a goodness for us, because what you just said, Josh, America first. I'm still American first. And that's exactly what them racist white people are saying right now. And the same thing that a bunch of racist white people were saying, like in ideology back in the day, is what I hear a lot of people preach now. I just look at the future. I don't like where this is going, y'all. Like, I don't see any benefit. If America stops a third world country from being a third world country, when we're even talking about something benefiting America, besides y'all saying, oh, this is a show of power, how did that actually benefit us as the regular citizens? It doesn't. I'm not in support of this shit. And I hope y'all aren't. Please see the bigger picture. Y'all have a great day. Beautiful evening.
All right. Can I go ahead and respond? Because I still don't like that. Because here's the deal. China and
Go ahead.
Huh?
No, I'm saying go ahead.
Yeah, China and Russia were literally, China and Russia were literally posturing in order to get in position to be within spitting range of the United States. At the end of the day, geopolitically speaking, it was not a good move for Maduro to try to sit there and make deals with China and Russia, knowing that they're our biggest adversaries. At the end of the day, the reason we needed to take him down immediately, not just for Venezuela's sake, but for our sake as well. I understand you're like, hey, it's posturing in a bad way. It's a bad look. But at the end of the day, we did say, if you fuck around, you will find out. And he said, you can't get me. And they proved him wrong. I get it. It looks bad. It could be bad. It looks a little weird. But at all of it, we had to get him taken down. He got arrested for violating the United States laws. He is now sitting in a United States jail facing a United States indictment. Him and 5 other people on a United States of America versus etc. If he didn't do it, then that was the whole different story. But he did. We're not saying, you're not even arguing that he didn't do it. You're saying, well, he could have, but he did. He'll have his chance to prove himself in court. But
I'm
at
not
the
even
end of the
arguing
day,
if he could have. I'm saying, listen,
Right.
guys, this because I'm trying to keep this real quick. But if I do, the enemy is not Venezuela. That's all I keep wanting y'all to understand. Like, if we're saying we're doing this because China and Russia, well, we shouldn't be fucking with Venezuela. We need to just get China and Russia the fuck out of there.
They
But
bombed
China
a
and
bunch
Russia
of the
can't-
assets getting him out. They bombed a bunch
But
of Russian assets getting him out.
No,
But
cool,
look
I'm
at this
saying,
too.
from the beginning,
There's-
we don't need to have a proxy war through a third party. We could literally just actually confront the issue at hand, which is China and Russia. We're saying like, oh, but nah, it's cool for us to. If it's like that, say that, nigga. Like, if we really scared of Russia and China, because we keep saying like, oh, Russia and China are enemy. Also, let's not fight Russia and China. Nah, nigga, what we going? One side or the other, bro? What we doing here?
think about this.
We used to go over
Them
there
being
and
in-
displace all those, if we used to go over there and displace all those people, who's going to be responsible for those people?
I apologize. My kids were talking to me.
Yeah, so it's not as simple as just going to war with another major power. It ain't that simple like how you trying to make it seem like. It's just not that simple. Let me read these super chats as well.
For sure.
It's just not as simple as what you're trying to make it seem like at all. It's not even
No,
close.
I ain't. I'm saying it don't have to be as complicated.
One
as you
her
make.
HQ. The one her HQ. Salute. Thank you so much, HQ. We got work academics with the $5. CJ is back and drops a link. You better say the same thing on his goddamn chat. You better drop my goddamn channel on his goddamn chat too. And links for Mitches to call in. You would be, would be entertaining to see you call in. The future and get mopped up, Sharon. That's not possible. CGA can learn you something. Boy, stop. Shout out to Omni at $72. When you get 5 stars on GTA, they send in the army. God damn it. Also, we have Just Brace things with $2. AR, you always been my favorite. Aw. And also, we got the sponsor of today's show. The King is back with the 500 ball. Appreciate you so much, my brother. Thank you. With that being said, AR, you want to send us off?
Yeah, appreciate you having me. Everybody have a good rest of the day and enjoy your 2026. And KT, read some books.
Thank you, thank you, AR. And welcome back.
Thank you.
I was about to say, boy, you had to pay to get back just to.
Nothing wrong with being. Let me.